And here it is. It is here. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to mow. Here it is. It is here. Here I am. Hope you are there. The session commences. Your company is required. So plenty matters to go through. So situate yourself. And as you are situating yourself, as we always ask at the start of the session and throughout the course of the session, click on the thumbs up button, which is the like button. Click on that like button and then click on the subscribe button as well because we're trying to push ourselves up the YouTube algorithm. So do the clickings. One man went to mow, the eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. Gonna sing along, holy, 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 Nandekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, and the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, Yabika Kokwanam no. Hey, Anamekele Mazuche Mefo.
So there it is. Holy, 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 holy Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior. The echoes from the east, the voices of resistance. Holy, holy, holy Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior. That is what they insist in the east. So holy, 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 holy Nnamdi Kanu is their other savior. As guys, I bring you this. Davido's uncle Ademola Adeleke emerges PDP GUBER candidate for Osun State election. So you recall, of course, 4 years ago, this guy won the election and they rigged him out to put what's it called, Tinubu's cousin in. So this guy now coming back essentially to reclaim his mandate. But will they rig him out a second time around? In fact, Davido nearly went to war over this. But again, Davido's uncle, Ademola Adeleke, emerges PDP GUBER candidate for Osun election. So there it is. We find out exactly what's in play there. So play it again, Sam. Répétez-moi is what he's playing out there. Senate ignores court order, stamps Buhari's request for Electoral Act amendment. So the rubber stamp Senate, of course, they have inserted the rigging clause that Buhari and Abubakar Malami insisted should be inserted into the newly now signed to law electoral bill. So that bill not fit for purpose. So they've just destroyed it now. So the bill now completely watered down and faded away because they've inserted one crucial clause there that facilitates that things should go on as it is. Senate ignores court order, stamps Buhari's request for Electoral Act amendment. So there it is right there. Rule of law. What rule of law? Your ruling won't stop amendment of Electoral Act. Senate President replies court. So above the law, of course, all animals are equal, Judge Orwell says, but some more equal than others. PDP nominates new EBONYI governor deputy to INEC. So those of you who partook in the earlier session, you would have heard when we broke the news, Sergeant Leko Kwanai and Ove and Charlie Boy, that the Ebonyi State Governor David UMAHI has been removed by a court pronouncement for reasons of having secured his mandate as a PDP candidate, but then taking that mandate to APC. So the court asserted that the vote that he got was voted for PDP, and those votes are not transferable. So him now moving to APC, he has to leave those votes behind, which essentially nullifies him as the governor. So they invited PDP to bring forward new names to submit to INEC, and it looks as though PDP has moved very quickly to occupy that space. PDP nominates new Ebonyi governor deputy to INEC. So that's very swift. We were saying that they should move quickly in the earlier session, and it looks as though they've done exactly that. PDP submits nominees for UMAHI/Igwe replacement in Ebonyi State. So we'll take two dosages of that particular narrative. But we're still staying with that space. Governor UMAHI's sack, we are waiting for court documents. So PDP may well submit names, but what INEC are saying is that they've not even received signal yet. So they are buying time now for the APC to react. You have to remember, of course, that INEC is essentially a member of the APC party. We have seen the INEC chairman wearing the regalia of APC several times. So his politics we know, and he now holding the space for his party. Governor Umahi Sak, we are waiting for court documents, INEC says. So does that buy sufficient enough time for them to find a way to either just ignore the court order or do some magic tricks, Abubakar Malami style? So now this is now a human interest story. Nigerian music producer Champagne Beats discovers he is not the biological father of his 3 children. So that is a space that is a major source of concern for, especially within the Nigerian space, is a major source of concern with, Nigerians just being free and loose with their bodies, especially some of the some of the women. So this is not essentially new, but not nonetheless no less depressing. Nigerian music producer Champagne Beats discovers that he's not the biological father of his 3 children. I think we've heard that narrative as well from one of the Kutis before, Femi Kuti, I think, who also came out to say 3 or 4 of his children, when he did a DNA test, he discovered they were not his. So today being Women's Day, it looks as though now the memo reaches the House of Assembly in Nigeria. House of Rep makes U-turn on 3 rejected women-related bills. So you recall, of course, we were discussing how 5 bills even were just expunged for the constitution from the constitutional amendment report that was submitted. But it looks as though a rethink on Women's Day. House of Reps make U-turn on 3 rejected women-related bills. So what quite those bills are, we'll find out. It could just be knitting or sewing that they are talking about and nothing of significance, but we find out just shortly. So this last story we may or may not land on. It's a narrative of a young girl that was disappeared on a bus, on a Lagos state government bus in Lagos, the BRT. And very quickly, her body was found. So when people disappear in Nigeria, sadly, often instances, they are not found, it is body that is found. So her body was found, and the family came out to tell us that her body had been mutilated, harvested for private parts, money ritual style. So this was the narrative that's been presented. The driver of the bus has subsequently been arrested, but the police authority now are now coming to debunk the narrative of the young girl, the unfortunate young girl's family. No part of her body was mutilated. No part of her body was mutilated. Lagos Commissioner of Police counters Bamishe's sister's claim that her private parts were harvested. So there it is right there. It's just a sad story all the way through, and it's not really even a space that you want to be hearing back and forth. But this one is there's no gray area in this. It's either her body was mutilated or it wasn't. And that body are suspect in the custody of the police. So quite what is in play there, hopefully we'll land on that to find out in a bit more detail. But as we find out whatever in more detail, we take a little bit of a musical intermission. We take a little bit of a musical intermission to allow you the space to click on that like and subscribe button, which if you haven't done, then please do it as we take this musical intermission. We go to the east and we put on our tango shoes as we partake in the cha-cha-cha called the Python Dance.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boli meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una boli meri Nandi go onye do I walk. O meri moneli zu biroya abakare. Mamanda ora, una buri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Una buri meri Nandi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, Una boy Mary Nandi win the war. Bycondas 1, Bycondas 2, Bycondas 3. Una boy Mary Nandi win the war. Bycondas 1, Bycondas 2, Bycondas 3. Una boy Mary Nandi win the war. Bycondas 1, Bycondas 2, Bycondas 3. Una boy Mary Nandi.
And so they continue to insist in the East. Nnamdi wins the war. That is the insistence in the East. So Nnamdi wins the war. So Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. Davido's uncle, Ademola Adeleke, emerges PDP GUBER candidate for OSUN election. Senator Ademola Adeleke has emerged winner of the People's Democratic Party PDP governorship primary for the forthcoming OSUN election. Senator Adeleke, who is the uncle of award-winning international singer Davido, emerged winner at a keenly contested primary in Osogbo on Tuesday. The PDP primary held at the 10,000 capacity Osogbo Stadium was also contested by Dotun Babayemi. The primary election held amidst allegations of bias and litigations, which led to the withdrawal of some governorship aspirants. The Osun State governorship election is scheduled to hold on July the 16th, 2022. So recall Senator Adeleke was also the PDP flag bearer in 2018 when he lost to incumbent Gboyega Oyetola of the All Progressive Congress. He is now set to battle Oyetola again for the governorship. Final results of the Osun State PDP gubernatorial primaries are, according to Lere Olayinka, an aide to the former governor Ayo Fayose, shows that 1,916 delegates were accredited. So it goes on to give us how those votings panned out. So a lot of, and by the way, they were, just to give you just how landslide this was, they were, it showed 1,916 delegates accredited. Now, out of that 1,916 delegates accredited, Ademola Adeleke, he got 1,887. So just the total categorical, it's just a, yes, it's just a categorical defeat. A lot of people scored 0. One Sonya Omirin scored 4 votes, and one Dele Adeleke, who probably his brother, scored a vote, voted for himself. So there it is. So there's just there's no question about that. It's just a resounding something or the other. But you'll recall that when this guy won the election the last time, they were chasing him for his school sat and embarrassing him all over the country, even querying that he bought people to sit exams. It was just a messy space the last time this guy won the election, and they kicked him off and gave it to Tinubu's cousin instead. Senate ignores court order, stamps Buhari's request for Electoral Act amendment. The Senate has set aside a court order which purportedly halted the further amendment of the 2022 Electoral Act. Senate President Ahmed Lawan carried on with the amendment at the behest of President Buhari, who requested the expungement of Section 8412 of the 2022 Electoral Act despite a restraining order. Mr. Buhari, who also appended his assent to the bill on February the 25th, urged the member of the National Assembly to remove the section which mandated the resignation of political appointees before contesting in any election. Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party PDP has filed a lawsuit against any further amendment of the act at the Abuja division of the Federal High Court before Justice Inyang Ekwo. So this Justice Inyang Ekwo again. A restraining order was on Monday placed on President Buhari, the Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, and the Senate President from further amending the act. However, Mr. Lawan defied the court order during plenary session on Tuesday as he listed consideration to amend the act for its first reading. According to him, the court lacked the power to stop the Senate from performing its legislative duties, all pleased by other senators, including former Deputy Senate President Ike Ikiremadu, to err on the side of caution and suspend the action, fell on deaf ears as a determined Mr. Lawan insisted the court must respect the doctrines of separation of power. The dissenting senators buttressed their plea by citing Order 52.5 of the Senate to suspend the amendment. The doctrine of separation of power should be respected by all arms of government to prevent anarchy. The Senate will surely go ahead with the amendment as requested by the president, insisted the Senate president. So there it is right there, rubber and stamp. So that is rubber and then that is stamp. This is it. Oh, this is what they do. Your rulings won't stop amendment of Electoral Act, Senate President replies court. The Senate President Ahmed Lawan has said the ruling of the Federal High Court in Abuja would not stop the National Assembly from amending the Electoral Act. Justice Yang Ekwo had on Monday delivered an ex parte application by the People's Democratic Party PDP, barring President Muhammad Buhari, the Attorney General of the Federation and Senate President, from tampering with the newly amended Electoral Act 2022. The court maintained that the Electoral Act had become a valid law and could not be altered without following the due process of law. In a letter dated the 28th of February 2022, Buhari requested the National Assembly to amend the Electoral Act. However, Lawan said the ruling violated the provisions of the 1999 Constitution on the separations of powers. Lawan spoke after the Electoral Act Amendment Bill scaled first reading on Tuesday. In a statement by his spokesperson, Israel Tobiowo, Lawan said, I find it necessary to talk at this point because our governance system is based on the presidential system of government where there is a clear-cut separation and exercise of powers. The judiciary, under no circumstances, can stop the National Assembly from performing its legislative duties. We know what our due processes are, just like we would not venture into what the judiciary does. It should also understand that we have our processes. If the president writes to the National Assembly to request for an amendment, that is within his competence. And it is for the National Assembly to decide whether it agrees with the request of Mr. President or not. But to say we cannot consider it is to ask for what is not there to be given. I believe that the members of this National Assembly know their work and will do what is right. This is due process. We are not doing anything outside of the law. Whether it is Mr. President or any Nigerian who feels very strongly about an amendment, this National Assembly is ready to take in and consider. It is within our exclusive rights to consider whatever request we receive from Nigerians, whether through the executive arm of government or through our colleagues' private member bills. I believe that what we are saying is the same, but we are emphasizing that that judicial pronouncement will not stop us from doing what is right and our work here. So there it is right there. They are hiding it under separations of power. That should be challenged in court, by the way, not just dismissed out of hand. So total disregard for law again. This is something that if there's one thing that we take away from the Buhari administration, that the law in Nigeria is not fit for purpose. So on from that and on to the next. PDP nominates new EBONYI governor deputy to INEC. The People's Democratic Party PDP says it has submitted names of nominees to replace the sacked Ebonyi State Governor David Umahi and his deputy Eric Kelechi Igwe to the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC. PDP National Chairman Senator Dr. Oyechia Ayu disclosed that the party submitted the names of Honorable Idimu Igariwe as governor and Fred Udugwo as deputy to INEC. Ayu stated this whilst addressing a world press conference at the PDP national headquarters, Wadata Plaza, Abuja, on Tuesday. This followed a verdict of the Federal High Court in Abuja, which sacked Governor Umahi and his deputy Igwe following their defection from the People's Democratic Party PDP to the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. So there it is right there. They moved as swiftly as we were hoping and discussing that they should and could and must. So they have done that. PDP submits nominees for Umahi Igwe replacement in Ebonyi State. The People's Democratic Party PDP has replaced the sacked governor of Ebonyi State, David Umahi, with Honorable Idema Igariwe. Our correspondents reported that a federal high court sitting in Abuja had sacked Governor Umahi and his deputy, Dr. Eric Kelechi Igwe, following their defection from the People's Democratic Party PDP to the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. PDP National Chairman Oyechia Ayu, who disclosed this at a world press conference on Tuesday in Abuja, hailed the judgment, saying the judiciary is indeed the backbone of this democracy. Ayu, who appreciated the Nigerian judiciary for what he described as a landmark judgment, said the verdict will bring order in the political space and check the issue of political rascality and stolen mandates. He continued, "We also want to single out Justice Iyang Ekwo for special recognition, particularly for being courageous and forthright in going for the substance of the law rather than the technicalities." And in line with the court order, PDP is immediately submitting to INEC the names of our candidates for governor and deputy governor of Ebonyi State, respectively. We are also calling on INEC to immediately issue the certificate of returns to the PDP nominees as We are also calling on INEC to immediately issue the certificates of return to the PDP nominees as replacement for Marsas, Umahi, and Igwe, pursuant to the order of the Honorable Court. Responding to questions, Ayu said the party nominated Honorable Uduma Igariwe as the replacement for Governor David Umahi and Fred Uduogu as deputy governor. PDP national chairman also called on the chief judge of Ebonyi State to immediately swear them in as soon as INEC issues the certificate, the requisite certificate of return. The chairman of the opposition party also called on INEC to immediately withdraw the certificate of return from the 17 lawmakers and commence the process of conducting by-elections to replace them. So there it is right there. So what does he do? Does he go back? Will they have him back? Is it fait accompli? Governor Umahi's sack. We are waiting for court documents. INEC. The Independent National Electoral Commission has said it would take action against ousted Ebonyi State Governor David Umahi when it receives documents from the ruling court. On Tuesday, Mr. Umahi was removed as governor by the Federal High Court in Abuja. The court said Mr. Umahi had forfeited his governorship when he defected from the PDP to join the ruling All Progressive Congress last year. The commission has not been served with a copy of the said judgment. The commission will meet and take a decision when it is served with a certificate. The commission will meet and take a decision when it is served with a certified true copy of the judgment, Mr. Okoye said to correspondents when reached for clarification. Justice Iyang Eko ordered the electoral body to stop recognizing Mr. UMAHI and his deputy, and that the People's Democratic Party PDP send names to INEC to replace the governor and deputy. The new development comes hours after the opposition PDP urged INEC to issue certificates of return to Idama Igariwe and company as new governor and deputy of Ebonyi State. The party said the electoral office should confirm to serve as deputy. The party said the electoral office should confirm to serve as deputy governor forthwith, according to a short statement released by its media department on Tuesday. Our correspondents reported earlier that Mr. Umahi has not revealed any plans to appeal the judgment, only vowing to defy the ruling and remain in office until next year when his tenure elapses. So, of course, he wants to ignore the judgment too, but will he get away with that? Is the question. So now this next story, I didn't quite read it out, but it was sent in by Charlie Boy. So now listen. So this is Charlie Boy's story. As I said, anybody that wants me to give consideration to a talking point, just send it to my Instagram and I will have a look. And if it fits in, then we'll read it out. So Charlie Boy sent this saying, Igbo youths beg Buhari to release Nnamdi Kanu. The youth wing of Ohanese in Igbo Worldwide on Tuesday urged President Buhari to release the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. The group made the call in a statement signed by its President General, Mazi Ndubike. The body said the continuous detention of the IPOB leader was not in anyone's interest. The group was reacting to the release of the Yoruba Nation promoter Sunday Adeyemo Igboho from prison by the Benin Republic government. The statement reads, we have said it's time without number that the incarceration of Kanu was adding to the insecurity headache plaguing the nation, and the only way out was a political solution, the statement said. The current unrest in the southeast should be a source of concern to everyone, and the solution lies largely in the release of Kanu. It is therefore necessary at this point that the government releases him and enter a negotiation table with the Igbo youths who feel marginalized and sidelined in the scheme of things. We do appreciate the effort of the Igbo leaders, especially members of the National Assembly, and we urge them not to relent until Kanu is granted an air of freedom. So there it is right there on their knees is essentially where they are now. Nigerian music producer Champagne Beats discover he's not the biological father of his 3 children. Nigerian music producer Champagne Beats has expressed shock after discovering that he's not the biological father of his 3 children. Describing it as a shocking discovery, he accused his wife, Yemi Adebowale, of having extramarital affairs and also pretending he's the father of their children. Champagne Beats also warned that Yemi should be held responsible should anything happen afterwards. So here is this post below. This is to notify everyone that I am not the biological father of Favor, Donald, and Richard. It was a shocking discovery for me to know that Yemi has been having extramarital affairs with other guys whilst we were in relationship, and she pretends to me that I fathered the 3 children. Hence, if anything happens to me, hold her responsible. So this is a story that that occurs and recurs within the Nigerian space. You know, another one bites the dust. Unfortunately, I didn't say that in a mocking tone, but this is something that is a real. It's something. It's a dark undercurrent within the Nigerian space that people don't talk about often enough. Bastardization within the Nigerian home. House of Reps make U-turn on 3 rejected women-related bills. The House of Representatives has rescinded its decision on 3 gender bills in the constitution amendment. The bills are on indigenship, citizenship, and 35% affirmative action for women. The bills will be recommended for consideration and will be part of the second batch of constitution amendments to be presented in a couple of months. This is coming after some women stormed the National Assembly to protest against National Assembly rejecting women-related bills. Femi Gbajabiamila, Speaker of the House, has also confirmed that the bills will be considered in the next voting on the constitution amendment coming up in 4 weeks, Gbajabiamila said. Last week, the House voted on the constitution amendment. There are issues arising therefrom, and the House, in its wisdom, has decided to take a course of action for the good of the country, and that action is to rescind 3 of the decisions that were taken that day, and after the rescission, we will list them on the next set of amendments coming up. If we still, at that point, have no difference with the Senate, we will go for harmonization. Now, harmonization may not be the practice when it comes to the constitution amendment because I have heard people argue here and there. But the Constitution, I believe, under Section 5, allows the House to regulate its own procedure, and we will be relying on the provision of the Constitution to harmonize the differences between us, the House, and the Senate, and hopefully this will go through. So they're letting the women have rights in Nigeria. What is the meaning of this? So we learned finally on this rather tragic story. No part of her body was mutilated. Lagos Commissioner of Police counters Bamishe's sister's claim that her private parts were harvested. The Lagos State Police Commissioner, Abiodun Alabi, has denied reports claiming that some parts of 22-year-old Bamise Ayon Wole, who was abducted and ended after taking a ride on a BRT bus, were mutilated. Correspondents had shared the report of Temi Titilayo Ayonwole, the older sister of Bamishe, addressing a press conference where she stated her sister's parts were removed by those who attacked her. However, whilst speaking to newsmen today, March the 8th, CP Alabi denied the claim. According to him, he was at the mortuary alongside members of late Bamishe's family, and there was no evidence to show that any part of her body was mutilated. The CP also stated that it has not yet been confirmed if she was sexually assaulted. He also said an autopsy will be conducted on her soon. So there it is right there, the back and forth of that rather tragic space. So Thomas, we see you. Ajanle Koko, we see you. The Mighty OVA, we see you. Here in Ghana, we see Vin. Tony, we see you. And Charlie Boy, we see you. So good to see you all, gentlemen. Let's go first to Thomas. Thomas, are you there?
Yes, please.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, have you been following the rather tragic story of this Bamishe? Sorry, your system. Can you bring the volume down or something? It's a bit. Yeah.
Yes, I'll bring it down.
Yeah. So, can you? Yeah. So, there's just some real heavy coming through. Okay. So, have you been following the tragic story of this 22-year-old girl? And if you have, do you want to respond to the back and forth? But be mindful of the language so that we don't trigger YouTube. Yes. Yeah, but if you are following that space, then they're just your comments on that. The back and forth. They were saying, the family was saying that her body was harvested, but the police insist that the body is intact. But then the bus driver even they caught him, and his story is not to suggest that he harvested the body. But then, of course, what are you making of just that space, Thomas?
Good evening, everyone. It's just it's tragic. Is a tragedy, woman. I've been following the story. Really, if we the account of the driver narrated that immediately they went into the he pick up the lady. Then those two guys came into the BRT bus. They show him the weapon that they tell him to keep quiet. Then, and when they get to a certain place, they instructed him to stop, and they was dragging the lady out of the bus. And the driver said he was perplexed. There's nothing he can do when he saw the weapons. But the what triggers me most that is immediately you saw that event, the first thing is to call the police or call the office BRT, which is the government, that somebody has just been adopted in my VRT car. But he didn't do that. He ran away, hid somewhere, and he was fished out. So to me, when they asked him what happened, he said he was scared. Why are you scared? Something happened in a public bus, which is government bus. The girl was adopted, allegedly adopted. You don't know anything about it. The first thing is to report to the appropriate office, which is BRT office, and the BRT office will report to the police. Even though if you report this case earlier on, maybe they could even find this perpetrator before the lady was killed. So
Okay, I don't know which account you are
yes, that is
reciting.
the yes, that is the narration.
Hold on. Yes, that is a narration. That was a narration that he gave TVC when he was interviewed there. But there's a narrative that precedes that is also captured on video by the police when they first caught him and they were interrogating him. So he said that he did something bad to the girl, which is then interpreted to say that he took sexual advantage and then did away with her. So that was what he told the police, which contrast with what is telling the uh the television studio,
The television,
the
yeah.
TVC interview. But then all of that also contrasts with the stories we're hearing from the family that her body was harvested, but the police telling us that the body is intact.
But woman, we can't follow what the family said for now, because eventually the family, even I don't think they saw the corpse, but the CP, the commissioner of police, said
No, I think
he
I
has
think they
saw
saw the cops. I think they saw the cops because this is what the officer said. He says, however, while speaking to newsmen today, March the 8th, CP Alabi denied the claim. According to him, he was at the mortuary alongside some members of the late Bamishe's family, and there was no evidence to show any part of her body was mutilated. So he was
mutilated.
there. Yeah, so he was there,
Yes, sir, the
and
family
it's yeah.
was there, but it's just tragedy, woman.
Oh,
But really, woman, this driver, I for me, I don't say he was involved in this act, but because he said they were dragging the lady out of the bus, and
no, no,
when they
hold on.
dragged,
Forget
yes,
that now. He'd already said he took. All right. I don't want to go and get the clip that where the police interviewed him, but he had already said prior to that TVC interview that he did something bad to her, which is to say that he sexually, did
yes,
something
yes, yeah,
sexual
yes,
to
yeah.
her and then did away with her in panic and then dumps the, you know. But let's leave that space. Let me take you to a different space instead. Let's talk instead about now the goings on in Ebonyi State. And now Governor Dave Umahi yesterday Former Governor Dave Umahi today, all courtesy of a court judgment, the PDP moved quickly to present names to INEC for his replacement. INEC waiting for the court document. So all of that are
One man is a joke. They are all jokers. The man will remain in the office. If David Umar, if he appeal this judgment, he will still sit on that seat. Supreme Court will be the final say. The High Court in Abuja can't start a government like that. But I don't understand why they are castigating this man from moving from PDP to APC. So many governments have defected from one party to another. They were not being sacked. I don't know if anyone can mention one governor that has moved from one party to another that has been sacked for moving to another party. I don't think we have account of any governor that have done that. So this man, I don't know where his own case has been taken to, why he was sacked. Because one man, if you remember, many governments have defected, governors have defected to another party, and they were not being sacked. So
yeah,
why is
maybe
David
it
Umahi
wasn't.
case is different?
Yes, maybe it wasn't challenged in this manner, because what the judge told us was that the 300 and something thousand votes that got the Dave Umahi's the governorship in Ebonyi State, those votes were cast for the PDP by PDP members to have a PDP governor. So if Dave Umahi then decides that he no longer wants to be PDP but he wants to be APC, he cannot transfer the votes of PDP members that made him governor to APC. So he has to leave the votes behind, and the votes then, if he leaves them behind, then that nullifies him being president. So he immediately, by that action of crossing over to APC, ceases to be the president, to be the governor. And then, of course, that place, because PDP already has the vote, so PDP then has to nominate somebody to fill that space that Dave Umahi left of his own volition.
But one man, if we have this law there, this the judge that claim is we have this law, why others have not challenged the same thing? Because the same things that
Well, it's a
happen in
pathway,
many
isn't it?
instances.
Yeah, but it's a pathway, isn't it? Because the law is there to be applied depending on the elegance of the lawyer to present it. So they've gone at it from that. I don't think it's ever been gone at from this point of view to say that
That's what I'm arguing
yeah,
with you.
yeah, no, you are not arguing with me because I'm not the judge. But this seems to be a unique angle that they've found, and if this judgment holds, then it makes it that much more difficult for people to be just crossing party willy-nilly.
One man, you are right. If this judgment holds, and if what the I can't say what the judge said is not correct. The judge has the final say. But if this does hold, that means at least Nigeria is moving to a greater height, because I've never seen any governor defected from one party to another and it was sacked. We have lawmaker in the Senate, in the House of Assembly. They defected like one man's business. They are not being sacked. So if this judgment hold, as you
In,
said,
in fact, this is almost a global judgment because all around the world, people cross parties, but that carpet crossing has never been attacked in this manner. So if this holds, this is almost like a global judgment.
That's what I'm saying. That is the true democracy we are talking about. PDP cannot vote for you as a governor and they swear you in, then you run to APC. Immediately you change your party, your
Yeah, no,
election is non and void.
yes, because you leave those votes behind. Those votes they
Yeah,
belong to PDP.
yes, but it is very ridiculous, woman. So if this
But
judgment
it gets even
holds,
more ridiculous when you then add on the question that who did the voters vote for? The personality or the party? So how are you able to separate what the intention was, that the vote was for the party and not the personality? Because if they are able to establish that the votes were for the personality, then he can take it anywhere he likes.
Yes. So one man, I'm very happy for this government. I'm very, very happy. But I'm expecting the man will go to court. The man
No,
will
yeah, almost
approach the
certainly.
Supreme Court. Yes, the man will approach the Supreme Court and they will extend the court process till the end of his tenure. But if the man can go to the Supreme Court and the Supreme Court can fast track this government, let us know so that anybody will not try it in the future, cross carpeting when PDP vote you and you run to LP or you run to other party. So we can seal that so that will be registering the brains of all politicians that I can't run from this party to another party if I was elected.
It will almost appeal it because they're saying it's not even showing any signs to appeal it. He's saying he's just going to ignore it, but he'll be mistaken to ignore it because the judge recommended that PDP send names to INEC to replace him, and PDP has very quickly on the day sent names. So INEC are saying they are waiting for a certified true copy of that judgment in order to decide their action. And I don't think there's room for them. So they have as soon as they withdraw the certificate of return, that it just stops being governor. So he's saying he's going to defy it because he thinks Buhari ignores court judgment, so he can too. But he might soon find out that it's not quite Buhari.
One man, but there's another trouble. If PDP give another candidate to the INEC, people doesn't vote for that people. The state doesn't vote for those two people.
Yeah, but if the argument is that the vote was for PDP, not for UMAHI, then whoever PDP, yeah.
It's very tricky. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because if they give two names now for PDP, people doesn't vote for those two people. They vote for David UMAHI and the party. We can't rule that out. Or am I being confused?
Thomas, you see,
Thomas,
technically, the vote is for PDP because it's the PDP that provided him the vehicle, which is the party that enrolled to victory. And on the ballot box, on the ballot paper, when people are voting, the name of UMAHI is not on the ballot box. It is PDP logo. People vote for the logo of the party of their choice at election center. So, and it is that ballot box, ballot paper they are going to count to declare.
But you can't discount the candidate, the David UMAHI.
Yeah, what I'm saying. Yes, it is PDP. He is representing PDP. It is PDP that provided him the vehicle, the platform, which is the party. So the party is bigger than him. If the party did not give him that platform, it won't be the candidate. It's just representing PDP, but it is PDP that sponsored him.
And also, if you are looking at the electoral space, and it's historically in its antecedents, it's a PDP space. You know, that's to say that irrespective of whoever PDP presents, you know, they would have won that state because it's a PDP state.
Oh yes.
So
yes.
his name is incidental to the victory. His only contribution, his name only came in because he won the party primaries to be the flag bearer. But the state, the state would have, the party would have still won the state, irrespective of whoever they presented.
But that's right. You can't rule out the personality. You can't rule out the personality of the.
The judge has, because the judge is saying the vote was for the PDP, not for the.
Yes, please.
Sorry, let's hear from Charles. He wanted to come in first.
I think what happened in Imo State is what the federal government is doing this now. They made a mistake, new mistake, but they give the guy to APC. So that's what they're trying to fix the mistake they did.
What mistake?
Well, no, I think it's talking about Hope Uzodinma, but I'm not sure how that comes into play. But hold on now, Vin. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how that comes into play. But there has to be a little. Yeah.
I'm just getting a theory, my opinion. I don't know.
No. You are right though. We can't completely disregard that because that also permutates. But Vin, you wanted to add?
Yes, you see, in an electioneering campaign, personality does not count. The platform that provided for OMAHI was PDP. And I believe that it's like in most cases in Nigeria, these things are not tested. And it takes one person to test those laws. If you are elected on a platform and you decamp what is common in Nigeria, political apostasy, you have to relinquish that platform that gave you the opportunity to be an elected officer on that platform. Dave Umahi was elected under the umbrella of PDP, and subsequently he haltingly decamped to APC. Therefore, he ceases to benefit from the original platform that took him in. In this case, the personality has nothing to play in this case. That is my opinion.
All right, okay.
Okay, can I just jump in? Can I just jump in for Thomas?
Yes.
One man. Can I just jump in? So I don't want to. So I don't want to make it easier for Thomas to see that, if you move from party to another party before an election, it's different from when you are already a governor or a political party, as Vin had just said. So, and one sample is like Obaseki. When he left APC for PDP, he has not been elected as a governor. He has to go there and contest. So that's what I want Thomas to know, that this guy was elected under PDP. He has to be a governor, or he ceases to be a governor the day he left there. But he was a very good man, though, because he developed the state so much,
My final submission on that is I would like David Umahi to approach the Supreme Court. Let's deal with this case once and for all. And if the Supreme Court appel or hold his election, so we will know.
That is to bring that's to bring injustice. This people have one man have explained to you. This it's just like we are on one man show. So whoever know me now, he know me through one man. We are communicating with the people outside the world right now, around the world via the one man show. The moment one man kicks me out or kicks you out, you cease to represent him. You know what I'm saying? So you have to understand, the PDP elected him, or the PDP rather, he was elected. The day he left he vacated that seat from the party membership, he ceases to be a governor.
You are right, Tony, but Thomas is also right, because he still has options in law, and it would be good for it to go to the Supreme Court level, so that the Supreme Court then gives that categorical judgment, which then makes it difficult, because if it's just at the High Court level, it's still subject to appeal, so it's still not categorical yet. So if we get it to the Supreme Court and we get that judgment, and there's no logic to say that that it can be reversed, because it's so black and white,
Yeah, so obvious.
So obvious. So I don't see that the Supreme Court will necessarily seek to change it. They will just go on to affirm what the lower courts have said. But then once it gets to that Supreme Court level, it is categorical. It now becomes a precedent. It almost becomes an act of law. But round off your thoughts on that space, Thomas, and then we move on.
Yes, so if we got to, if issue appeal and got to Supreme Court, and let's just have the closure, the big closure. But I was just thinking, what of all those ones that have defected and nothing happens to them? As you rightly said, is what the lawyer presented to the judge That is what the judge will rule on. So I would love him to appeal, go to the Supreme Court, and let's have a closure so that it will serve as a deterrent to other politicians that wants to jump from one party to another party, that I can't do that. If you want to jump from another party, resign as a
Because
governor.
you see, this is the firming up and solidifying our democracy in Nigeria. Because
Yes,
a lot of people keep saying all these things, and we say that our democracy is at its early stages. So it is things like this that secures it and makes it even that gives it even more legitimacy and even more transparency and even more fitness for purpose. So that if you are voted in as a candidate for this party to do these things, then that is what you have been asked to do. So if you want to do otherwise, then you have to step outside of what So you can't just be
yes,
acting
resign as a governor
like
and go
some
back to
prostitute.
APC and get another party. And yes, so that we have a closure on this, because one man, this thing has been happening for ages. From the Fourth Republic, people are just running from one party to another. So I will want him to go to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court should make a statement so that that place will be sealed. And if anyone wants to cross carpeting the next future, they will refer to the judgment of the Supreme Court, and that judgment will hold. So that is just my summation. There is more to that space, one man. Many things will
Yes.
still surface. This
Yes.
is not the closure at all. Yeah.
No, like you said, it has to land on the Supreme Court. But so far, so good. For one, I applaud that judge. But let me move you from there to another talking point. Nigerian music producer Champagne Beats discovered that his three children are not his biological children. So this is not the first time we've addressed this sort of topic before, and almost certainly not the last time we will. But it's just that thing. It doesn't state the age of the children, but I'm imagining they're either, you know, just children under 10 or early teens thereabout. You formed that bond, you named them, they carry your name, you are the father of ABC and XYZ. This is how you pride yourself, and suddenly you make that discovery. This is something that is happening more and more, especially with DNA now being something that is easily available and accessible. People are discovering now that, some people, there was a guy, I think this was in the East, he trained this boy up to university level and beyond, only to discover that he wasn't his son. So this is now something, this is a dark underbelly in the Nigerian space that is now being opened bit by bit, and it stinks to high heavens. Thomas.
Woman, is you are very right. I will tell you a story that I know that happened to someone. The man got a visa lottery, and the wife said, we are not going to the America. Back in the days that we have visa lottery in Nigeria, the man won the because he knows when they want to travel abroad, you have to do the DNA of the kids, the three kids, a boy and two girls. Do the DNA that you are the biological child of these kids before they can do all this documentation. Then you will be automatically a US citizen. And the lady said, I'm not traveling out. The man said, this is a golden opportunity we have been waiting for, changing our environment, changing our status, moving to a greener pasture, as so-called people normally said that the US is greener pasture. The lady said, I don't want to travel. The husband said, what is stopping you? And the husband said it in the group of friends that my wife doesn't want to travel. We won this visa lottery at the platter of gold. This is another step for us to move forward. And the one of the friends said, maybe you are not the father of the child. The man said, what are you saying? Even they fought in that club. That why will you say that I'm not the father of the child? He said, oh, something has happened somewhere. The wife is resisting to travel like this. The man insisted. The wife said no. And the man went at the back of the wife, took the three kids to the hospital, conduct the DNA, and he discovered that he has only one child out of the two kids. And it gets to the man, and the man said, let me do the same thing. Lo and behold, this man went at the back, took the three kids to DNA people, and they did the DNA. The man has only one out of the two kids. So yes, the man say, oh, that is why my wife don't want to travel abroad, because he know eventually the embassy, US embassy, they said they should connect, they should do a blood test to know that you are the biological child of these kids. So one man, and the statistics came out that if people decide to do DNA today in Nigeria, the home that will break, the fight that will happen in that country, it will be enormous, because some people,
some people estimate it as high as 40 to 45% bastardization in Nigeria. Yeah.
Hey,
but this is the thing, Rebecca, you're this kind of
woman, do you know somebody said somebody said you are not the father of your child until you do DNA, and I agree with that. I somewhat agree. You are not the father of your child until you do DNA, until we see. But some people, they are very identical to their father.
It will get to a point where at the point of birth, people will be doing that at the point of birth.
It happens in the US now, in the Western world. It happens so many in Western world. Even, now, people cheat around. But Nigeria, because we don't have that, and so many times we don't have the financial capability to do DNA. I said DNA now is close to almost 650 or 700,000 for one DNA. If I'm not wrong, I heard somebody said that in a platform. So
Thomas, with €50, $50, you can do DNA test. There is
that is in the Europe. Now I'm talking of
all over the world, my friend.
Even here in Ghana, it's less than $30.
I don't know about Ghana, but
so don't scare nobody. Anybody who have, if your child doesn't look like you, go and do it.
Yeah. Yes. So if people have the capacity, and even some people, they don't even want to know. Maybe they are the child. They are the
a lot of people just don't want to know. A lot of people know, but they don't want to know. A lot of people know, but they don't want to know.
But one man, where will they start from? People have been calling you Kabiru.
No, is all right. Is Baba. Is Baba. Is a Baba matter now. Is a Baba matter now.
They've been calling you Baba. All of a sudden, they just discovered that you are not the Baba again.
It's even better to keep it in a secret.
Yeah, they don't want to know now. Who wants to know that?
So, so one man, it happens everywhere. Remember the Kuti now?
Femi Kuti. Yeah.
Yes. So many people, they even know, they even suspect their wife. They know this child is not resemble me in any way, but they just want to move on in life. That if I open this cankerworm, this will really bastardize my family, and I don't want to leave my wife, and I don't want to traumatize the kid as well. Some people think if they do, they will traumatize the kids as well.
Because being a parent is it goes beyond a biological function now. It's an emotional connection. Is it that child that you've been changing nappies, keeping you awake, and then he or she is popping out of uni after you've changed nappies all those years, and then somebody is telling you are not the daddy? You don't want to hear that.
And you remember, woman, if that boy or a girl discovered that you are not the father, he will try to find his father. He will try to find the father. He will victimize the mother to know his father.
I don't know. That's an old narrative or some. So
one man is the truth. The truth.
No, I'm not saying it's not the truth. I'm saying it's an old narrative. The contemporaneous young person, they are more likely to go with the person that are that nursed them all the way. The person that's, especially if they love their father, they're just happy to accept. But thank you, Thomas. Let me unless you want to round off thoughts on that space.
Yes,
I don't want us to labor that space.
It's unfortunate, one man, and I think this will be a high opener for many people. People will start doing DNA now. People will start doing DNA of their kids, so that to know this is my kids, this is my biological child. Indeed, that is my submission, woman.
Although in some families they have such distinct features that you don't even need DNA.
I remember I said that.
Because I remember Nedunwoko, I was looking at him, the one that married Regina Daniels. God forgive me, but the child looks like, he's so ugly that he just has to look at the child. You just look at the child, there because
what man are you handsome?
One man, is your intention to make heaven?
What are you talking about?
Is it your intention to make heaven?
One man is a typical young man.
One man is right. One man is right because like my daughter have got my gap teeth, and then you look at the face of my mother, that's it. The face of my mother.
Like my son, for instance, he was born with we was born with 6 fingers, as was I. I was born with 6 fingers. So and he was born with 6 fingers. So and my father also was born with 6 fingers. So I think I'm all right. I think I'm all right. No. If you smack the bottom, if the cry is right, if the cry is not right, you give it back to the woman and say, go and find where you just smack the bottom. Just one smack on the bottom. If the cry is right, is right. If it's not right, go and find your.
Even the way the daughter Jesus Christ speak, the way they speak, the way she speak, the way she, the actions, they will know that, okay, hey, Tony, this is your daughter. Because I'm a kind of stubborn guy. My daughter is very stubborn also at school. Even, she can push like 11 people.
It doesn't imply. It doesn't imply. You can be stubborn, and your daughter will not be stubborn.
But some areas. Some areas in Yoruba land, those Ilaje area, those people that live on the river, on the sea, when they have, usually whenever they have a new baby, they will just wrap it and just go and drop it on top of that water. Yeah. Yes. If it drown, they said it's not their child, it's not their son. If it remain afloat on top of what they say, yes, this is our original son.
You are right, Goku.
That's barbaric, though. That's barbarism. So people should be arrested for that.
Some culture they have for generation to generation that work for them.
Abba, do you not think people should be arrested for that?
No, they will. No. It's just to know whether their child is really belong to them or for another father. They're not going to let the child die. They're not going to leave it to die. They just want to test. Once they leave it on water. If it drown, they say, "Oh no."
You can't be arrested, one man.
Yeah, that's not. That cannot be admitted. You see, if it just
look
like
Jaffa is already started attacking me. This guy.
It's just like one man. It's just like one man. It's just like giving birth to twins, and they say it's demonic, and they have to send them in those days.
Those are Igbo people now. You know what they're like now.
So you put somebody in there to go and drown the person. That doesn't show whether the person.
No. What are you? Why you want to attack other people's culture?
No,
I'm not their own way of checking. That's their own way of checking the DNA.
Are you anti-Igbo? Are you anti-Igbo? What are you doing now, Vin? Don't be anti-Igbo now.
Me? One man, are you referring to me?
Yes. Now no. You are attacking the Igbo culture. Don't do that now.
No, you see, but all those things that time they were doing it out of ignorance, and today now you cannot do that again. How can you? I have my twin, the twins, and you are telling me to send them to the Evo forest. Are you mad? That cannot be happening. It's not obtainable anymore. And nobody can do that.
And it was not just Igbo, it was Yoruba, Bini, Igbo together. They were doing
You
it.
can't do that. That is act of barbarism.
Okay,
It's
maybe it's
lack
less
of
of fame.
knowledge.
Maybe it's less of.
What do you mean by Yoruba? Yoruba doesn't do that. Tony, don't say that.
We've had this conversation.
Where did
It's
you,
not Yoruba culture.
We have
where did
we
you
have
hear?
male and female in my family. My mom, so my father, he has his.
Yeah, but you are Edo now. You are Edo, but
Yoruba doesn't kill twins. As a matter of fact,
in fact,
Yoruba
we
to
have
Yoruba
deity. We
is
have a
a
deity
blessing.
for we have a
They
deity
accept
for
it as a
twins now.
blessing. They
Yeah, that's what I'm
accept it
saying.
as
That's
a
what I'm
blessing.
saying. It's a blessing for us. But if the
Yeah.
people kill their people, I don't know.
All right.
Yeah, that is why I'm telling you that it is barbaric. It's barbaric, and it has been. Nobody will do that again. You do that to me, I will sue you.
That was back in the days. In the old days, it was all the Africans that did it. Yeah.
All right, we've gone to new territory now. So let's move from that territory to a different one. So Igbo youths beg Buhari to release Kanu. So it's just early today and later on now, it was Charlie Boy that actually sent this in. The Igbos are trying to leverage the Sunday Igboho narrative to try and push for the release of their son. So they are saying that I just released this guy now. It would douse the tension in the east, and it would just be in tandem with the releasing of Igboho. So let him go, and just so that you can live on a clean slate. So what are you making of this plea by the Igbos for their number one son?
Yes, woman. To start with, releasing Igboho doesn't. There's no tension in Yoruba land, even arresting Igboho at the first place. So releasing him doesn't douse any tension in the Yoruba land at all. But we are talking of in Abikano here. So if really, I'm just saying this. I've said it times without number. If Nigerian government has case against this guy, they should take it to court and let the court handle it once and for all. Because if they release him, and they say they are releasing him on bail, or they should release him outrightly pardon, because if they are connecting Igboho case to Nnamdi Kanu case, is total two different cases. Beninese holding Igboho, it doesn't have anything to do with Nigeria. Beninese is holding Igboho on their own discretion. So Igboho case is quite different from what is happening in Nigeria to Nnamdi Kanu.
No, it's not.
Sorry?
I disagree 100%. You see, if you want fairness and to come out in more society, this is demonic what Nigeria is doing to Nnamdi. Demonic. They should stop doing that.
Jake, what I'm telling you is Igboho case in Benin Republic is different from what is happening to Nnamdi Kanu. So if the IPOB or the Igbo space are begging for Buhari to release Nnamdi Kanu, I'm still asking the question, after the release, what will happen? Will he go back to his old ways, or he will turn a new leaf, or he will jettison the
that's a
narrative?
bit unfair. That's a bit unfair though, because those preconditions were not put in the way of Igboho's release.
Yes, woman. And I listened to the morning section. And me and Agbaje, we should take the glory now. We told Professor Ajale Koko that his release is conditional. But Professor Ajale Koko insists that it is not conditional.
So no. It was a breaking story then, and subsequently the details emerged. So that's not really. But no, if they are releasing Sunday Igboho, then they should release Nnamdi Kanu too. And I suspect that at the tail end of the Buhari administration, he will pardon that guy. I almost have the sense that he will.
But woman, why are you connecting Igboho case to Nnamdi Kanu?
Because they are both secessionists. They are both secessionist agitators.
But Nigeria is not holding Igboho.
Yeah, now. No, but the space that got them into trouble is the same. Nnamdi Kanu was agitating for a Biafran nation. Sunday Igboho for a Yoruba nation. So the space that they both occupied was the same, even though they were captured differently.
But woman, what I'm asking you now, if they release him, what is the way forward? Is he going to jettison
but
his shout, or he will continue with
but
that?
But they didn't put that preconditions to Sunday Igboho now.
Yes, I understand you, but Nigeria government will want to know that. What are we releasing you on? On what condition? Are you going to go back to UK and continue your agitation, or you going to jettison your agitation? That condition it has to be in play. That's what I'm trying to tell
Thomas,
you.
What's wrong for people to agitate for their own country? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with what?
People agitate for their own country. What's wrong with that? This problem happened with Nigeria government.
There's nothing wrong with it. It's how you go about it is the thing. If it's non-violent, then I don't think anybody can, hold you. It's part of because it's captured under your right to free expression. So if it's non-violent, then it's captured under your right to free speech that you want to leave the country for these reasons, so you can do that.
Charles?
Yeah.
All right.
One man silent you. So to me, if they want him to be released, if Nigerian government want to release him, they should just release him. They should release him, but the aftermath, the after effect of releasing him, that is what is bothering Nigerian government. That is what is bothering them. If we release this guy, what is going to happen after? Is he going to continue or stop the agitation? That is the question. That is the problem. That is what is cornering Nigerian government, so that they don't know what to do. Maybe to do away with him or still hold him. That is just my opinion to me, one man.
All right, thank you, Thomas. So, Thomas, let's go on from you and let's go on to Ajanle Koko. And to Ajanle Koko, we go to the Senate, who completely just cast aside that court judgment that the PDP got, because they were trying to put an insertion and amendment in the newly passed electoral bill, which the PDP was challenging, because once Buhari signs that that bill, it becomes a valid law. So you cannot just willy-nilly change it without following due process. But it looks as though they're about to do that. That was challenged by the PDP in court. This time, Justice Yangekwo. So he gave the judgment that they should hold position until cases are presented. But what's his name? Ahmed Lawan, he cast the court judgment aside, hiding under the doctrine of separations of power and telling them essentially that the judiciary cannot tell the Senate what to do. So what are you then making of the positioning of the rubber stamp Senate President, Ahmed Lawan?
Yes, describing well, rubber stamp Senate President. Rubber stamp Senate President that what he knows to do best is to pass every loan request that Buhari put before the Senate. He will let that one go quick. But what he is trying to do here, or what he is showing here is nothing but illegality, that he's not going to obey the court judgment or court ruling or whatsoever. I believe he knows better than that, but this is the arrogant of power that these people demonstrate all the time. We know that. Hold on, my speaker is having problem here. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better. Yeah. Carry on. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Yeah. You are audible.
Okay. we know that every organ of government have their own function. And the function of the legislator is very clear. They can make law, and it is the job of the judiciary to interpret the law. And sometimes, if the law is has some challenges in it, the judiciary can amend it or correct it better based on what is presented to him by those that are challenging the provision of the law. So he knows better, but because what APC represent is nothing but fraud, and they are fraudulent, and they demonstrate it all the time between the Senate or between the Congress and the president. Before they even signed this law, they had the front and back of this bill between the president and the Senate for 5 times. 5 times before the president finally signed it into law. And at the point of signing it into law, when he was signing this bill into law, he was saying, the president was saying that, he then requested that some part of it should be changed again when he's signing it into law. What was he looking at? Why was the reason of forth and back and pushing all these things between each other before that time? Why can't they correct that thing he was requesting for them to change when he, at the point of signing it into law? So this shows that they don't represent the people well. All they are doing is, whatever they can do to work well for them and not for the people. See the women's the women's request, or how did I say it? The bill for that the women were
affirmative action.
Affirmative, yes, thank you. Look at the way they easily rejected it.
I say they are just bunch of clueless, people gathered together there for their own selfish interests.
Look at the way they easily rejected it. Look at the way they easily rejected the solution to the insecurity of the country, which is local police, the setting up of local police. If you have local police across the country, we put an end to insecurity in that country, because every crime is local, and people at the local level that knows those that are criminal in their local government, and they know where they live, and they know how they can pursue them, and they know how to tackle the problem. So they rejected it. Look at the way they rejected restructuring. They don't even want restructuring. So are these the people that are going to solve your problem? No, they will never solve your problem. So this is what this party represent. And what they want to do is to show us that they are doing something good. We have do some amendment, and they will go behind and change it just the way the military did, by imposing on us a constitution that we, the people, never sat down to write. And they call it that we, the people, write the constitution. So this is what APC represent and PDP for standing up to challenge them at the law court are doing the right thing. That nothing after the signing into law, nothing can be changed by the House or the Congress again, because
it's just the speed at which they are changing it as well. Of all of the things that they need to do urgently, is that the most urgent? They are saying if somebody wants to seek elective office, he has to resign his appointment, his government appointment. And that seems to me making infinite sense. So what is the nonsense in that they have to repeal it? How does that? It's just and out of all of the things that the Senate has to do urgently, the state police that is on their table since 10 years, all of these things, is that the priority? Is that and immediate? They've done the first reading and the second reading, and then it passes.
Yes. So PDP is we have to commend them at least for standing up to defend that what we have amended that have been approved into law by the president is what should stay, no more, no less. So any adjustment on what we have on the ground now is nothing but fraud. Because any other thing can be amended inside it. Any other thing can be changed that will favor politicians. So we have to keep
we're losing you somewhat again, Ajanle Koko.
Oh, okay. 1 minute. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, much better.
Okay, so PDP has done the right thing to stand up against them, stand up against their fraudulent act, and that is what APC represent. They just want to run that space, juggle the law to their favor, just only for them, just only for the politician, not for the people, not for the country. So, but some people haven't got it yet, but we that got it will continue to speak against them.
All right, thank you, Ajanle Koko. So, Ajanle Koko, let me take you back to where we left off just earlier on in the earlier session. So we were saying in the earlier session that PDP should move very quickly to submit names to the INEC, and of course, the sense in that they saw it, they've moved quickly, they've submitted names to INEC, but then INEC are saying they are waiting for a certified true copy of that judgment in order to make the decision on what they are going to do. But the Ebonyi state Governor David UMAHI now, we cannot call him the Ebonyi State governor anymore because we don't even know that he is.
You don't want that guy to hear you.
I'm a law-abiding person now. That guy has been
cursing people. I sent a video to you. He was cursing that judge very, very bad. He was cursing him. He was. He said
the judgment was procured. So procured or not, that's the judgment. They've asked you to leave.
Did you get that video?
No, I didn't get it. I've not gotten yet anything, but maybe resend it. He is saying that he's going to defy it, but he's not yet make moves to appeal it. But PDP have submitted names to INEC, deputy and governor and deputy, and they further requested that the 17 lawmakers that crossed over to the APC, that they should also be recalled, and the by-election hard for that. So, and INEC are saying they're just waiting for a certified true copy to make decisions. But this guy is remaining defiant, saying that he's going to just ignore the court ruling. But as soon as INEC gets that true copy, which I'm sure first thing tomorrow morning, a PDP chairman will be at their door with that true copy. As soon as they get that, they'll be forced to act on it, and they will withdraw this guy's certificate of return. Before the end of this week, we could have a new governor in Ebonyi State. Ajanle Koko.
Yeah, one man, you see, he's just bragging. He's just that one of those things that we know with them, the respect to the rule of law, because they see themselves as God. They see themselves as the authority and constituted authority, and they can do whatever they like. They can disobey the law, and they can get away with it because we have a country that we have a country that empower criminals to govern the people, and with the fraudulent constitution to protect them while in office. You know, they have immunity. When they are in office, they have immunity. They can steal, they can loot, they can bankrupt the state. As long as they are in office, nothing can happen to them. That is the constitution you have. The constitution, a fraudulent constitution that protect criminals in power, that, you know, give them to live, to remain in power and bankrupt and loot and do whatever they like. So that thing, that power will not let them regard any law or whatsoever. But the moment that INEC called him and tell him to vacate office or to submit his certificate of certificate of recognition. I don't know what they call it.
Of return.
Certificate of return. The moment INEC got that judgment from the court, and they send a letter to him and ask him to submit their certificate of return to them, that is the end of the game. He will have no other choice. He will have to quit the office, because at that moment, his certification will be revoked and he won't be recognized as authentic representative of the people. So he is bragging now, but I wish that judgment, the copy of that judgment, will be sent to INEC as
well.
PDP
has no other job other than to knock on that. First person at that court on tomorrow will be PDP.
Yes.
So give us a certified true copy. Yeah. And as they are opening the doors in the office in INEC, the PDP is there with them coming into the office. Here is the certified true copy. And then they will go into the media. They will go there with media and say, we've given them the certified true copy. Before the end of this week, this guy could be out of office. He thinks it's a joke. He thinks it's Buhari that he can just make up his own laws.
But just... Can I say something, please? But you know, if he appeals today, that judgment doesn't hold again. Do you know
but he has not appealed, is the thing. They said that he has not indicated that he's appealing. So he'll be wise to move quickly to appeal. So that,
he should. I think he has 30 days to appeal or so. Yeah.
Well, unless the thing gets actioned quicker, we'll see how it goes. But I don't know the laws. Maybe you are right. Go on.
But in that judgment, I think the judgment specifically stated that he has to vacate office
immediately. Yes.
And another person must replace him via INEC, and PDP have to send name to INEC, you know, who they want to occupy that office. So they have
already sent names.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, we read out the names. Let's hear Dave Umahi's response, courtesy of Ajanle Koko. This is him. Yeah, I got it.
There is no constitutional provision for any hatchet man to remove a governor. There are three ways whereby a governor can vacate his seat is either
one man.
They kick you out.
One man has been kicked out.
One man is also lost.
This is
When
you talk about
have they rule against you too?
He will come back now. You know, sometimes the system.
The court has sacked him also.
when you talk too much about Nigerian politics,
there is no constitutional provision for any hatchet man to remove a governor.
Can you see what they call
There are three
hatchet man
ways whereby a governor can vacate his seat. It's either by death, resignation, or impeachment by the House of Assembly. There is no any other constitutional provision that empowers a hatchet man to turn the Constitution and the law upside down. I've listened to the judgment of EBO, and it's very obvious that he was on a mission. He was making all efforts to upturn the rulings of the Supreme Court and appeal courts on issues like this. We have had the rumors before now that he was determined to give judgment against all known laws and the Constitution. First.
All right, the guy, it goes on and on. It's just a total nonsense. He's saying only death or impeachment, or how was Emeka Ihedioza removed? Was it not via court judgment? How did Hope Uzodinma become governor? Was it not via? So nobody can sit there now. Just sit there and wait. Wait now.
I wish you can play everything. He was causing. You see the way he was calling the judge.
Hatchet man.
He went further to cause him more than that.
All right. Let's hear more of it. Yeah.
That's CPC to embarrass the federal government. For me, I do not feel worried, but I feel so sorry for the judiciary. The executives may have problems, the legislature may have problems, but the moment justice could be purchased, then we are in trouble in this country. And the ruling this afternoon is a clear evidence that this country is in trouble.
When it does not
let me tell you that this same judge has over 10 cases against Ebonyi State government with him. And you can imagine what is going to rule. We have petitioned him to NJC, and we will follow it up at all costs to ensure that this man is brought to justice.
It's calling judge, this man.
It is null and void. There is a substituting judgment in Zamfara State, and there is also a judgment in Ebonyi State. So we've chosen the one to obey. We will not obey his ruling. We will obey the ruling of a competent court of equal level that says you cannot sue a governor. The sections of the Constitution are very clear. No civil or criminal proceedings could be brought against a sitting governor. This is not a pre-election matter. This is not a tribunal matter. And so he has murdered justice in this country, and he will be remembered and his generation for this jungle justice, which has nothing, no leg to stand. I'm still the governor of Ebonyi State, and he has no powers to remove me. But let me say to the nation that there is a need to look at the integrity of our judiciary, because if the judiciary begins to rule against constitutional matters that are well laid down, then the citizens of this country may decide not to obey such, jungle justice. This is very important. He thought he has embarrassed me, but he has not, because I already have, a judgment in my favor, and he has no powers to remove this me that was brought by the hands of God. So I want you to relax, and I just finished my discussion with ASU, and my office is still my office. He's wasting his bloody time.
It's his bloody time.
I believe strongly that it was influenced, and we have no confidence in all the cases of the Ebonyi State government that is handling, and we are asking the chief judge of the Federal High Court to transfer all the cases unless himself has interest against Ebonyi State government and against the federal government. Otherwise, he should transfer all these cases back to Ebonyi. Let me also tell you that this particular case was instituted by the PDP here in Ebonyi State, in Abuja, and then we applied to the CJ of the Federal High Court, and he graciously transferred the case to Ebonyi State. Without a notification to us or our knowledge, they say that they had withdrawn the case, from Ebonyi. Who transferred the case back to the CJ of the Federal High Court? And why is it that the CJ of the Federal High Court failed to transfer the case that they referred, back to?
All right, I think we get the gist of what he's saying. It's just filibustering, but just stay there, because the court has directed, PDP has acted. INEC says they are waiting for a copy of that judgment, but he can sit there and continue to have his press conference
and be bragging.
And be bragging.
But don't you see Etanu from the judge? We can't rule that out.
How is it Etanu?
You see what I'm saying? From the judge.
Yeah, but Etanu, by the way, means vindictiveness. So how is it vindictiveness by the judge?
No, what I mean is claiming now that the judge is always against.
Yeah, but that's a come on,
because
man.
Because you rule against him, right?
Now.
Yeah, no, it's personalizing it now. That's the usual language now.
For
because
me,
the case does not favor
one man, let me make this statement. That brought us to what I said earlier on, that nobody has ever won a court case.
No. Don't worry about all that.
To another party.
No, it's fine. Let's hear from Ajaleko. Ajaleko, go back to you.
So, I hope that the like you said, woman, that PDP will push the court to send the judgment to INEC as quick as possible, and INEC should act accordingly and then take him down. Another person should occupy that seat. What he did is a robbery against PDP, because PDP was the vehicle that drove you around and took you to victory. It was on the platform of victory and of PDP that it got to power. So when you got to power and then you want to abandon PDP and put PDP in disarray, and then
we need this judgment to hold, to start to sanitize that political space, because it's just too wild and it's too free and easy at the moment. We need this judgment to hold.
We have to bring it to an end so that we can have sanity in the political process and political space in Nigeria. It is it's a total abandonment of PDP. PDP did everything for you to get you to power, and now you run away. Because why? Do you know why some of these people will jump from one party to the other? When they see that people in that party have started to complain about them, and they see that the next election is not sure for them. It's not sure for them to get the candidacy of the party again at the next election. So what they will do is to move to another party. So that is what he did, and it was a robbery against the people, against PDP, and against the people, majority of the people in that state that voted for PDP. So, yeah.
You know who's next?
Who?
Matawale is next.
Matawale, yes.
Which state is
Zamfara.
that?
Zamfara. Right?
Did he cross too?
He crossed.
Everybody's in trouble. Everybody. This is why we wanted to get to the Supreme Court quickly, because as soon as it gets to the Supreme Court, then everybody's in trouble.
In fact, let me just interrupt you a little bit. In fact, his deputy was illegally removed until they had to use the state, even though we know they use the state legislator, their House of Representatives to do that, but it was illegal because when he crossed carpet to PDP, to APC, the deputy said no, he's still going to stay with PDP. That brought a lot of friction between them. I think the guy was able to secure some kind of court injunction against them, restraining them from removing him. But somehow, I don't know, they bypassed it again, and then they were able to remove him. The guy reluctantly left the office. So he said until he left that office that he's going to remain a PDP man, he's not going to cross carpet. So with this one that is happening to this man now, this is Tribert now, this David UMAHI, I think he's going to set a precedent that they can remove Matawale too. If they are done with this guy, I think he's going to be the next person. The case of this guy's case in Kogi State is another precedent too, because if you look at it, when this man won the election, he died. His deputy was supposed to take over from him, but somehow they were able to manipulate the law. They said it was he ran on the platform of APCs, not the individual. So you see, Nigeria is a case study. I mean, it's a messed up place. People just
Governor Ayade, rational mind. Governor Ayade of Cross River State also, bastard, the man. He also won under PDP and the cross carpet.
I'm sure Ayade will face the same music too. So you see, the thing is, they need to use the legal system to set things straight in that country. But I know sometimes they can always manipulate the legal system to make a nonsense of the law too. But with this, what happened now that they've said it is APC. I mean, he won on PDP ticket. And that is what they said in the case of this man too, Kogi State Governor, that it is not about the candidate, it's about the party. So the person who comes second in the primary should be the one to take over, not the deputy, which is that guy that is now in Senate. So you see, that country is just a mess. It's a mess.
Nigeria is indeed a mess. It's a mess.
It's a mess.
A lot of them. There are a lot of them. Like you mentioned, the one of Zamfara, the one of Cross River, and which other one? A lot of them like that. They just cross carpet when they rode on the platform of PDP to power, and then they will switch to APC because they're trying to. They are facing some problem within the party. People are agitating hard against their misgovernance, and because of that, they will switch to another party because they know when they are in APC, they can easily return to power because their
sins are forgiven.
Their sins are forgiven, and they can use the federal might, to fraudulently return them to power. That is the reason. So, but I wish this matter can move further than this, go all the way up to the Supreme Court, and Supreme Court will confirm it, and that will be a precedence in in our we serve as a deterrent to others that's looking to jump from one party to the other, particularly governors from one party to the other. We serve as deterrent to them, and we serve as the precedent as well, to deter them from jumping from one party to the other. So that's my take on that. One man.
All right, thank you, Adanle Koko. So, Adanle Koko, Senator Adeleke Now he gets the ticket again for Osun State. But I don't know if you recall what happened to him the last time when they were chasing him around for his school start. He won that election, but they did him out of it. But he goes again up against Tinubu's cousin. So how do you think he's going to fare this time around, Davido's uncle?
Adeleke is a strong politician in Osun State. PDP as a party is strongly rooted in Osun State. And as a matter of fact, they won the last election, but it was rigged in favor of APC. That's why we have the APC controlling that state now. But Adeleke, is he the right person for the job? I don't know. I don't think he's the right person, because the last time he presented a fraudulent certificate, school certificate that it was questioned. They discovered that maybe he didn't even sat for the certificate he presented. So he has this baggage around on his head, and I don't know how he's going to manage it this time around. So, but
Osun State has always been an Adeleke state now.
The structure of the party in that state, because his older brother, who was Sherubawon, who was popularly called Sherubawon. Jawolaya, Sheruba. He inherited that structure from his brother. And
is his brother the father of Davido?
No. His brother is uncle to Davido's. Davido's father. Yeah. So and since then he has been the driver of the structure, and there's no other person in PDP that can compete with him and defeat him. So, but is he the right person for the job?
Of all of the ridiculous politicians we have in Nigeria, is that guy, does he stand alone as the most ridiculous? Is he more ridiculous than the Nomilaye, that guy?
That is ridiculous to me, because I don't know why you cannot give up that position for somebody. I don't know why you cannot sit down as the kingmaker, sponsor somebody, and not jeopardize the interest of the party, because they will still use this certificate problem against him. So what he has done to correct it now is what we don't know. Maybe he has perfected something.
No, I think it's going to uni in between, because I could recall that he was doing some university something or the other.
Oh, okay. So we hope that he has perfected something. But if he had not, it's going to be, to me, it looks like it's just embarking on a suicide mission, and it's just embarking on a fruitless effort, because at the end of the day, if he won the election, they will come out against him and use that certificate problem against him and take him down. So, but
I think that has been resolved, though. I think that has been resolved, kind of. There's this channels debate that I had between him. Is one of his special aid to him, and one other person from the PDP that were challenging him, that they don't want him. And so I think there was a way they said, I think he explained it, the guy, that is, if what he explained is to go by, maybe then I don't think there should be an issue. They said it's just the discrepancies in his name. There's a name he used, something Adeleke something, and then another one is another one. There's an omission of that name, not used, and so. But I think they said he has reconciled everything now, because I have a friend here in America who goes to Atlanta, where they have their kind of like a family house, the Adeleke's house here in America. They are very close, but they're close to him. Even the guy is in Nigeria right now. So he told me that he went back to school.
I think I read that somewhere as well.
Isiaka went back to school. I think he acquired. I don't think it's kind of like a fast track. A fast track kind of
some diploma of some sort.
So,
all right. For the people who noticed some hesitancy and concern in Ajanle Koko's voice. So those of you who noticed her hesitancy and her concern in Ajanle Koko's voice, here is why you heard that. This is why Ajanle Koko was a bit concerned. So this is the guy that wants to be the next governor of Osun State. Or this guy, the one in the this is him. So you can
I like that guy. I like his dancing move, man. That guy can dance, man.
Look at that.
I love it.
And they will win, if in a fair election, because that state belongs to his family.
Yeah.
Is a symbol of a typical Yoruba man.
Look at that. This is the governor, Mr. Governor. This is not a governor. This is a gomino. This is a gomino than a governor. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my God. My goodness me.
You say Buhari is boring. This is what you mean.
He's even dancing ballet. He's dancing ballet.
There was a bit of Bobrisky to that dancing. There was a bit of Bobrisky to that dancing.
Then you get yourself a dancing senator. You'll be a senator.
If you're wondering why Ajanle Koko was a bit concerned, that is it. So that's a good. Yeah, look at that. Even Kirawe did this spin. Look at that. Oh God.
That guy, I like his dancing move, man.
My God, man.
He
even with his big body, he can carry that body well. That big body, he still carry it well and dance well with it. It's a good guy.
He's appealing to the slave queens.
They'll
join Davido in casting their votes. That's it.
But
that's the DNA. Sorry.
No, go on, Tony. Go on.
That was the DNA that you was talking about, earlier on. So no wonder it's from Adeleke family. You see, like Davido, you have to look like the uncle. You see, the DNA you were talking about. Yeah. The family connection, the family gene,
The family gene, yeah. I like him, man. He can dance. He's
good as a comedian, but would you want him to be your state governor?
That's a Miliki governor.
Miliki governor. That's not that's a gomino now. That's a gomino.
You see, I was a good name for her. Miliki governor.
Oh, I'm there. Back in the day.
Just play. Just when you want to see him dance, just play Ejekaju leso Jeleke Ejelajo leso.
Oh my God! It's unbelievable, but this is where we are in Nigeria. So yes, it's in the most ridiculous.
Oyetola will beat him hands down. Second time. Let's mark it. We will be here. God will spare our life. He's not going anywhere.
I'm not sure that Oyetola is popular in that Osun State, I don't think he is.
But he's a governor, one man. They will use the incumbent power. Incumbent power is there, isn't it?
Yeah. They defeated constitutional power in your state. They defeated the constitutional authority. Abi? Was it not defeated? So what are you saying? Anybody can be defeated anytime now.
If they don't reconcile with this guy, Minister of Interior, Rauf
Aregbesola,
I think that will be for them. Because there are some Rauf Aregbesola's people in Osun State that are very bitter. They are bitter with what happened. And that's primary, and they're just bitter. So, except they reconcile with them, which I don't think Tinubu wants to do that. If he doesn't do that, he's going to shoot himself in the foot.
So, no, I think they're already making moves. It's sustainable to reconcile. One, to hold on to that Osun State, and two, to use Aregbesola for its presidential thrust. But Ajanle Koko, let me move you on to another storyline, a sadder storyline. This young lady now, I'm not sure if you've been following. Is it Bamishe? That's how I'm pronouncing her name. Are you following the story of this young lady that entered a bus, a government bus, in Lagos State? And that was the last they saw of her until they found her in a ditch, completely gone. Are you following the story of that young lady and then the spill-off dramas that is emerging from it? The family were saying the body was harvested for parts. The police are saying the body is intact. The bus driver was telling us that some people came onto the bus and abducted her, but then he had said to the police prior that he took advantage of her and panicked and did away with her. So all of that space ends in a tragedy. Of course, the girl is gone. But what are you making of that space, Ajale Koko?
I didn't follow it quite well, but what I saw this today was the governor of Lagos State saying that they're gonna follow this thing to the conclusive end, and then they will do justice. And the guy has been arrested. He said they follow him to outside state to arrest him, and he assured people that they will do justice. That's what I know, but the details of it, I didn't know much, about it.
All right,
what actually saved that girl? How they were able to know that it was BRT that did that criminal action against her was that while that information, while that guy was doing his criminality, I think the lady was able to send some information to the family. He sent some information about what happened quickly before she was terminated. And that was what the family followed down and traced that vehicle and make a loud noise before they, went after that guy and arrested him.
One of the takeouts of that narrative is that there are actually no CCTVs on those BRT buses. This is the thing. So this is something they have to address.
Yeah. They have to address that
immediately. I think they've taken them off the streets temporarily.
I think there are three things they can do. Let me just quickly say this, just in case anybody is hearing, any government official. There are three things which you have already mentioned it. CCTV camera inside the bus. And you see, like here and other countries I've been to, even in Canada, is that what they do is that they will put where the driver sits down, it's the glasses are all, I think it's bulletproof. It's bulletproof. And so there's a way they can quickly notify. And then another thing again is that they have transit police. Every city has transit police, whereby the police, they are armed, they are ready.
Don't worry, they don't have state police. They're asking for. Yeah, so, this is it. We keep telling you that Nigeria is not America now. They don't have state police. You're asking for transit police.
They can do it. Even though they don't have state police, they can have some kind of security whereby they will track. I mean, the detention is they have to track those buses. They'll put tracker on them. If it's going out of route, they have a monitoring system whereby they can monitor all their buses. And then if it's going down to the track, they can know. They can, because sometimes they cannot really push the button because they have guns to their head. So these are the three things they can do. Because you see, Lagos is a mega city, and the way it is now, the crime rate is going to be high now with this whole thing that they're doing now with the buses now. I've seen that even had cases where they entered into buses and they obtained everybody. Thieves, they obtained everybody in that bus, in the BRT bus.
You would have thought though that a government bus will be more secure than
of course.
Because
more safe for people to use and to transport from one place to the other. But this guy has brought shame to Lagos State, and a lot of people will be scared of using BRT now, particularly in the late hour.
I want to ask you a question, please, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
You see, that BRT buses, I think it cannot carry that. It's meant to carry more passengers. More passengers. Was she the only passenger in that BRT bus that gave room for this murderous activity to go on against her?
Vin, can I explain that?
No. I have the video. I have the video with me. I have the video. Thomas, hold on. Thomas, hold on. The guy sent a video. The guy sent a video. There were about six men in the bus. Hold on. There were 6 men in the bus, and then they get to the picture of the driver and sent to the sister. But he said that don't publicize it because I will be ashamed if it's if they do not do me any harm. So there was a lot of people in the bus, about 6 of them. Then plus the driver, that is 5, 5 plus the driver. Then she sent out the video that in case anything happened to me because she was already scared. It was around 7 o'clock in the evening from Ajah. She took this bus in in Ajah, and then so was to exchange at Oshodi before this shit happened. So then she took all the recordings and sent to the sister.
Yeah, that girl is a very smart lady that she can quickly do some recording and send the information. If she had not done that, it would have just been declared missing.
Nobody will find out.
Yeah, nobody will find. But Lagos State have some job to do. They need to install CCTV in their buses so that people can,
it just always jars when you hear things like this. It's so needless. The girl is 22, which makes it not that anybody is deserving. A very pretty girl, very young. 7 o'clock. It's 7 p.m. now. A danger time. It's not 10 p.m. or 7. It's just getting dark. It's 7 p.m. now. A danger time for a young female on the streets of Lagos. Is that now a danger time?
I mean, it's just. Well, Lagos State have it's a bad thing. It's a bad thing that happened.
That's what the woman has been saying. That when you move from a bus stop to another bus stop in Lagos, are you going to be civilized?
Yeah, where is he go down today? Yeah, go on.
Let me ask guys. Let me ask Woman a question. Woman, besides coming on your platform here to talk about issues about Nigeria, are we not here also to provide possible solution to the country problem?
Yes.
Are you still smarting from me saying that Nigeria is not America? Nigeria is not America now. You want them to be putting police on buses.
Oftentimes when not just me, I've noticed that with some other people too. When we try to profile something, maybe it's out of the ordinary. You just like Nigeria is a third world country, and then you start this narrative of whatever you always push around here. So, but then I think like that it makes me wonder sometimes, why are we here? Yes, not for us to discuss and to prepare.
No, we are speaking to realism now. When you are saying Nigeria should be like America,
you not done elsewhere.
Wama, we have to change. These other people are not born with double heads. We are born with single head, like the Americans, like the Indians. Like in India, if a girl is being raped, then the camera will capture this group. It was right from the bus stop. There are cameras. As
Do you know that the rape culture in India is the worst? Is worse than South Africa, which is
I know.
So what are you talking about? But
well, so what Adelikoko said and what I said by installing camera, is it far-fetched?
No, I said that.
You said that. Okay, fine. You said that.
So we all said that to put CCTV cameras, and I even said they took it off the thing. And I also suggested that they should reinforce the driver's coach. So it's a protected space which gives the driver the opportunity to act for his own security and for the security of the passengers. And that's fine. But then you are saying they should start putting police officers or carrying guns on the buses.
If they can't put,
is that not excessive? So that's what I'm. But I disagree with that. But that's not to say you can think it, but I can disagree. It's a conversation.
I accept you can disagree on that. It's just sometimes when you kind of like throw people off, like you're just pushing up, like it's nothing. Is what you're saying is just
when I'm pushing it sometimes when I think you are going to label some point that is plural or jeune, and I know that it is a plural.
Let me do some stuff. Let me do some stuff. What happened today?
Tony, don't start. Okay. Let me. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí ó tà, let's put it that way. Ọ̀rọ̀ tí ó tà is plural transition, and we know we're under pressure for time. So I know. So when I'm doing that, sometimes it's essentially just trying to manage the time. Because every conversational slot, I always say it in time. So when somebody comes in and says this, then I know that's a 5-10 minute space, that's a 15-minute space, managing the space. So when you go around, we want to start carrying guns on buses. You know, I just know we just go around some composted something for another 20 minutes.
One man, he was giving options. He was giving options.
What I'm saying
Things
is,
that can be done.
All right. So now you see we are under space now for another. You know.
Okay, let me let you guys continue.
But it's worth it, woman. Thank you, Sean. Sorry, thank you very much. It's worth it.
Sean, Yoruba, the Yoruba version of Sean, Oshe Lao Lao.
But we have to wait for Lagos State government and see what they are going to do. The case is with the police. The police, they've arrested the guy. The guy is in custody. He has confessed. And we want to see the outcome of what they are going to institute against this guy in law court. And then the Lagos State, on their own part, should take some monitoring measure by installing CCTV and other measures that can protect people and make people feel secure while traveling within the city with their CCTV. I mean, their reality boss. It's just unfortunate. It's sad. And that family, I wish Falana can take up that case to shake Lagos State. Lagos State have to pay heavily for this. They have to pay billions for the family as compensation. It mustn't be million. It has to be billions of naira. Because that young girl to just go like that, 22 to just be killed by their driver in Lagos State bus.
But the driver said he doesn't know anything about it now.
He knows. He's lying. He has confessed. He's saying different things. He confessed that I know about it. I was afraid. He's involved. You know, it's just they will get it.
He said he had gone to his head. He said he has gone to his head. They put gun to his head and they asked him to continue driving, and he drove outside his own route, and then he went as far as the Third Milan Bridge or whatever bridge he said he went to, and then that was what they did. And they took the girl down, and then I don't know. He said he doesn't know what they were doing to the girl.
Okay, but what happened? Did you report? Did you report immediately after the incident?
That's the problem. He said he did.
So he's involved. It's just like, look, you know the way people lie now. You know, Nigeria can lie easily. When they lie, they thought that people doesn't have senses in their head. They can just say something. They think other people doesn't have senses. Other people will just accept it the way they said it. But it is clear evidence that he is lying, and we pay dearly for it. And Lagos State will pay dearly for it as well. For the family. Yeah.
Another thing is there is something I would like to say. You see, this case, my brother, just hold on. You will come in after me, right? I beg you. You see, what I'm trying to say here is this guy has given conflicting, statements about the incidents. I hope this case will not go like the Baba Frayos.
Which Baba Frayo you talk? I hope you are not talking about my uncle, Baba Frayo from Ajegule.
That's the Bola Ige issue during Obasanjo's time. You know, he gave conflicting. What do they call it? Confessions. And I think that case went down. Nobody knows the head and tail of that case till today. This one now is giving conflicting reports concerning what happened. Nobody knows how this case will go. It's a pity. Most of these things is happening just like this way in Nigeria.
All right, let's hear from the guy.
Yeah. What I wanted
hold on. Let's hear from the man named. Hold on.
The criminal.
She forced herself out of the battle. She was crying for her, and everything was recorded. So, because of dirty act I've done, as to be there, I'm afraid. And I don't tell my friend, because when I was working in business, when I never attended.
It's not too clear, one man.
When she threw out of the, just left her there and ran away. Which I was afraid and submitted.
No, you are not saying the truth. You don't talk to story now. You say you zoomed up. You are not saying the truth.
He's a liar. He's a liar. Okay, if you can say what you want to say.
This man is not under duress? Because his story is, you understand what I mean? Because the one he gives.
How can it be under duress? And it's all Logun State, Osun State,
No, Abeokuta.
So that was the guy when he was first apprehended by the police, and the people speaking to him were the police officers. So what he was saying, it was quite faint, so you couldn't quite, maybe you picked it up or not. But he was saying, I did something, I did a dirty thing to her. That was what he was saying. So that was at the first instance of capture by the police. But then when he then got to the TV studios and then he came up with a different narrative about these hooded men that were wielding guns. So yeah, but he did it.
We can't say that, one man.
So meaning that maybe there were possibly no other guys there, no other men there, just him and
no, he made up that story subsequently, but at the first contact, he narrated what he did to the police.
Because I've seen other videos of this same guy while he was still dressed in their buses drivers. And he said something about he had gun pointed at him, and there were all these other guys in the bus with him. And he spoke so calm, and I was trying to even watch his body language. It's like he could not even give anything, like you could not even tell maybe he was lying per se. But now that I'm seeing this other video now, it's making me wonder. He said the DSS. He said the DSS.
Why did he go? Why did he go to police? Why did he go to police? After the whole incident?
They asked him that question too. He could not answer that question they asked him. He said he was afraid for his life. That was why he ran away.
So the guy was scared. They get to the video of this, of the driver, because he was suspecting them. He was suspecting them and took the video of everybody.
Forensic and autopsy will prove anything, because if he raped the girl.
No, be mindful of the language, please.
I mean, you people are using the word here now.
No, so, okay, thank you. So let's all right, thank you. But let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat. It says so this first super chat was to the Dave UMAHI clip that we played, and Alexander was just noting how cocky he sounded. But this other super chat confuses me somewhat. So this is Alexander super chatting. It says, one man, when you go off screen, you disrupt the flow of contributors somewhat. It is becoming the norm now. Please look into it. So I don't quite understand what Alexander meant there, but what does that mean, engineer? What does that mean?
He's concerned about when you go off screen to eat or to do something and somebody is in the middle of a conversation and that person had his point. Most of the time, he's waiting for you to say something, but you are not on the screen. It's not. Doesn't.
So I believe that there are about 9 of us now, so I expect the conversation to just naturally. Yeah, I'm always trying to stop you guys from interjecting now. So when I'm not even on the screen, is that not the time for? But
that's the right way to deal with it. If you are not
it might also be that Ajanikogo was going off and on. Ajanikogo was going off and on.
No, it does happen. I think it happened at a point where, but maybe I'm speaking and you went off screen to drink water, to eat or anything, and I ended.
I usually just go off screen to puff my or something, because I don't think it's a good look on the screen to be puffing.
But if I had my point at that time when you are not on screen, most of the time kind of like pause to see any reaction, and it takes a few seconds for people to know, and before they start throwing. I think the best way to tackle that is that anytime you're not on screen and anybody stops, somebody can just tip in, ask a question, contribute something or anything, just to keep the.
I thought that happened organically anyway, but
we don't fear now. People don't fear. I took just coming like that now.
No. I don't think that.
Look. Hold on. I don't think you can say that, Tony. The only thing I try to manage is the flow of the conversation and people not to interject when you have several voices all at once, and to be consistent with the conversation. That's the only thing I ask. I don't think I stop anybody from saying anything unless it's out of tune or there are too many voices. So I think it's a bit unfair to say that. But Ajale Koko, round of your thoughts and I'll go on to Ovie.
Okay, so I think my conclusion is that a strong lawyer need to take up this case for the family of this girl that was brutally killed. Take up a very strong case against Lagos State because that guy did it in the property of Lagos State. He used the property of Lagos State to kill that lady. So it is Lagos State that did not put in place a monitoring measure in place to protect
But
everybody
Ajale
in
Coco,
that.
don't
So
you think your conclusion is not good? We
what are you
never know
talking
that
about?
he killed the lady.
What are you saying about? He killed
You are
the
concluding.
lady.
Don't conclude.
Why
Don't
won't I call
conclude
you?
that
Just
he killed.
hear the conflicting statement this guy is saying. You can hear different story that this guy is
No,
saying, and
I'm
that's
just
enough.
saying, don't let us conclude that he did it.
Look,
Don't let us
whether okay,
conclude.
what I'm saying, okay, well, you might not conclude, but I have concluded that this guy is lying and is responsible for the killing, and Lagos State should be held responsible as well, and a big compensation should be paid to the family of that lady. Yes.
Don't you
Yeah.
think Nigerian government needs to stop this media trial and allow before they can interrogate a suspect, allow his lawyer to be there before they can, because if they start saying this, because I've seen many videos now. I think this is about the third one I'm seeing now, where it's being interviewed and then they're recording it, and then we have different. This guy can use this against the government in court. That he was under duress.
It's Nigeria now, not America. What are you talking about?
Hello, can I interject, please?
Yeah, come in, Ife. Yeah.
Yeah. I've been hearing everybody's comments about this issue. One thing we need to understand is we need to speak according to where we come from our space, even though we know we are here. People that engage in this type of activities is either they are into some form of gang or some form of occultic groups, such that when they are caught, for them to confess or name their fellow culprit is hard for them. So you will now find out that when they are giving a statement, they will give one statement today, tomorrow they will give another statement, next they will give another statement. Such that if they are not being exposed in the media, you see, the media that is putting pressure on them, it's not as if all these activities was not there, it has not been there in Nigeria, but the social media is now giving them a tough time to what's it called, to cover up their heinous acts. So I can see that even if he wants to say something now, he may be looking at, oh, if I snitch on my fellow colleagues, my family is in danger, or I'll pay with my life. It's easy for people to terminate one's life, but when they are caught, they start begging for forgiveness. Yep. So for the media trial thing, I think the media is needed to just expose these people. These people are into the government, they are in the government, they are in every part startup we find
No,
ourselves.
rational
So
mind thinks Nigeria is America. This is what he thinks. This is, it's here in America. We had here in Ghana with Vin. Now we have here in America with rational mind. This is, look at that. It was traffic police on buses in Lagos. Look at this guy. Rational mind. All right. So sorry. Yeah, if yeah, back to you.
yeah, so it's very bad that a parent will raise a child up in Nigeria where no parent is given any benefits. There's no incentive for you to take care of your family. Worse yet, these children will go to the university. I will not be surprised if she's in a form of formal. Even if she does not go to the university, she will have learnt a trade. All the money, all the hard time, how they've grown up now, one person will just wake up one day because they are into some form of evil, they will terminate people's life.
Yes, in fact, she was a hairdresser. She was doing training in hairdressing. She just closed, and I was going to visit some of her relatives before this happened. She was working hard for her life, for her future.
And in a society where to make ends meet is not easy.
Yes, when our people are saying that our people should go and work, they used to wake up to go and work, and we are telling them that the place is not safe for them, that's why they are jumping to the desert. You see now, people that are trying to make ends meet in Nigeria by themselves, they are not safe. They are not being provided with the security.
I agree with that statement. Thank you, Tony. I keep telling Nigeria, but Nigeria never want to listen. Now you see, you find that you can never work.
All right. All right. Thank you. So let's get to Ovie then. So Ovie, let me take you then. You were part of the conversation earlier on when we were talking about this thing that I think it was actually when we were in the session. Sorry, am I hearing?
Yeah, you are hearing voices, but
yeah. So yeah,
I'm just playing. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Hold on. Yeah. So yes, I'm going to the Dave UMAHI space, and we were discussing earlier on that they should move quickly to seize the position. They have moved quickly to seize the position. Dave UMAHI is still acting arrogant and defiant, insisting that he's a governor. But just as soon as they are able to, God, what's going on there? Can somebody hear plates banging? Is that from you?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm with you. Let me just go to the room. Go ahead.
Yes. It's Ovie and his babes. You see, this is. Yeah.
They are cooking now. Women should not cook again.
Look at that. They belong.
All right, go ahead.
Let me not even go there. So yeah, to the Dave UMAHI space, matters fast. Moving at fast pace. So Dave UMAHI now, he's remaining defiant. PDP submitting names, and INEC waiting for the court documents. So to all of that, I'll be.
Well, it's a very interesting development. I'm curious to see the outcome, but listen to the governor Maya speaks. That is a man who have so much confidence in his the man in power. That is their party as the government in power. That's the voice I'm hearing there. But I won't be surprised if the guy go to court tomorrow and seek for, what do they call it against it? Execution of stay, be whatever.
Injunction. Yeah,
injunction. Yeah, so
yeah.
that might likely come to play by tomorrow, and we will see the guy to the end of the election. I want to believe so. But it's interesting. This we should send a shockwave to, it's our neighbors in the rivers and Zamfara as
even apart from the immediate people that it will sweep up. What I am keen to see is that how he's going to sanitize the political space. So if he holds and this guy leaves, then that signals to the space that all this nonsense stops here.
That's a step forward for us. That's a step forward to democracy and the type of government we are practicing. But we want to go by example. We are not likely to see that come true because, as I said, they are in power, and that's why I was kind of interrogating where is this heat actually coming from. But you gave me a very good explanation that it's coming from the PDP, wing and all that. But let's see how he's going to react by tomorrow or before the week runs out, and if INEC we do their own part. Because at this point, if INEC go ahead and do their own part, and make sure the guy is out of debt before they even start the court battle, that will also be a good message to everyone. And for the court has also gone ahead to sack the 17 state House of Assembly members.
Have they done that?
Yeah, they follow the same judgment. So which is good again, because most of the time we focus on the governor and the president, but other elective officials should be there. In fact, they are the engine room for all this defection, because if everybody say we are not going with you, Mr. Governor, I think it's going to be very hard for him to just decamp as the one. I hope that will run through my state too, but unfortunately, I think we escaped that. Obaseki actually he contested under the platform, so we can't visit him.
You know, you are right that this guy really should be heading to court, but he's been arrogant calling press conferences. But the INEC have stated the position. The court stated the court made a judgment and made recommendations. PDP picked up those recommendations and acted on it. INEC responds to the court judgment to say that they want to see a certified true copy. So all of these things are playing out, and this guy is calling conference, insulting. Is calling press conference, insulting judges. INEC have told them. INEC said we want, if they present the certified true copy to INEC by tomorrow, they have no option but to act on it. And this joker, he's calling press conference, like you said, he should be there.
Yeah, it's as I say, he's believing that the party, the leadership, the presidency will come to his head. He just for them to handle the court, and that's what he's banking on, as far as I'm concerned. From the confidence he's having, he's backing that they can't do anything. I've been no be today now, so his case is not new. Even though quote unquote it's kind of it will be a landmark event if you go through, but just no be today now. I don't get caught. They are in charge of court. They are in charge of everything. But as I said again, time will tell. Time will tell.
All right, thank you, V.
But at least. The man now he will forget about his 2023 ambition first and focus on this.
And you know his tenure actually ends next year. His tenure ends next year. So
they go drag the case, and I think that is another way to just keep him busy rather than pushing 2023 agenda. Stay busy on this first. So, but we see again, PDP did what is expected of them. We see the pressure will be on.
All right, thank you, Ovie. So, Ovie, you are a sportsman, so I want to sample your opinion on this person. I'm assuming you follow female football somewhat, the Falcons, and I want to sound your opinion on the prospects of this person as a player for Nigeria. So, what do you think? Should we invest hope in this Nigerian footballer?
And quickly talk about other issues going on across the world, especially when it comes to women's football. I mean, you talk about a special guest we'll be having tonight, and you didn't want to let the cats out of the bag. Should I tell you right now, or you want to do it?
Let me give you the honors because you are a big proponent of women's football, particularly in Nigeria. So, Cecilia, it's over to you.
All right. Our special guest this evening, of course, is someone everybody in Nigeria actually know about, especially the dance step that she gave to the Nigerians that came to watch the game between the Super Falcons of Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire. Talking about Ashley Plumter, she will be joining us this evening to tell us, I mean, what it was like to make her debut for Nigeria. Yes, she switched allegiance like 2 months ago, right? So she's joining us tonight to talk more about playing for Nigeria and, of course, the hope of Super Falcons winning the Africa Women's Cup of Nations for a record 10 times.
So there you have it, Ovie, a full-blown Oyinbo woman playing for the Falcon. When did this become a thing? How did that come about? She doesn't even have a Nigerian last name, also. You can't say she married into the... What's going on here?
It's just, should I say that I'm not surprised? I'm not surprised.
Yeah, carry on, yeah.
Yeah, I was saying I'm not surprised based on the people who are heading the federation. This is started with our own federation, Athletic Federation of Nigeria. If you pay attention to that space, within 2012 up to 2016. No, 2012 to 2016, you will know that the same thing, Chief Solomon Ogba had done the same thing, bring imported people who the closest they be to Nigeria is their girlfriend, is their brother or their sister or their uncle.
You know, I want people to note this woman's name. So look at her last name. So if it should come up now, it should come up in a minute, because this was what struck me, which made me curious as to what qualifies her to be. Yeah.
She has Nigerian ancestry in her.
In what way? So that's her name, Ashley Plumtree. Yeah. Ashley Plumtree. Which part of Nigeria is Plumtree?
I've done.
Are you eating Rational Mind?
I've done research on her.
Yes. Ashley Plumtree. What the fuck is that? I'm sorry.
Yeah? Which part of
do research on her? You will see.
Is that an Ekiti name, Plumtree?
It's as I said, Delta people mentality. So Solomon Ogba started it. Now Solomon Ogba boy be they in charge of NFF. That's a picnic, Amaju picnic. So I can see where the thinking is coming from. But how good is she? I don't even want to know how good is she, because we will have 10, 20, 10,000 of them who are better than her in every nook and cranny of Nigeria. Why go the extra mile? What is the point? And is she that good that any match in future she bang 2, 3, 4 goals and all that? How good is she that we have to go? I mean, after dash other people.
Is it just for the novelty of it? Because, like you said, I don't imagine that she's especially skilled that they have to go and, but just for them to have an Oyinbo in their team. Is this what it is?
She's good.
She's good. Yeah, but we are doing that the same thing in Europe.
How good that we can't find a match within our villages.
No, but we are doing that also in Europe. One man is having a British passport with Adesuwa Adebi.
This guy. That's we understand, but if she's good, then
so we have to start to be civilized, my friend. So let them bring gold to us, gold. Let them come and give us gold as we are giving the white people gold. Yeah.
Your own. But again, what is the treatment towards her compared to her counterpart and teammate? Because they always get special treatment.
Of course, now
I'm speaking out of experience. So they always go. That's my anger with all this. Once you bring her come, you let it. Other the fact that you deny a lot of our locals opportunity to shine at that level, you also pay so much attention to them. Most of the time, you fly their parents, their girlfriend, their husband, whatever. You fly them around anywhere the teams are going at the expense of the federation.
And imagine the security. Imagine the security they'll have to give her, because imagine they won't let her fall in the hands of Boko Haram now.
Born a religion for Nigeria, we shouldn't be.
One man, Boko Haram has been defeated in this country. Okay.
Of course, we know that now.
How many times have we heard that? How many times they are telling us they have been defeated?
All right. They Google. This is a very close home to me. I know how they operate. She's not special. If it's special, I don't have to Google her.
All right. That was just a little bit of a side something. When I was looking for that video that I played previous, I saw it. So it struck me. But let me take you back to the talking points. Senate ignores court orders, stamp Buhari's request for Electoral Act amendment. So there's a particular clause in the Electoral Act, that stipulates essentially that anybody that is appointed, especially at the federal level, cannot either be voted for or vote for a candidate at the primaries, and if they want to run for an elective post, they have to resign their commission before they can then put their name forward or even vote for somebody, which you think it stands true and honest to democracy, but this seems to offend somewhat. And this offends a very narrow interest. People like Abubakar Malami, who is, I think this is an Abubakar Malami move. Because if you go on his Instagram, it's like a campaign space at the moment. Malami 2023, Malami 2023. So he has political aspirations, but he doesn't want to resign his commission, and they are now amending the Nigerian constitution to facilitate for that. The PDP went to court to get a stay of execution, but Ahmed Lawan, he cast this aside under the doctrine of separation of power, and he's just pushed it through. So disregard for the rule of law again to weigh against free and fair election. So what are you making of that space, Ovie?
Yeah, well, I don't think it's just a move by Malami or the Senate leadership alone, because I my biggest concern is that is it going to pass at the state level, because the over 24 will be out at the state House of Legislative have to actually agree and sign into law. But I don't see that. I don't see them going contrary to what the Senate president is doing right now. So it might be before we see before we get to the promised line, it might be the next administration. If the way these people are going by it, if they are insisting, or if they are pushing it to make sure it goes through, then definitely that means they have their mandate with the states, because obviously at the end of the day, the governors have a lot of influence over this set of people, both at the federal level and at the state level. So it's pretty much what the governors want, and that's what he is doing. Yeah, obviously, if we can, follow how the law says that if you are owning a public portfolio, you need to step aside first before you throw your heart into the ring. That's reasonable, but in reality, with these men, will they do it? So what we are seeing is just something that we continue to play out even at the state level.
Oh, all right. So I'm still fixated on that girl. Do you think they are making her eat eba and amala like the rest of them, or they are doing a special spaghetti meal? Does she have her own chef in the camp, or is she being made to eat the hardcore that Nigerians eat?
Well, in the spirit of the camp, of course, but it's not compulsory. If she cannot eat it, they will only provide a special meal for her. And again, don't forget, whenever they are in camp, they stay for special hotel. So the hotel will have alternative for their meals and all that. If she's not eating eba before now, I don't see her eating eba. So that's it. I think she has been competing for Great Britain before. I've been a British girl. I think she has
that's a typically British name now. You don't get more British than that name.
I think she did
the only name more British than that name is Smith.
So I don't think
she was born in Leicester. Yeah.
Okay. And how old is she?
Leicester City.
She'll be in her 20s, I imagine.
She was, 1989.
We don't need that. She don't old already now. If they say now,
Oyibo they chop our food. Now the okra they know they chop. Only okra, it draw soup. Now they know they chop. Any other soup they enjoy our way.
With time, man. If she did the thing,
they enjoy our way.
If she did that thing for a minute, if she did that for
long,
they don't chop okra, but they like a goosey stew, especially stew. All of them they chop them. Put pepper.
Maybe that your own Oyibo.
No. Many Americans here, the soldiers here, they eat with us now because they are very close to us. Those are white Americans. Only the black Americans, they say what's up, man. They don't eat African food. The black Americans, because this complexity, this black race is wahala. But the white Americans that we know here in Germany, they always come to us. They eat with us. They are very friendly. Even the British white. But the black people never befriended us. They will say, they will tell the German guy that guy is coming from Africa. That's how we start to take their guests.
Say the story where they told us, all of us here get the version of that story.
Say what's up.
All of us they stay with Igbo man land, so we know how they behave. So
thank you. But the black people,
if the guy don't they chop our food before now, fine. But I don't think just because he has about to play for Nigeria.
No, it will try. It will try much more.
But what I'm concerned about is her treatment. The special treatment should be getting. We will see with time. You're going to see stories. You're going to come out for that camp. If she's
but Ovie, let her play for us. If she's a better leg, if she have better leg, let her bring us gold, like we are bringing gold to France, to England, to everywhere. So
I don't object to it. I don't think anybody objects to it. It's just the novelty.
It's brain gain instead of brain drain. we turn this our brain drain syndrome into brain gain.
No, it's not even that
Tony,
heavy.
at times,
It's just
you
the
just
novelty. It's just the novelty.
if she's not getting the special treatment, I don't have anything to get. But if but the sport
you want me mosquito go stop him? Mosquito go kill him?
So
you
other
know,
people
you're talking about
are they not human being?
Ovie, there was a story we did. I'm not sure if Ajale Koko recalls. You should recall. You must have been here. Some Australian woman that went to Nigeria bitten by a mosquito. Do you remember engineer? And she lost her leg.
Yes. She lost her leg, man.
Yeah.
No, she was like.
No, if you read the history, before they actually feel able to come that part of the world and say today, they know they feel survive. The environment was so harsh to them back in the days before they find a way to the troop in. But the first people that come in contact with that area, they couldn't survive the weather. So our case no be special. But in terms of that girl, we are talking about brain drain. She don't old now. How many years did she get to play more? But if a chance they give her, did not deny other people opportunity, fine. But the Nigerian sport ministry, I know they will always give us special treatment and special privilege on the detriment of the local players, even in terms of payment and everything.
Mom, don't you know most people from the East and the Niger Delta are mixed? You know that?
Yeah, what?
Most people from the East and Niger Delta are mixed.
They are Charles, I've done a video once on the complexion of the Easterners, because in the East they are so fair skinned, uniquely so amongst the Nigerian space. And I've done a session once on that, maybe a video or a session asking why they're so fair skinned in the East, And some people were saying there was some Portuguese something or the other when they were how they like to tell stories in the East. But yeah, it's a thing that always mystifies me why they're so fair skinned in the East, but
not only the East, even in the Midwest region more because of the first contact with the Europeans,
All right. So, it's nothing to do with the first contact. I think it's genetics. But I don't know. But is because some people were saying that there were Portuguese traders that used to come even pre-colonial times.
Yes,
and they intermarried with the Easterners, and that's
not Easterners. Our people.
No, it doesn't matter. Look, I don't want to. All right, thank you. Let me get back to Ovie. Ovie, round off your thoughts on that space, and then
if I've been with us, it's not going to, not at the detriment of the local players and all that. That's fine, but I doubt if that will be the case, because we know Vusia come try ourselves. What is the brain behind thinking that what's our statistics? That's what they go for in football, as soccer they call it. What's our statistics? How good is she? So, but if they are bringing her to bring more attention to get more attention to able to source more sponsorship from outside and all that, the business aspect of it, there's nothing wrong with that. But yes, we will see how the story will go as time goes on. To me, I believe the story goes in change.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. So, Ovie, let's go on to Ife, who we couldn't get to hear fully from Ife yesterday. So, Ife, hopefully we can hear a bit better from you today. And I want to take you to this now. This thing, there's data to say that it's more prevalent than we actually openly discuss. And we don't openly discuss it for reasons of what it is. Nigerian music producer Champagne Beats discovered that his 3 children are not biologically his. So, I mean, just from that guy alone, what do you make of that? And how commonplace do you imagine
3
it is?
Long.
Yes, 3.
They've killed that one. That one is walking dead. I think at some point we just have to tell ourselves the truth. If we are living lives,
no, there's no coming back from that now.
If it's one woman that did have all those children and they are not his, that woman must be a very wicked and wicked woman.
He put it out on Twitter. So let me just give you a very quick feel of his tweet. It says, "This is to notify everyone that I am not the biological father of Favor, Donald, and Richard." So it looks as though it's an all-boys setting, maybe Favor a girl, I don't know. "It was a shocking discovery for me to know that Yemi Adebowale has been having extramarital affairs with other men whilst we were in relationship, and she pretended to me that I fathered the 3 children. Hence, if anything happens to me, hold her responsible." So there it is right there. It's just
that's a wicked woman right there. Very wicked.
But one man, that girl is from Lagos, according to what they are claiming. A paternal grandfather is a Lagosian.
You mean the
Yoruba from Lagos? Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm seeing that in the comment section. I think Meadowman is saying that her grandfather is Nigerian. Yeah.
You see, okay.
Yeah, what does that mean?
It means nothing as far as I'm concerned.
Why are you bringing
an Oyinbo woman is an Oyinbo woman. Look at that.
Should be say to you guys that she has ancestry with Nigeria.
What's the issue?
She has the right because she has ancestry to Nigeria. She traced her. I mean, we could trace her ancestry to Nigeria. So for that fact, she's eligible to play. And even though if she's not eligible, I mean, even though she's not having any link to Nigeria, as long as Nigeria okays it, why not?
Nigeria will always okay now for those the leaders have benefit. Sorry, Ajane Gogo. Continue away.
Yeah. So
no, it was actually fair.
Now, based on that issue you raised, the truth is this: everybody knows where or how he or she met his or her husband or wife. If you met your husband in the club or you met your wife in the club, I think for a guy on the street, you just have to do your street things to know, are these children mine, and especially if your work takes you away from home all the time, one just have to be careful, because the world has gotten to a stage where you cannot. Yeah, I understand trust is important in a relationship, but one should give benefits of doubt too. For example, let's say I work and maybe twice in a month I leave the home, 3 times in a month I'm back. Man, I'll be skeptical at times, and at least to know that everything is okay. I may not want to go deep into my wife's affair, but my children, I want to be careful. Like, hope these children are really mine, because you cannot trust everybody. I even applaud him to have the capacity to come out and say, "Oh, this is what's happening." If it's well for other people, they will just slump and die straight away, heart attack, direct.
You know, the first thing is to take to drink. That's what usually happens. You take to drink, and then you start to fade away from there.
Yes, he has to go on therapy, seriously, because after everything now, we start reminiscing like, can this thing happen to me? From there, you see, he starts going to depression. If he has some,
and it's not triplets, so it's 3 children spaced over. So that tells you,
So, his family has to come close to him. They should monitor him properly. We are just saying all these things. He may go into suicide, because there will be some activities he has carried out with these children over the years. And I'll be like,
all the memories, all the all the hopes, all the dreams, all the pride,
And I'm very sure, because of our cultural setting, the family will not want him to keep those children, even if he wants to.
Now.
Yes, now. So those are the things that want to pass high.
Ife, can I chip in something? Do you know some ladies, they don't want to lose their husband? If they discover that their husband cannot father a child, they will go outside the matrimonial home to get assistance from outside and bring the child to the house.
Under what,
that
guys?
happens a lot.
The
man cannot father The man cannot father a child, but they want the man. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, I understand, but it does not justify that. Does not justify the action.
I know
You know.
it doesn't justify it, but it justifies it in their own way. That's what I'm saying.
There was one
Yeah.
man who died last year. There was one man who committed suicide in Lagos. One bank manager. Remember? I don't know whether it was one man that did the show. There was a show that with this Hausa man who was the bank chief director who was
Yeah,
having
yeah,
a
yeah. I
relationship.
remember.
You remember? That guy
Yeah,
killed himself. You know? Yeah. You remember? You remember he
yeah,
said?
yeah.
Last year.
So,
Yeah. Very painful. Yeah.
Thomas, the truth is this: there's no justification for deceit. I understand lies, but deceit is worse than lie. Trying to paint a figure white in a stylish way, you know. If a man understand that he cannot have a child, or if you are the woman that dictates, you guys can sit down. There is adoption. Technology has gone far now. You can have maybe surrogates.
If what Thomas was saying, you'll be surprised how much in play that thing is. If the man knows that this is his situation, and the woman brings in that pregnancy, he knows that the pregnancy was brought in, and she knows that he knows. But they want to create that family. The man would there's so many things in families that they just don't mention.
Yeah,
They won't mention it, but they both
yeah,
know, you know.
that's if the two know, but it's not as if one knows and the other know. We have situations where a woman does not give birth, the man stays faithful. Then maybe after 20 years of marriage, the woman, what's it called, gets pregnant and give birth. You understand? So,
Have you seen if lady face a victimization from the
Thomas,
husband family? Do you know it happens at times too? That you can't.
irrespective,
Yes.
I'm sorry, irrespective of what the situation is, I'm still standing that
Yes. No,
it
I'm not
just
saying she did is good. I'm not saying what she did is good. Don't quote me wrong. I'm just
okay.
quoting some instances that happen that normally leads to this issue that we are talking about.
Yeah, because I don't know. Three
But
three
not
is
in
too much
Yoruba
now.
land. Not in Yoruba land. Only in Igbo land that they say that your brother can help you to father your children, because most of the Igbo guys that are in Europe, their brothers are helping them there. So sometimes they are here, they will tell them, oh, have a chat for you. But not in Yoruba or Edo people's culture that somebody will go and stay with your wife, then you tolerate it. You better go for the adoption. Eh? Or you do like Fadi Kayode.
Tony, how much more of a Yoruba culture do you even know that you're talking here?
Yeah, but I would not allow. So will a Yoruba man allow his brother or his friend to come and sleep with his wife because of children? I don't think so. Not even the Benin people also. That is like now war. Now war be that war, but only in the east is that this is allowed. So the brothers, they can help them out, and it's not it's their culture. But for Western region, I don't think that I will allow my own brother to go and sleep with my own wife.
It happens in every culture. Don't say that it is not Yoruba or it's
No,
only
Juju will catch you. Juju will catch you. Juju will catch you. That's what this man do
hold on.
and everything.
It happen for everywhere. It happen for everywhere. So not
But
the
it's not
talking
acceptable.
just only Easterners they do them. You know.
If
So
you are caught, they will shame you in the village or in the town. That's the truth. You're allowed to marry many wives, but not my wife go to somebody else because I need a child. What kind of child do I need that I will be?
All right. I don't know what that was, but all right. So thank you. Thank you, Ife. Ife, so now to the politics of it. The storyline in Ebonyi State, a state that never even makes the headline in terms of the news. We don't even talk about them much, except when David Mai is saying he wants to be president, and we have a 5 minutes laugh, and then we move on. But it looks as though he's not even, forget president, he's not even anything in Nigerian politics anymore. He's been sacked by the courts and they're asking PDP to seek his replacement. So what are you then making of the speed that this thing is taking shape? So what are you making of that space, Ife?
You see, our constitution is just pashi, tier. And everybody has said, let's sit down and write a constitution that is robust, logical, you know, court injunction here, court injunction there, and worst case, the messy part of the constitution is in politics. That shows you that the major problem in that country are the politicians, because everybody is fighting for his pocket. Now, there is this court case now will affect many people. There is a counter court case too. Somebody won a ticket, fourth became governor, Yaya Bello. Was he fourth? The same thing Opus Dima. I think Opus Dima was third.
Do you think this judgment is good for Nigeria's democracy?
I think if that's the only one without a counter judgment is good. I think Nigeria needs a judgment such that you cannot decamp 6 months to an election or an election period. I think it's necessary. See, so that there should be, at least there should be some form of sanity and some form of responsibility. Because you find that why they do all these things, jumping from one place or the other, is either to appease the federal government or to take a structure or to manipulate the system to their own gain. You know, a governor becomes
because the way I'm reading it, setting aside EBONYI or not, I don't really care about what happens there, but I care about the judgment. Because this idea that you can get elected by one party and then move to another party,
it's
I
totally
don't think
wrong.
It's wrong now. It's wrong. You cannot do that now. So
It's
go and
totally
contest
wrong.
under that party if you want to be there, and then win the election under them. Don't win under one. If you thought they were so popular, why didn't you go under them and win it legitimately there? You go and use. It's just it cannot, So that's what intrigues
And
me.
the other thing that normally happens is this. Let's say the two of us are fighting to become a House of Rep member. You are in the ruling party, but the ruling party imposed you as a candidate or consensus candidate. But one way or the other, I got a PDP ticket. But because the way the ruling party have been treating that community, they will vote against the ruling party. Now, I've been voted because of the resentment of the community towards the ruling party. Now, instead of representing their interest at the National Assembly, because I want a portfolio for either a community chairman so that I'll be able to be siphoning money into my own pocket, I will decamp to the ruling party. Meanwhile, my constituency voted me because the ruling party is not answering or heeding to their call for justice, or for whatever reason they have resentment to the ruling party. This is exactly Nigerian politics. This same thing happens in Lagos most times. You have people who will win on a platform to go to the Lagos State House of Assembly. When they get to the Lagos State House of Assembly, to get juicy position in committee chairman or some form of appointments, they will decamp to the ruling party. So it shows you that most politicians are just fighting for their pockets. They are not there. They're opportunists. I think that's the right word. They're opportunists. Just trying to pick on the vulnerability of the electorate. And this is wrong. So there should be laws to checkmate them. Yeah.
All right, thank you, Ife. So, Ife, let me take you to the Senate disregarding a court ruling and inserting a rigging clause into the newly signed electoral bill. Once again, the law pick an optional choice You obey or you don't obey. So this is now, is this the sort of thing that emboldens people like Dave UMAHI that is calling press conference
Exactly.
when the house is burning? So
When
to the
yeah.
Senate, Ife.
Yeah, the Senate has made a joke of the Constitution itself because on average, Nigerians don't even respect the Constitution again. Now in the diaspora, we are even asking, why is it that people still study? I think engineer normally says that. Why is it that people still study law in Nigeria? That's one phrase engineer normally use on the platform. Why is it that people are still studying law in Nigeria? Because you went to study a noble profession in a space where, I don't know, don't let us use the word madness, but it seems as if their head is just upside down. You passed a law by yourself. Everybody deliberated on that law. All of a sudden, you want to change the provisions you've inserted yourself. So the question is, were they on some form of hallucination? Were they hallucinating when those clauses were there? What were they doing? Were they sleeping? Or they don't even know how to read and write? We don't know what's happening, you know. So at the end of the day, one thing is certain, we just still need to come as a people, like Ajanle Koko will say, rewrite a constitution that will help everybody attain and maximize his ability in that country. Everybody is tired of being in the diaspora, hearing bad news about this country. If it's not about law today, it's about insecurity tomorrow. If it's not about insecurity tomorrow, it's about somebody embezzling money. If it's not about corruption, it's about something. The last time now, the president went to donate to Taliban. There's nobody in the Senate or no lawmaker has raised that oh, we have our own IDPs. Why is
If I can interject 1 minute.
Yes, please.
You know our own interest in diaspora. You know they voted against us to the assembly. I mean the National Assembly in the new electoral law. They deny us electoral vote.
I imagine that one man.
Yeah, they deny us diaspora vote. They deny us completely that we in diaspora cannot vote for candidate of our choice in that country. So those of you that are yam head that are still supporting this criminal,
how many lobbies you get for Abuja? I mean, they lobby that little legislation for you. How many legislation you sponsor to the house? It is not free. They could just sign on because they are diaspora. You guys should learn how to play this game. Start sponsoring people that will make that case for you at the house. Go get lobbies. We are talking about lobbies here. Or bribe people, as we call them for Nigeria, to be stationed in Abuja to do the job. Nobody say now, you cannot get your wish by just wishing it to come. It will come. This is real.
Who told you that those we don't have people on the ground fighting for it in Abuja? Who told you that?
Okay.
How did they come up as one of the issue for them to consider as one of the electoral amendment? How did they come up? If some people did not put for it,
so all you need to do is reinforce. Don't give up, reinforce. Don't complain. Don't give up, reinforce. It's a marathon. If you don't get down now, maybe the next administration you go get down.
So it is good.
You find out why the thing no work. Maybe your lobby is no work harder. People that you sponsor need to be doubled.
Why did they deny the women their right too?
The same thing, the same issue.
When the president, hold on, they argue. Sometimes you argue mostly blindly. When the president's wife,
I'm just telling you, instead of complaining, start reacting.
Hold on. The president's wife, who is the first lady, and the second lady, they were there at the assembly to put pressure on them. Who else can put pressure on those people than those two women? Another powerful women across the country.
The pressure is not enough. Work. So next time, let the statistics governors wife join them. It's a continual process.
You don't get
Rather than
it. We are
complaining, start
telling
looking for
you.
how to get it done next time. If it doesn't
We
work
are
today,
telling
work
you
in
that
10 years.
these people don't care for me and you. They don't care for anybody.
Thank God we know
Only
that.
what
Now
they
that you know,
care
what
for.
are you doing about it? That's the question. That's where we are now. We know they don't care about it from the jump, from day one. They don't care about us. So you have to do something. And if you what you did this time around didn't work, find out why it didn't work and reinforce and continue.
If you can continue, I just want to chip in that one.
Thank you, Ajan Lekoko. So, Ovie, at times the way you talk, you were the one complaining yesterday that being working as a masonry in Nigeria, that you are not appreciated, but here you are. Wait.
I wasn't complaining. I was just countering the Mike's argument.
That
was not me complaining. I just tell them the reality on ground why you cannot be a manual worker in Nigeria and manual worker in America.
When you were
complaining.
Okay, are you going back to Nigeria to start working in the trade you are learning now? Because I remember we were talking with
both.
Obviously, no one to go Nigeria again now.
Of the argument. You forget where I stand for the argument. We are talking about what Mike said yesterday.
Yeah, Mike.
People go wash plates and do all that at the same thing. And I say, washing plate in Nigeria will not pay you. Will not even pay you your rent. That is not me complaining. That was not me pointing out the obvious to him that's the reality on ground. That before you start doing that, you follow suit, do it. The same thing and the same argument I'm still making against Ajan Lekoko. It's obvious these people don't care about us. We try it first, work. Then why complaining? Go again. If not two lobbies you get before, make it 10 by next round of election, next round of legislative. That's how it works. So these people don't care. They only care about themselves, which is normal. They are human. It should be expected. Now it's a gamble. If you send anybody go out, it's a gamble. That person might follow you and might not. But that means you are going to give up? No. Take your loss and reinforce and move on.
Ovie, the argument is this, that the problem, why they are not, taking cognizance of what the populace or what an average Nigerian is saying, is the constitution itself. The constitution, by default, makes everybody want to be more selfish.
They are doing what they are doing because they know they can get away with it. We can't do nothing. We, the people, can't do nothing. That's why they are doing what they are doing.
So
we won't vote them out. Are we ready to vote them out for saying no? Because that's how it's been done. If any are we ready to identify those legislative when no support their agenda and vote them out?
Leave my brother alone. I like if too much. Make let us speak about the enjoy our way. Now my brother, now a good man, eh?
But that is the only way we can make this done.
You
agree for us and vote against them. Make sure they don't go back. Can we do that? Because that is the only way we can prevent it from repeating itself. Well, if we can do that, then let's do it rather than complaining. Let's identify those people
you want to believe you are in your bubble. You understand? Things don't work like this in Nigeria, unfortunately.
But that's how the system is set to work. It doesn't work like that because we refuse to get involved. We are not participating. Let's face the obvious. Let's face the fact. We complained during the military era. We know people with a fear, but what about now? People die for us to get this system of government. So we can take part. But are we participating enough? That is the question before us, and that is where the solution lies. These people will not do different tomorrow what they did today if they get away with it. The next set of legislators will go on, they will do the same thing because it favors them, just like what one man is trying to put before us. The Senate president doesn't want to, they try to include what favors them. Yes, they are human. You will do the same thing. But the question now is that what is it? How do we react as a people? Because now only us make the change. What do we do? Are we ready? No be gone, we go carry, mobilize and vote these people out. It's as simple as that. If you set up people will go vote, you don't do that, you vote them out because now so then they plan the game. If we complain from here to tomorrow, we are only giving them to they do what then they do. These are the people who sponsor themselves. We don't contribute money to party. We don't even sponsor candidates. Now then they use our money to alienate themselves. So the earlier we get involved in the process at every level we can, the better for us. Few people now go choose president for us, whether we like it or not. And with the CM, it's obvious. There's nothing we can do. Stop complaining and let's change strategies. That's the only way at this point.
All right, thank you, VA. So that's VA with his usual impassioned something or the other. So
yeah, I think I must admit he has some points too. Yeah, he has some points too. Yeah.
Don't tell okay VA he has points. Or you know he's already getting he will get carried away. Or don't give him accolades.
I never get point until we more of us get involved. It's not just about getting a point. How many people hear about this point and actually be ready to work behind this point?
All right. Thank you, Ife. And Ife, you've spoken on David UMAHI, have you? And
yeah, I've done.
All right, brilliant. So let's go on to Tony as we continue to progress the conversation. So Tony, now you know what the talking points are. So let's start you off with Dave UMAHI. So he now the court saying that he should be removed to be replaced by somebody else of PDP's choice. So what are you making of that space? I'm assuming you've been following it, Tony.
Yes, sir. Regardless of law, because I don't believe that there's a government in Nigeria. So the best is that let this man complete his project, because it's the city, the whole Ebonyi state is looking very pretty, very, diamond. It's a diamond city, diamond state right now. It's the poorest state in the country, but the guy was able to manage the state. And then we don't need government in Nigeria right now. In Africa, we need people that can seize the power and then develop the area for us. That's all.
All right, but we do have a government and we do have a process, and that is in play, and that is going to affect the removal of this guy. So he has to play by the rules because the rules brought him in, and it looks as though the rules are going to take him out now.
Yes, there is no rule in Nigeria because one thing is to be having a government. Then another thing is to be having a bad government or a good government. There is no government in Nigeria. Anybody that can seize up the place, the government house, and develop the place and provide electricity and they provide bridges and everything. That's exactly what we need. So Obaseki that went through the constitution or something is stealing all the whole money right now. Is one of the richest men now in Africa. Obaseki is a thief. You know what I'm saying? Oshomola is a thief. Most of the people they are thieves. So, but anybody that can develop the state. And then I'm very happy for that guy. It's a beautiful state that he has turned the place into. So, regardless, nobody is legitimate in Nigeria. So, anybody that can be able to come out of your community and take the money that you get share of the money, use it for the place, and that's all. So, I love the guy. I love him. I love him.
All right. And to the Senate inserting that clause. I mean, no, they're not inserting, but they are deleting a clause in the newly signed electoral bill, which then facilitates for somebody that has a ministerial position, let's say, to still be on a primaries ballot. So the PDP went to court to stay move on that space, but the Senate disregarded the court injunction and they followed through anyway. They are going under the doctrines of separation of powers. But do you see this really as just a disregard for a court ruling?
Yeah, that is it. That is exactly, almost the same thing right now because these people, there is no government. So everything they are doing is just doing to themselves, So, I think it's better that we just jump that, so we skip that. Then take me to to save time.
All right. To the girl in the bus in Lagos, the story, nobody knows what happened. The only thing that we do know is that she has passed away. So the family come up with a narrative that she was harvested. The police told us that the body was intact. The driver of the bus tells us 2 or 3 conflicting stories, but the sad upshot of it is a 22-year-old girl took a bus on one of the busiest in the busiest city in Nigeria at 7 p.m., not in the dead of night, at 7 p.m. And that was the last they saw of her alive. So what are you then making of the narrative of this young girl, Bamishe?
Yes, that is what we are talking about every time. That if we're to be that the black people are able to get their acts together, that this thing will never happen to that girl because the girl has tried, enough to save her life. If there were to be 112 or 911, like Germany, we have 112. In America, you have 991. I don't know what you have in England right now. So that is what we're talking about. This girl could have dialed that number immediately. The time she used in recording those videos, it just shows that black people, we are not going anywhere. Because when I say we are animals now, then you say no, you are surrendered, you are surrendered. Then I will give you another instance. Look at what happened last time in Uromi. So there was a bank something 2 hours, 2 hours operation. If we're to beat that, okay, let us go and borrow a helicopter from Ghana or from Botswana. They can still get to that Uromi, within 30 minutes or 1 hour. You can see that we have no chance. Then look at what happened in South Africa today. I don't know if you saw the video. There was a bank robbery in South Africa, be carried out. Then the police came immediately. Within 3 minutes, they were using helicopter, and then they were able to pieces these guys to they got them. There was a hot pursuit, and then they got them. I hope you guys saw that video. I don't know if anybody see the video there. So that's what Ajani Koko says, that the constitution of Nigeria is fraud. That the people are lying, they are lying, and then the police is now saying, no,
Tony, wait, let's stop this
constitution. Hold on. So just let another image of Nigeria to the world.
We keep complaining about this constitution, but the people in charge of the constitution can just change it whenever they like it, just like what is happening now. And that's why
we cannot amend that constitution. It's my chance to speak. It's my chance to speak. The constitution is not possible to adjust. We cannot reform the constitution. Either we go back to 1963, constitution, or at least 1979 constitution, which our participated in.
All right, but we are not going back to that, are we? You know that,
so we have to.
What do you mean we have to? We are not going back to the 1979 constitution or whatever now. You know that now.
Yes.
The country, what was even the population of Nigeria? And Nigeria was configured completely differently. Is almost 2/3 the size in population now. Everything completely different. So what Awolowo constitution are we going to be using in 2022?
Okay. You want to answer you now? Can I answer you now?
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, sir. So let me tell you one thing. You know that the world right now is experiencing, catastrophe, because of the Ukraine-Russia war, and the petroleum products, the crude oil is rising. Just imagine, we're supposed to be talking of saying now, we're supposed to be thanking our forefathers that at least that's the last chance we have now to be able to develop our economy. Look at the president is taking off to go and do a medical checkup in England. They say the president, okay, whoever is there. So, things are very bad, one man. I was just telling you about South Africa now. There was a bank robbery. Look at the way the helicopter came within 3 minutes. Somebody called. We need 110 or 113 for.
And there's an emergency number in Nigeria, by the way. I'm not quite sure how quickly they respond. But
more than 100 digits. More than 100 digits.
No, 01. What are you talking about? Don't say
010.
Like that
101000899. Who can cramp that in the head?
All right.
Woman, you'll be surprised. They don't even pick the call sometimes.
So, can I just tell you how I grew up? I was calling. There was a telephone number in Nigeria, 112 or 113, to even ask for number for the time, what time it is. I was always joking with our phone in the house. Once my dad is not there, or my uncle is not there, I always play with the phones that time. And then what happened to our Rotary clubs? That you always say, I have to digest sometimes. What happened to our Rotary clubs? Back in the days.
What's Rotary club? Please stay on topic now. Please now.
No, that's what I say. I have to digest because we need them right now. The AMOK, Rosicrucian AMOK, and all this King George society in Marina there. We need all this money.
Okay. Hold on. The emergency number for distress in Lagos is 767 or 112. So that's the emergency. That's the distress number. Now, hold on. Can you hold on? If you get a response, it's a different thing, but it's not a long number as you've described. It's a short number. How effective it is, I don't know. But what you have said is factually not true.
nothing works in that country, that space called Nigeria. That's why Ajani Goku said that the constitution will be suspended because people they are lying.
Speak for yourself. Leave Ajani
Okay. That's why I'm saying that. That's why I'm saying that the people they are lying. They are lying.
Who is lying about what? Who is lying?
The police commissioner. The police commissioner is lying because he has collected some money.
About what?
About this our sister that they just murdered unnecessarily.
So what lie has he told?
Yeah, because because she wants to just paint the image of Nigeria to the outsider to come and enter hell. Nigerians are in hellfire.
Hold on. What lie has he told?
Yeah, that they did not collect this, they did not collect a private part or whatever.
So
you don't want to spend.
How do you know that is a lie?
Yeah, because we listen to the two messages they sent to the sister, and then the sister's voice is on YouTube, so that something happened to the body.
All right.
Something happened to the body.
Just do your own thing, man. Carry on.
Okay, so and then so that is it. It's very painful. So we shouldn't allow this kind of things to be happening to us. You know that day before yesterday, so you was too busy. You didn't call me. Also, there was also some other incident.
I call you when you do things like this. We are trying to have important conversations, and you just anyway. Just have the space and do your thing.
Yeah, I'm trying. I will try to shorten the the period that I speak, because I don't speak like or that. So I just sometimes I just have all this in my head, then I just dish them out. Because the country is finished. The country is finished because today's like I say that we don't need security. We need everything. We can't produce our oil, so we can't refine our oil. So that means everything has collapsed. There's no security. A state boss, government boss. I can't just imagine.
You supported Obaseki, Abi?
No, but yeah, we supported him because somebody was trying to steal his mandate. That's why we supported him. But now he killed us. And then for UMAHI stepped on the northern elder stone toes. They said that he was trying to sign the open grazing law. Now I made the call say, you want we put there, you when they come to us. Now you want they said I made the even touch her now.
Oh, for real?
Because there was a program today on Nigeria Watch. They elaborated on it very well. That was the show they did today, and they said that the guy Nigeria Watch.
Which
Elvis.
Elvis.
This Nigeria Watch now. You know that guy now. That guy with the when they talk. When I go to the platform that day, they said that they want to come back, but only because of my work. So it's always too early to go in sometimes.
Watch, I mean Nigeria Watch.
No, Niger. Niger now. We don't change Nigeria name to Niger. Not be so what they call them. So it's not easy, man. Things are very bad. Ovie, now, me and you now with suffer away because our place. Just imagine the resources. No. Once our people are suffering, we are suffering. Not me and you. We are having a BB cars or whatever, but we are talking about our people.
They're in the bushes, Abi, and they are raping the just do your whole thing so that I can just go on to engineer.
You're suffering. I'm not suffering.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Tony. So did you? Okay, carry on. Round off, then I'll go on to engineer.
So you don't have that topic?
Well, if you are going to, are you going to respond to the topic, or you just do?
Yes.
Okay. So let me take you to this. Okay, you've spoken on the Senate. You say the Constitution is bad. Dave UMAHI, you give the same response, of course. Adeleke, go to Senator Adeleke. So Senator Adeleke wins the ticket for the PDP in Osun State. So what do you think his chances are compared to when he last ran? Davido's uncle, he's the candidate.
Yes. He's going to win because he's a popular guy. We all love him. We love Davido. We love that family. At least at the state level, or let's say politics is local. So that's our guy. Because the other time he won. It's just like a Fayoshe now. These are good guys. He's going to come back.
All right. Brilliant. And to the father, once upon a time, no longer 3 children, he discovers they are not biologically his. A sad story, but of somewhat commonplace. That is the underbelly of the Nigerian space. A narrative of bastardization, which is one of the things that we cover up in that country. What are you making of that space, Tony?
Yeah, it's a problem of the big man. Maybe he was a big man. I don't know. But Nigeria, it's not. Somebody was saying 45%. No, I think it's about 80%. All those ones that are living in the villages that are scared of our tradition and cultures. Otherwise, those living in Lagos, in Benin City, in Ibadan, in Port Harcourt, they are all useless women. They're useless women.
All right, thank you, Tony. So thank you, Tony. So let me go on to engineer then.
Okay.
Engineer, yeah, thank you. So engineer, let me take you to Dave Umahi's space, which seems to be the story that it's just big news after big news after big news over this last 3 days. We are still not finished with what's his name, Mia Malabuni, and the goings on there. When suddenly they've moved into another political bombshell, a nuclear bomb, the sacking of a sitting governor for reasons of a carpet crossing. So this is something that happens fairly frequently in Nigeria, even globally. But now this judge is interrogating that space to say that no, the mandate, the vote that, because essentially, if he crosses from the PDP to the APC, he is no longer representing the will of the people who voted for him, because the will of the people who voted for him was to have a PDP government. So what are you making of the stance of this judge and the succeeding events that has taken hold, engineer?
Yeah, greetings, one man, and greetings to everyone. And before I start, I would love to use this opportunity to say the happy birthday to Thomas. Thomas is one of the one man gurus on the platform. So happy birthday to you, brother. And something we need to understand here, one man, you can't train up a snake, and the snake will grow up one day. It will try to bite you. This is what is happening in Nigerian politics. And also, this man is, one man, to cut the story short, we shouldn't be allowing all these people to be playing Nigerian cities in their mindset, because everyone jump into, if APC is not working, they will jump to PDP. If PDP is not working, they will jump to APC. How long will they be fooling Nigerians? Those are the kind of questions we should be raising, because nobody is a fool anymore. So people like this, they don't deserve to be in that seat. And in terms of things like that, to be honest, him leaving PDP, they should have sent him to jail. I must be honest to you. People like that should go to prison. And Nigeria needs to start changing their constitution in terms of things like this, because one, they are disgracing that country, and two, they are mocking that country, because Nigeria is a lovely country, but it's just unfortunate that we have leaders that they are just there fooling themselves, and they don't know that the social media is still flashing their flag. So things like this, it's not a new thing. It's just very sad. And it's up to Nigerians now to sit down and think very well, and to make up their mind who they will trust in terms of things like that. That's the only thing I can say for this man.
All right, thank you, engineer. So, engineer, let me take you out of politics, because human interest story, but all the human interest stories that we have today, they are somewhat very sad stories. I don't even know which one is sadder, and who really the bigger sense of loss. One story, lives were not lost, but or were lives lost. The other story, lives were lost but convoluted. But let me take you first to this man who discovers that his 3 children are not his. So, I mean, we read these stories as just something out there to some random person. But imagine just imagine that. Imagine that. You discover 3 children, and you discover they are not your biological children, and not that you knew, but now you've come to know. Just how do you handle even that as a piece of information?
Well, one man, some time ago, we have a bank manager from FCMB, if I'm not mistaken. what happened to him, and he went and committed suicide, didn't he? So things like this, I must be honest, and I'm not saying Nigerian women are bad. I think it's an eye-opening for every Nigerian man in terms of from the middle class to the rich ones. If it is possible, they need to go and do DNA to know.
You know,
the
in
thing.
those multiple wife homes, these people that just marry wives after wives after wives after wives, how many of their children could they put their hand on their heart and say, "This is my child"?
Yeah, but
All these chief allergy doctors, that just pack women in
it's
one.
a wake-up call. Now their head will be cracking because they will be thinking deeply now that what is happening in our country, Nigeria, to the stage that you imagine you thought you have that you trust. If you don't trust that woman, you won't do anything for those kids. You know what I mean? You have that trust, you have that relationship with her, you have that, come on, so women, they have the mind, they have the, honestly.
They used to say that your wife is only your wife in the moments that she's physically with you,
You
and
see,
this is what you see playing out.
one man, I must be honest to you, you see, look, our mother set, if they're gone for life. There will never be a copy of them existing in this world we are today. Because I believe our mother set, those are the people that can handle pressure, and they're being honest with their husband. They can,
That was when morality ended.
yeah,
I would say yes.
all the beating they receive from our dads, all those things, they still stand. That's why you see they clock 50 years, 60 years together. But generation of these days, if you clock 5 years, 10 years, is like you're almost close to heaven. You understand? Because this guy, I really, really feel so
Engineer,
sorry for
let
him.
me tell you why we are having, because most women now are westernized. They're westernized.
But the world
They
don't change.
they
The world has
yeah,
changed too.
they westernized. They turn to lady. They don't want to be called woman.
Fela Kuti, the prophet,
Fela
he
Kuti,
predicted
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Fela,
So they are
Ajakunle
not.
has been quoting Fela since he came in. Have you been listening
They are
to
now
music?
they are not women. Women will take care of their home and do everything, cook for our husband, take care of the children, and we carry body grand, carry body for grand when it is time to do the thing and do am well and born correct pikin. No be waka about.
Now
There was a
they are
certain
educated.
dignity. There was a certain dignity to, to people of our mother's generation that, there's still dignified women out there, but you don't see women of those qualities anymore. You
They're
don't.
low.
You
You
Can I
can't
don't.
find
interject,
them.
please? There is something that in my own culture they normally do, but Christianity and maybe Islam has removed those things now for people who if a woman gives birth.
You should even talk more about Christianity. The one of Islam is still they still practice it and do it well. It is Christianity that destroy most of our culture, our cultural value, and belief. They destroy it completely.
Yeah, because then every year, beginning of every year, because in my own culture we have 4 seasons. Beginning of every year, which is tailored around the planting season, there is a water they will give women, such that if they have committed adultery in the compound, they have to leave the compound. And if you bring a child that is fathered than that man, at the point of giving birth, the child will die. So things like that have been removed from our culture. Yeah. But and since we want to westernize the whole thing, since it was there in our culture, I think DNA is the next way to go. If your wife gives birth to a child, you have to go and do a DNA test just to clear your mind. It's this not about trust, it's just about being sure. It's like you
Yeah, it's
went
not
into,
about trust, though. It's not.
yeah,
It's not
it's
a.
not about
In
trust
fact, the
again.
law will start to require it very
Yeah,
soon.
it's not about trust again, because the whole issue now is like you want to buy a plot of land and you give out your money, you did not sign any document claiming that it's my brother or my sister. So it's not about trust, it's just about doing things right. If in the olden times our grandfathers can be doing those, then if we believe we want to be westernized, then let us use what's available in the western space. So that's the way I look at it.
Thank you. Engineer, if you look at the way, I don't even want to use the word morality, but the world changing, let's use that. If you look at the way the world is changing so very, very quickly, people around about the age of 15, thereabout, they are going to be living in a world that is completely different from you, from what everybody knows. And we're talking in the relationship space, just all of these possibilities and all of these conversations that people are having now, was never something that we are even thought about. In terms of sexuality, in terms of what forms a relationship, in terms of just the legality of man and woman, and just in terms of paternity, in terms of everything is changing, and we are discovering it now that when you have all is to so now that guy has to start again, doesn't he? How old
Yeah,
is he even? He has to go and then look for another girl, go through that whole process again of trying to become a parent because he wants his name to perpetuate to. I mean, God.
one man, something you need to understand again, right? Well, Ajale Koko said is Western world we are. That's what is happening to our ladies. And the same thing to our men. Sometimes you see when you over labor yourself and you overtake sugar, you can't perform, you can't do nothing. And you see, this is why you see I love Yoruba people in terms of Abojedi, because they will make sure they give you that thing, and Abojedi will wash your system clearly. By the time you perform, you yourself, you know that yes, you're a man. But some of these men, they took too much over enjoyment, taking too much sugary food, and you marry woman, you can't do nothing. Why? What is the essence of getting her married? Is it because of your wealth or whatever? So sometimes we need to look the other side of the world. You have to give that woman what belongs to her. She needs it. But if you keep because of wealth, you're overshadowing her, then you're in trouble. You're just in trouble, honestly. God will help us.
Because a lot of those wealth marriages, those women, they end up being, it's usually the driver, isn't it, that that it
Oh,
takes care
the house boy.
it takes care of madam in more ways than one, more than this
Oh, the house
job
boy.
description.
Oh, the house boy. And some of them, you see their ex-boyfriend, because he is poor, they force the lady to go and marry a rich man. Rich man couldn't do nothing. She will remember the ex-boyfriend in that other section. And that's why Buhari always said the other room.
They say women only ever fall in love once, and it's only ever really with their first love. They say that if the first person that I don't buy this, but this is just what they say. They said the first person that the woman loves, that is the person that she will continue to love, but then look for that in another person if that relationship doesn't work out. Do you buy into do you buy that theory, engineer?
One man. I used to go to Redeem Church, let's say 5 years back. I used to play drum in Redeem Church. And I used to take notes. There was a time we had meeting in the church, and the pastor said the women should write problems they have with their husbands at home. I think if women are, let's say, 30, I can guarantee you 26 said their husband is not doing well in the other room. They wrote it on a piece of paper. I was opening it, giving to the pastor, and pastor was ashamed. Honestly, he was ashamed. He has to call the men in private and like, you know what? It's not all about making the money. Tomorrow, if your wife went out and do something, you come back to me and start shouting, yeah, pastor, yeah, this, that. You have to do your activity. You have to perform. So sometimes
but you say that casually, engineer, but the modern life, it doesn't really facilitate for, those sort of like, those gymnastics. It doesn't facilitate for gymnastics.
The modern life is when you see all these rich people, they have money, they don't have one suitable something to succumb with. As you see them, the money will push them, they will be jumping up and down. You understand? In this platform, we discuss a rich man that a small girl just tata for him. You understand?
Yeah. Engineer,
and his kid.
Sir. You know, one man said this modern life. Before,
no, let me sequence it because I think you want to disagree with it. So let's take the average person. Let's look at that person in a Western setting, and let's take to like a working family. You both have to wake up for round about 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock to get yourself ready. If you have children, even less chance of gymnastics in the bedroom. So you have to prepare the children, get them to school, rush for that train, get that train, and then you have a grueling day at work. Your boss hates you. It's trauma. Suffer it back home. You're hungry and tired. You take the shower, and before the microwave pings that your food is warm, you are already asleep on the sofa, and that is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. Saturday, you kick back to try to regroup. Sunday, you just... So the modern life does not facilitate.
Look at the kind of life you are encouraging me to go back to.
But is that not... That's the average life now. So, engineer, that is where your statistics come from.
If I speak, then I round up everything. I'll just round up with two.
Yeah, so where I disagree with you is this. You said the modern life. Look at the old life too. Our mothers will take care of the house. Everything was more or less manual, semi-manual labor. I think for me, the problem is nutrition. You see, and even in this country, you hardly see me going out to eat because I found out something. In most of their cuisine, they add sugar. If you go to a restaurant, they want to cook meat, they will add some sugar.
Yeah.
You want to eat some curry, you'll be tasting sugar. Unless a man that does not know how to cook, though, you will not notice those things. The nutrition here is more or less sweetened. I gave somebody bitter leaf soup. And he was like, man, it's too bitter. I can't eat this. How are you eating it? Then I'm like, man, okay, what do you expect me to eat? He was saying, don't you have a music or slicer? And I'm like, me, African man, to be eating paprika and cook.
But you will struggle to eat outside of what you're describing where you live because the food that is available to you at this food that you are turning your nose up to, you can't eat. Engineer, back me up now. Can you eat
the last time I told you that when I'm cooking,
No, engineer knows now. Even you know now. Where do you get good, decent, wholesome food? You eat fast and
you are in the UK. You have to.
Only it's expensive. It's expensive, a woman. That's all. But it's expensive.
Go back to your village. Nobody they stop you.
What you need to understand.
Go back. Tony.
What you need to understand.
Yeah,
I take your point about the sugar, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah, the thing is, most food here in those restaurants, the diet here is made more or less like 60 to 50% sugar.
What of salt? What of salt?
Yeah, when it's excess, you know.
In excess, sugar and salt. That is what you will enjoy in the food. Sugar and salt. And that is why a lot of people in this country, in this Western world, have diabetes and high blood pressure. But that's what they consume all the time. Morning, afternoon, night. Morning, afternoon, night. Excess of sugar and salt. That's it. So that's.
But engineer, this issue is not the issue of other room. Isn't it?
This is part of the look, our mother's regime, just like what one man said, due to the fact that the generation man will go to work, pick children, or do this and do that. Our mothers, they cook the food that our dads love most, and they cook it 100% heated. But the generation of us, you will see spaghetti, chicken, fresh chicken, chicken breast. They don't even eat the bone.
Unhealthy food. Unhealthy food.
Thank you.
Engineer, do you know that this thing you call now, that chicken, I don't eat it yet. The only thing I eat is hard chicken. Then you made mention of the first one. You made mention of one fast food there. Spaghetti. I don't know how to eat it. I'm sorry.
What do you mean? You know how to eat it now? What you are you are no more authentic than us now. We are more authentic. Look at this guy. You want to be authentic. Look at this guy.
One man. Let me tell you. If you come to my house, the highest you will see in that line is only rice. Every other thing, gari, semo.
You are not a global citizen.
Like, yeah, thank you. But one thing my dad forced me, and he could not put in me. You see, Indomie till date. If I eat Indomie, I'll vomit everything. I'm that Adepaco, man. You understand?
You'll be surprised if you meet Ife in real life. He's a total opposite of. This is a guy that lives in the UK and is telling us that he's digging yam from the grounds and boiling it. Look at this guy. Who do you think you're fooling? You go to Tesco like the rest of us. You go to Tesco like you buy your ready meals and you put it in the microwave like everybody.
Ife has a Tesco club now.
Do you drink alcohol, Ife?
Yeah, sure.
That is where the sugar is.
No. I take gin. I don't take beer. I don't like beer.
No. That's where it's in hard liquor.
No.
There's no sugar in gin.
No, there's no sugar in gin.
Look at this guy, engineer.
Ife,
look at
that. Are you the one saying this?
There's no sugar in
gin now. It's only in beer. It's only in beer that you have sugar.
Look at this guy. Okay.
No.
There it is. You were doing so well, but now you've
only sapele water. The original sapele water don't get sugar.
Well, one man to round off this particular issue. Look, why is it poor men don't have problem of children? Why is it is the rich men? So something is wrong somewhere, and it's something we need to look into it and save our fellow men. That's just the truth.
Why you say rich men get problem? Because they know they born many.
It's not the issue of even burning many. Are they doing the main thing? Those are the questions we should be asking. Why are poor people not
poor man and the church sugar pass, engineer? Poor man and the church sugar pass.
No, we are talking about we are not talking about sugar. We're talking about
the other room. In the other room.
Happening to poor men. Poor men, they don't have issue of DNA. Why is it is mostly is the rich men?
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
So, which one would you give up then? The money or the? So you have to give one up now. Would you give up the money, engineer?
I rather stay 40-45% than to go 50 above.
Look at that.
No, I'm telling you, one man. Because the more you're richer, the more you have big problem, and the more you see every woman from every angle will be chasing you. Even though regardless,
you when you chase you stand by now, you chase them back.
no, Allah
man.
Allah
You know,
send them my way. You know my address.
It's very easy to say that, but you can't handle it. You know, everybody likes to imagine themselves to be like a Lothario, like a playboy, but nobody is really. After a while, you just leave me alone, man. I want to watch football. I just leave me alone. You know. You know.
I think what one man said is the best thing, because one man said that people are stressed or they don't sleep well. People don't sleep well, and then because you said that they wake up 8 o'clock, they have to hustle, and maybe people in Europe, they don't. This is a big issue, from Italy to.
There's declining population in the West. In your country, in Germany, they're importing population. Do you know that they're importing people because they are getting older and they are not giving birth?
Yes,
it's the same thing in Japan. They are getting older and they're not giving birth.
Yes, and their money is useless. Their money is useless. Yes.
That's why they brought in all those Syrians. That's why they brought in all those Syrians.
And the Ukraine already, they don't get 350,000 already.
A lot of people, they'll be happy for that, or they'll just use the Ukrainians to repopulate their country.
But we are lucky. Some black are following along. Some black, they are bringing their boyfriend.
No, they don't want the blacks.
In Germany, but they are coming with their boyfriend now. I'm very happy. That's it's the latest development.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right, back to your engineer.
You don't want to stay for Germany. Go back home. After I go back to village, collective.
Your people they block our bush now. You don't forget. Your people you say make I go chop. I will take a yam now.
Go stay for Jare or Uboro.
No.
Well, I really feel sorry for this man, and it's something that I think his family need to calm him down, because it's not that easy, when you have that hope that they are your blood, and unfortunately you found that not even one or two, but three of them, Right.
It sounds like they are all his children. You see, because what struck me, engineer, is the guy has 3 children. So let's put his age. It comfortably will put him round about maybe 35 to 40 thereabout. So that's round about the age it will be. So now that is now completely gone. To recover from that mentally, it will take him another 2-3 years. So he's then like about 42, 43 thereabout. So when you're 42, 43, then your choices on women is limited. Even if you're, and then he has to start all over again, then go through that whole process again. And then it's just, that guy is ruined. That's just what it is,
If to be honest, one man, if I'm the man, I'd rather let the woman go and keep the children, and just train them. To be honest, because the children, I just feel so sorry for them.
The children will follow their mom now. How you want to keep the children? The children will follow them.
If they follow their mom, Ajale Koko, what future would they have again? Those are the things you need to consider. What are the things that they will see again? The little kids will be frustrated, they'll be traumatized, and that will ruin their life.
It's going to be very difficult for you to keep the children and send the woman away.
No, children are very innocent. I'll keep them. I'll send her away. Because I'll tell her clearly, she can't take care of them. She can't give them what I'm giving to them. That's the truth.
She owned the children now, not you.
We know she owned the children.
How do you want to take the children from her? How do you want to take the children from her?
Ajani Koko, in the Western world, these children belong to the man. I think in the Western world, in Germany here, you cannot say that because you have a promiscuous wife, the children belong to the man. That is the law. Whether you go outside to have something, kerewa or whatever, if the woman they have a baby, it belongs to the to the man.
Is that a real word, kerewa? There's this with this lady Coco Mama. She's always using that word kerewa. What is it? Is it a real Edo word?
Forget that useless woman when he lost her 3 children when not even they fight for them. Now Obodo Yibo, or the Jade Osas, when they say Jade, I'm Jade. What Jade? Jade Osas. He will say, I'm Jade. But these are people that are talking about Kerewa and all those kinds of things. But Coco Mama is just a fake woman.
All right. Okay. So, engineer, a sad story, and even sadder story. This young lady took a bus. It's 7 o'clock. Is this now a danger time?
One man
in Lagos, 7
Are you
p.m.
saying, are you one man from 5 o'clock? From 5 o'clock, my sister's housemaid, she got robbed, but she was praying. I think is how will I say? It's just God willing that those people, they just kick her out of the bus because they took her purse, they took everything. Because what is happening currently right now, I was talking to my mom, was it 2 days ago? She said the level of how they're killing young girls in that country called Nigeria, the rate is becoming unbearable. Now people need to watch where they're going, most especially the young girls. Wherever they go from 5 o'clock, I'm telling you, find your way home. Because in Lagos as it is now, all these fraudsters, they can rent a bus. You don't be surprised. Boss will come like, oh, from let's say Ikoyi there, they will say, oh, they're going to Ikeja. You will see a bus, you'll be thinking it's a driver and passenger and rest and conductor. Meanwhile, they are all fraudsters. Once you jump in, that is it. You will lose your memory, and they will do anything they want to do you in the bus. If lucky, your spirit is high, they will kick you out of the bus. But if you have something that controls you, they may end up taking you to somewhere else that nobody can tell again.
You are right, engineer. You are very right. It happened to one of my people recently, and she just thank God that they didn't kill them. They entered the bus, and some guys already in that bus stationed themselves in the front, in the back, at the middle, and at a point, those one in the front tell driver, "Toba gbemu, afokemu eni," and those one at the back, they took out gun and said, if anybody just make noise or you open phone to do anything, we blow up your head. And those one at the middle, those ones started saying, okay, donate your phone. They collected all their phone.
They call it last chance.
And then they collected their money. Say, if you have money, they collected all the money. Those with, what do you call? With those that don't have money, their ATM card, they went to nearby ATM, collected money while they are in the car, while they are in the bus. Wow. They went and said, okay, collected the money, they took it, take them back into the bus. Say, if you gbemulason, so when they raided all of them, they now took them to somewhere in maybe Onigbongbo side, and they just drop out of the bus and they stay just quietly as if nothing happened. 3 of them or maybe 6 of them got out from the bus and they told the driver, just go. Just like nothing happened. And those guys, that one just zoom off, say they thank God that they didn't even kill them.
You know, things like that always puzzle me in a place that is as densely populated as Lagos. So when they do these things, what's the escape route? Even if they shoot in that car, what is their escape route when there's so many people just everywhere? And all these armed robbers, when they go and rob and then they are driving away, what is their escape route?
There's no security.
With the gridlock, with the bad road, with the everything, how far can they drive before? You know, it always puzzles me how crime is able to be committed in a place like Lagos that is as densely populated as it is.
Let's say today, if there's a robbery in Ikoyi, and the guys, they head to Third Milan Bridge. You know, they used to have policemen on top of the bridge. Imagine those guys, they're coming running away, and policemen are on the bridge, and if they shoot gun on air, policeman will jump into the river and hide himself. Life is sweet.
But engineer, but do you see my point though? I don't know if you've you have driven in Lagos. How do they even get through traffic?
No, one man, let me tell you, when they have gone, they don't. You think people will not comply? When people see gun, everybody will keep quiet.
Life
and
is
those
sweet.
guys are dangerous. They are young guys.
It depends on the time and the day.
Those guys are dangerous.
Because I was thinking about this girl that could she not have alarmed in some form? Because they said she had the anticipation, she tracked the whole process. She was WhatsApping people that something bad is about to happen to me. But then it's in Lagos, it's at 7 p.m. The streets are packed. Why couldn't she make noise? And then if the worst thing that will happen is that she embarrasses herself, then she embarrasses herself. Why didn't she alarm?
Woman, these people, if they're coming in, they come with voodoo.
One man, that girl was vulnerable. They have like the story tell, maybe they have about some other than the driver, they have some other guys in the van and the bus together. So imagine 22 years old, what do you think she'll be thinking on her head? All she'll be thinking is that God save me, God save me.
It's confusion, isn't it?
She'll be confused, she'll be shocked, she wouldn't know what to do. But she was so courageous, she was able to text people and send messages and give them information about the bus number and everything, And
again, it's a BLT bus. She won't even come to.
No, she had there's a lot of noise from you, D. I don't know if you're in. No, she had a sense. It's just, I don't know.
We just pray that you don't find yourself in that situation.
Yeah, that's the prayer because it's very easy. It's very easy to say all this.
Well, some of them use do throughout the operation. You don't know what is happening.
Yes,
after they finish everything that you know.
Because once you
engineer, hold on. Let's hear from engineer.
Engineer, you just imagine Edo armed robbery. Then no police engage those guys. They rob almost 4 banks.
Are you saying police? Police will go and stay one side till they finish robbery. They come and shoot gun in the end.
You know, in that Edo robbery, there were images of army officers hiding behind stalls as that because they were wearing their khaki, they were wearing the camouflage something, and they had their guns and they were hiding. Those are little Paco shops. They were hiding there, and people were videoing them and picturing them. Army or not police, army.
Life is sweet. That's something you need to know.
Those guys are better armed than him. He saw it. He saw the gun that they were carrying. That's why he ran away now. One man. Hey, for that operation, people that comes for that kind of operation, they are well armed and ready to kill anybody.
Then you go and carry a catapult that you're shooting a machine. How would that work?
The one thing
machine gun.
The one thing that noticed that engineer is that and this is something I just noticed a few years ago, that I have always measured life according to my own worldview, and then this is why things shock me sometimes. So all these people now because they killed a lot of people in that Edo space when they were doing that thing, and they robbed the money. So now when they make their escape and then they get to their homes, then what happens? They share the money and then they go to bed and then wake up the next morning. What's the mindset? How does that play out? You just go, you kill 10, 20 people, you share some money, and then what? Then you go to your wife and say, "Go and cook me soup," or what?
Mama, you're a good man now.
One man, you are thinking too rational. That's why you are.
But that mindset, though. Do you see what I mean, though?
Yes.
How do you just walk away from? How do you Because you have to rationalize it in your mind now, because nobody wants to see themselves as evil. So
what you need to understand, these guys, if they're going for operation, is like, if we return back alive, then let's go and enjoy. If we don't come back alive,
that's
we
right.
say goodbye.
That's
so
right.
That's it.
Yes. You're right.
So, but engineer, what can we do now? What can we do now? Because the woman was asking also for some days now that what can we do now? Should we just wait and then for eternity like this?
They say there's no old armed robber. Just what you said, engineer. There's no old armed robber.
Tony, I said this in this platform.
Go and appoint VA to go and lobby the Congress to start to protect you. Yes.
Mag you bill.
Yeah, sorry, engineer.
If we put Ove in that Benin, I think the level of those atrocity will come down very well.
We go up. It will go up because here we said not concern me.
Let's leave Ove, because I'm curious to hear your take on what I was just trying to wrap my head around, engineer. You understand it? So it's just that Edo space. So these guys, I think they killed about 10, 15 people in that operation.
18 people.
It doesn't matter. They killed a lot of people. That's really the point. So and then they stole this money. So they succeed to effect their escape. So then they go to some base or some place, and then they share the money. So do they then have a bath to bathe off the blood? And then they go to the beer parlor, they drink, and they do the prostitution. But then so how do you know what I mean now? How do you rationalize it to yourself to say that and then carry on?
One man, I said something earlier on, and I'll repeat it before. If they're going on their operation, is either they come back alive or they don't come back alive. That's one.
Okay, if they come back alive, then what? How do they then?
Then if peradventure they come back alive, they will maybe go and pay the money where they hire the gun. Could be our uniform men. They hire the gun from them, and they will share the money. Some of them will use that money in that state. Their base will be in Lagos. Some of them will move to Lagos to squander the money. The clever ones, maybe if God touches their mind, they'll end up setting up a business. But the ones that they love social lifestyle, they will go and squander the money. If the money is finished, that's when that spirit will come back again to go and commit more atrocity. That's how it works for them.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And I'm not being naive, because of course I know criminality takes place, but I just always wonder sometimes how that plays out. Or even like a military sort of person, or even, and then you go into, like, there was one clip that I was watching with the military on operation, they will call it, in the East. And this guy was holding a gun. Somebody was holding the gun bullet, and it was just spraying through the entire village, just spraying and spraying and spraying, and they were cheering and whooping. And I was just wondering that these are not human beings, are they really? Are they really human beings? It's just, it's quite a thing,
Yeah, one man, when they take that oath and when they smoke all those things, they will look at people like ant. You understand? They look at people like insects. They don't value humans. They don't value anything that breathes. They don't value it at that moment. So they will clear it. They will definitely clear it. That's how they operate. And it's a bit sad, honestly. It's a bit sad for you to kill your fellow human.
It's quite a thing. Just a little personal. Who's that? Is that D?
I want to talk, but I'm thinking I don't want to talk over you.
No, go on.
Yeah,
No, I was just filling in the space. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, those guys, those robbers, you see, they did the same thing in Ibadan,
And that's the second time that same thing is happening in Ibadan. Many years ago too, they killed everybody on that Iwo road. So these guys, they don't think about the life they kill. They just want to make the money. Once they finish the operation, they get the money. They are not thinking about the people that are dead. They are thinking about the money and the next operation. They are not humans anymore. They've lost their souls. They are lost souls.
Okay, so these people don't live on another planet. So, okay, that's Iwo Road. So they switch on the news then the next day, of course, and then they see the people crying, they see the grieving, they see the blood, they see the everything. Is it a sense of victory? What are they saying? Because those are innocent people. Those are people that are just suffering like them in most instances. So how do you just, walk away from?
Let me burst your bubbles. Do you know those guys? Those guys will see that news, see dead bodies, and rejoice. The ones that do the shooting, will say, that one I saw him was trying to do this. I shoot him. That's how they think. Those guys don't care. They don't have any human empathy anymore. They don't feel anything anymore. And like engineers say, once they smoke that they are robber, they will kill anybody and forget that they just killed people and go to their dungeon. There was one guy, he used to, they robbed and he's lodged in an hotel somewhere in Ibadan. And in that hotel, that guy is so nice, even to the staff and the people that come from the neighborhood to drink at the bar. He buys them drink, gist with them. One day, police just came to arrest him because they tracked him down. They killed the man. The guy is a rich guy. They took his phone. He gave the phone to one of his boys that he likes. That guy doesn't rob with them. It's just all these small boys that he likes. So he gave that guy the phone. That guy passed the phone to his girlfriend. So they tracked the phone through the help of the son of that man. They caught the girl. The girl said, it's my boyfriend that gave me the phone. They went to the boyfriend. It's one Egbon like that gave me the phone. He stays in this hotel. That's how they went to catch the guy in the hotel. Those guys have been operating for almost a year, and he stays in that hotel in Ibadan. They've been killing people, and he comes there. The day they came to arrest that guy, everybody was just wow. When they started mentioning all the operation, even people knew about, where they kill people. Those are the guys that did it. Everybody was just surprised. So this guy is an armor. So you will never know. They are human beings. We see everybody every day. Some people, you don't know what they are doing, So only God can help us.
It's quite a thing. But I just, gentlemen, we've missed something. Today was meant to be Women's Day. It's only really now Celibate is mentioning it in the comment section. That we've not acknowledged that, but what do you even say? Do you say happy? What's the convention, engineer? What do you say? Women's Day. Everybody has a day. When is Men's Day? Why don't we have a day? Eh?
Our day is to go. Our day is DNA Day.
DNA Day.
No, but we have Father's Day now. We have Father's Day.
Yeah, it's a month word, so we don't need to have a day.
Yeah. Yes, it's a
month. But my dad sent me an article regarding men. He said a man marries a wife, he has a kid, and the kids they got married, right? And if your kids they're married today, who normally go and stay in the kids' house? Is it not the woman? And you leave the man at home. So that means men are suffering.
Before that woman goes, the fridge will be packed to the core.
Engineer, just remind me of something now. When I used to work on the island, I was driving one day. All these Lagos bus. That people always say, to be a man is a trouble. But this guy wrote on the back of his commercial bus, to be a man is a problem.
He's right. He's right.
And he's right, honestly.
It's a very lonely thing being a man, because everything comes to you and you have to,
that is why in African culture you see us marrying two wives. You see us adopting polygamy as a way of life, because at some point you have to go and take care of your grandkid. and you will leave the man at home.
That's a poor excuse,
hold on, one man. I'm telling you, that's one of the reasons men doesn't cook. In our culture, we don't cook. It's the women. Traditionally, it's women that cook for men.
Do you cook, Ajanle Koko?
I don't cook.
You don't.
I don't.
You don't, or you don't know how to, or you choose not to.
I choose not to.
Or you pretend like you don't know how to. Because I used to do that as well. I used to pretend like I don't know how to cook.
Yeah. If you, how would you really enjoy your wife when you are the one cooking? Let your wife cook for you. Let her know that yes, she have to, anywhere she is, she know when she's going home, I have to cook for my man. You must enjoy your woman's food. And that's what will keep you home as well. That is what will bring you come home.
All right. So Ajale Koko, you've gone, land.
Yeah, but I was saying, you see, our tradition, we polygamy life, we adopt that polygamous this thing for so many reasons. So it's our culture that at a point in time, women have to go to their son-in-law's house to go and take care of their grandkid. Sometimes it can take like 3 months, depending on the situation. So that man that he left at home, who is going to be cooking for the man? Because it's not our tradition to cook.
This is not 1802, you know.
No. I'm not saying now. I'm just telling you the reason why our fathers in the past, why some of them they marry 2 wives.
All right.
Or marry more than one wife, more wives rather. Yes.
All right, Ajale Koko, you've opened the window for that snapshot question that we often do sometimes. So it's about, you know where I'm going, men cooking. So the question is in 3 stages. So should men cook in a home? So mom, dad, children. So that's a classic traditional. So should men cook? That's 1. And then do you cook? That's 2. And if you do cook, what is your best meal to make? So we start with Thomas, but before we start with Thomas, happy birthday, Thomas. So I was thinking to wish you well. So happy birthday, long life and prosperity, and all you wish yourself to you. So, but should men cook?
Thank you.
Do you cook, and what is your best meal to make? So just a short answer to that.
Yes, in African context, men don't cook, but in Western world, the Westerners now, everything has changed. Men do cook now. I cook. I'm the best chef in my house. So my wife can be sitting down there. I'll be cooking in the kitchen. I cook very well. Yes.
Look at that. You can boast now. If your madam was sitting next to you, will you be able to say that?
She's here. No. She's here with me. She's here. Right. She's hearing me.
And what's your best meal to make?
Egusi soup and beans and plantain.
So that's your best.
Yes, that's my. Actually, my mom is a cook, so I'm best in everything. My mom is a chef back in my country.
In your country? Which country is that? Yes. Is it not the same country we all come from?
No.
We have to
Australia.
It is looking.
My country.
Back in his country, Ibadan.
You know, it's the language he speaks to people around him, or you say in my country, so he doesn't. You're amongst family now, eh?
Yeah, I'm one day with you. I've been on your side chick day with you.
Yeah. So same question to you, Vue. Should men cook? Do you cook? And what is your best meal to make?
I cook myself. I cook. The life where they live, I don't cook, no be die. So I cook. I pride myself as a chef. I do serve food. It depends on the neighborhood I find myself. I cook for guys. Should men cook? Why not?
No,
Yes.
why not is different from yes now.
Yes, men should
okay.
should have food now. Yes, everybody should
So
have
you're happy for your wife to kick back and be watching her favorite soap opera, and you are in the kitchen with your apron on, sweating it out with that hot stove.
One of my hobbies is actually cooking. For me, I derive pleasure in cooking morning, afternoon, and night, anytime, any day. So I don't really see him as an act to me. I know
Okay.
but everybody should know how to cook. That's just what I say.
And what's your best meal to make? What's the best thing
My
that you
favorite
cook?
food is beans anyway. I can
Not
eat
to eat, or the one you feel you make the best.
I think egusi soup because I
Egusi
dey
soup.
fry am.
You have your own special technique, Abi?
Oh, I'm from Edo State now, sure. That egusi soup, we get signature there. Yes, I like to cook egusi soup. Beans, anything cook, I don't mind.
All right, brilliant. And to you, Tony, same question: should men cook? Do you cook? And what is the best meal that you can make? Not your favorite food to eat, but the best one you can make. Yeah.
No, I dey cook because as a student, I used to stay in the private hostel, so I had to cook. So and then in here I cook, and then I cooked my girlfriends. Some of my girlfriends we used to cook, and then you carry what they also for the kitchen as they cook. It's good to cook together and carry what they. Yes.
All right. What's your best? What's the best meal to make for you? What's your best meal to make?
I like beans also now. Beans and all this goosey other dodo. I take dodo. Only the oil I will use the olive oil sometimes. But beans
olive oil to make. I don't like the taste of olive oil.
No, we have special olive oil, but it's very expensive. Like 2 liters is costing about 20 euro here. It's very, very, very good to fry dodo or fry yam and beans. And then my senior sister's husband used to cook.
There is nothing special in olive oil, Tony. I just think it's healthier to use olive oil. That's why most people use olive oil. There is nothing special. There is no olive oil that is special.
I mix it up with the palm oil. I mix it with palm oil.
I think it's healthier than using vegetable oil, my friend.
But I mix them together, and it was sweet well. You will like them.
All right. So same question to you, D. So I think so far Thomas says men should cook, Ovie, and then Tony, and then you, D. Should men cook? Do you cook? And what is the best meal that you can make?
Cooking is part of my hobby. I actually even take time to do shopping and experiment. I like to make egusi, afan soup, ogbono, edika, ikong.
You're a Yoruba man. Are you a Yoruba man?
I'm a Yoruba man. My mom is from Akwa Ibom.
Okay.
They have varieties of food, and she actually had catering to job when I was young. So I used to watch and learn how to cook. So during my uni days, I used to be the one that make food for my friends, and I use cooking sometimes to even ease stress. And I think men should cook and to help your wife, partners, girlfriend, because sometimes they've done a lot, and I believe you need to share the weight most times. And if you're in a Western world, sometimes if you want to stay on that African.
Okay, let's not even be in the African side. Let's localize it to Nigeria. So you're in Nigeria. You live in Nigeria.
I will cook. I cook even in Nigeria. Back in Nigeria, I cook, and I think it's good to even still cook if you're in Nigeria to help your wife and assist her, because there is a way your shift pattern might be. There are ways.
Okay. Let me expand it a little bit. So it's a Sunday, which is a lazy day in most homes. So traditionally, the man will sit in front of the sofa, switch on the telly, watch a movie, watch sports, and then the wife is in the kitchen putting things together. So do you find it acceptable if those roles were reversed? So the wife is sitting on the sofa watching her favorite TV serial, whatever, and then the man is in the kitchen with the apron on, sweating
Why
it
not?
over.
Once in a while.
You're a Yoruba man. Once in a while.
I'm a Yoruba man, but that's what most people don't know. You see, those are the things that.
You're a modern man, Abi. You're a modern man. It's
It's not even about being modern. Maybe because I've loved cooking, and I believe even if you raise kids in those atmospheres, it makes them grow in love. Not like you'll be cooking every day. So that once in a while makes it more interesting. I think it's boring sometimes. I don't even know how our forefathers did it sometimes, to be honest. When you just sit down because he's gone to work. It's the same woman that will cook. It's the same woman that will wash. She's the same one that will bath the kids. They just ride those women those days, to be honest.
All right.
Speak for your father. My papa get 5. My father had 5 wives, so no generalize them.
It's not. I'm generalizing it.
You always boast about that.
The same thing.
Yeah, my father also 4 wives. My father also 4 wives.
Different background. Most of them. That's why I don't know how those our forefathers did it. I didn't mention some people, so I just think they did too much. Our mothers did too much. The weight was too much on them, and they just use that culture thing to ride them. Honestly,
yes,
it was too much. I think once in a while is not bad if you assist your wife. It even gives them joy. At least they can be free too and have chill, you know.
But I think, I don't know, but from my own place, I think I envy the women. I mean, from the past, they had more freedom than anywhere in the world I can think of. Because here you have a wife, your wife is allowed to go outside, form a full relationship, add kids, see, come back to the house and be accepted.
Yes. Exactly.
I don't know. That's a modern culture. But let's go to Igor. Let's see if Igor is still with us. It's not like Igor to be quiet, so I suspect it's not with us. No. If Igor was here, you would know. So let's go to Ife, who hopefully is still with us. Ife, we know you want to be okay. If I'm curious to hear, so let me put the question again. You heard the question.
In my own case, we're all boys in the family, so all of us know how to cook, because in all boys family, it's more like a guy now me cook this week, now you dey cook next week. At times they normally enter, so as it called, we fighting amongst ourselves. But at some point, my dad had to like come into the front and say, guys, your older brother is much older than you, so you have to leave him out. You, the other ones, have to sort out who will be cooking, you understand? But while growing up too, I remember that some of us knew how to cook some food more than another person. So when they want to eat that food, it's that person that knows how to cook that food properly that they will instruct that you go and cook this food. You understand now? So but now I have my life here. When I was still in Nigeria, I think I just saw it like it is not. Then I was not working. Then I saw it like it's not right that what's it called? My parents go to work, they come back home.
No. Sorry, Ife. We're talking about in a marriage setting. So you are married. You have your wife. Yeah.
No, forget if I marry. It depends. Okay, it depends in the culture I marry to. If I marry,
you're married to a Yoruba woman. You live in
Badagry.
Don't worry,
if I'm married to any African, that day I hands up from entering the kitchen.
There you are. So Ajale Koko, at last you have a partner, eh?
No. Yeah, let me tell you why. I believe I'm fortunate enough to be educated that if I get married today and say, oh, my wife, I don't want you to be working, or just take part-time jobs, maybe twice in a week, you go to work, or 3 times in a week, she will be able to live or will be able to manage in her means. I'm not this type of crazy person. I want to become Dangote type of mentality, looking at the situation we have now. So I believe I cannot be going to work Mondays to Friday. Then now, you still expect me to come to the house and cook? No. I will not do that. One thing has to be sacrificed for another thing. But if I marry an outsider, I will understand that, okay, I'm the one that brought that one to myself. I don't expect her to start cooking our Nigerian delicacies. And me, I don't like eating out, so I'll need to cook those ones. But if I marry an African lady, no, Mama, don't let me lie to you. No Western culture can change that.
All right, thank you. Engineer, the question. So, should men cook? Do you cook? And what is your best meal?
Yeah, men should cook. And I start cooking at the age of 10 because my mom went to School of Food and Nutrition. She went to WTC, that's a Women Teachers College. So that's where they normally do food competition. So then if I finish from school, I go to her school and I watch her what she's doing. And at the age of 9 to 10, I shocked my mom. Before I didn't go to her school. I just went home straight away, went to market, get all the food items, and I cooked. So she was shocked when she came back home and she was like, "What's going on?" I said, "I want to surprise you, Mommy, I cooked." She just started laughing her head off. And at the age of 15, my sisters, I have 3 sisters who they keep arguing. That one said he's not going to cook. The other one, I'll just tell them, stay aside. I'll go to the kitchen and start cooking. And that's how I become professional. And my best food is Owedu and Amala.
You can make Amala?
Yes.
Wow. You know, it's a specialist food. You know, you can't slow down when you are making Amala. Otherwise, Amala is one of those meals. It cannot have lumps. If it has lumps, it's finished.
Yeah, that's why people think I go to gym. I say, no, I don't go to gym. It's the food I cook at home that make.
Oh, we've lost the engineer. Okay, he's back.
If you make starch,
why not?
When they draw like rubber.
They don't know starch now.
Very nice.
How do you know we don't know starch?
I will take no.
I eat starch. I no go no. I guess.
No, not be you. DOG, not be you. I know say you know. You are from our place now. No, but I mean, engineer, not fit.
Engineer from Cross Rivers. You know, he grew up in. I think was even born there. So but I don't even know. You know that starch. Anyway, let me not go there. Let me not say anything silly.
Because it's from Rivers. Let me not say anything
silly. In the chop popo gari. Engineer, the chop popo gari. Engineer.
Sir.
You the chop popo gari.
Anything you eat, I eat it more than you.
What is popo gari, by the way? What's that one?
You don't go to Wafi area as is.
What did they make gari? What did they make gari for a plate? The hard ones, like the raw ones. What did the filter come out? Popo gari.
You know, I saw something once that freaked me out. I'll share this with you, and then I'll go to Prof. and then Ajanle Koko. I saw something once that freaked me out. You know, some people they eat dog meat. That freaks me out.
On those state.
Can you please now, Tony?
Okay.
You must not always have to do this.
Okay.
So some people they eat dog meat. That already freaks me out. But then I saw this clip once. This guy who was cooking dog meat. I think it was actually in Lagos. So where they get the dogs, I don't know. Maybe it's strays. That even freaks me out even more. But then he cooked the dog, yes, and then the boiled water from the cooked dog, he then used that to make a bar.
Balanced diet.
Good. Have you ever seen anything like that, Engineer?
You need to live
more vitamin.
That's common now. That's a common thing for our houses anyway. If Tony say be village man, go know how they say that.
I don't know. Yeah, they call him. I don't know what they call him. I don't know what they call him for a place.
Dog meat.
Yes.
Just imagine how Tony reacts. He's so happy. He raised one of his best topics.
404.
You know.
Dog meat now 404.
It really freaked me out. You know, the dog meat was already freaking me out. But then rather than boil water separately, the water from the boiled, he just took the meat out and then he
Yeah,
poured
that would
curry
nourish
into
it.
it,
That would
and
nourish
then
it.
yeah.
That would nourish it.
So we eat some funny things in Nigeria. But let's go to Prof. Prof, you heard the question. Do you want to respond to it? It's just a jokey little thing that we're doing.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. What was the question you asked? I didn't hear it.
Oh, okay,
is it about cooking? Wait, is it about cooking?
Yes, it was about cooking.
To me,
don't. Yeah, just do the cooking. Yeah.
No, it's good men know how to cook. It's very necessary. What happens if you find yourself in a place where there's no female available, or in a place where even if there's female available, you're just endangering yourself? So it's necessary. I know how to cook. I may not say I know how to cook every meal, but at least the basic meal, soup, rice, beans and yam and so on, I cook it. My mom taught me how to cook.
What's your best meal to make?
That's one funny thing. My wife always tells me I don't really have a best meal, but I like something like this. An Igbo meal they call achichede. If you're an Igbo person, you will know it.
Is that your favorite to eat?
To me, it's my favorite meal so far.
No. I meant to cook. What
even to cook it? Even to cook it, yeah. The meal is not something you just enter the market and see. Like it's in the market.
Hold on. That's not the question. I'm saying, should men cook? Can you cook? And if you can cook, what is the best meal that you can make? So not your favorite food. What is the best meal that you can make?
To me, if men can cook, I think the best meal they should know how to cook is how to cook soup. Because as far as I'm concerned, all these other meals they eat, when you swallow, now that won't be better meal. No be all this rice and so on. So you might suppose know how to cook soup.
All right. Thank you, engineer. So let me answer the question as well. And so I think Ajanle Koko and Ife, you stand alone, because I think men should cook at home, certainly. And I know how to cook a little bit. And my favorite thing to make is roast chicken. So that one I can make perfectly. And Christmas something, I can do the Christmas meal. So once a year, I go into the kitchen. So that's good enough.
Let me say something before you go. Yeah, it is good for us to teach our children to cook when they are still with us, particularly women, to teach their children when they are in maybe middle school to high school, they have to know how to cook. That's the way I was raised. My mom started cooking when I was in elementary school. I started with making food for my sibling, my junior one. She would teach me, hey, I'm going to market. This is the way when I'm not around. This is the way you have to do for your sister. Do it like this. You know, when she's at home, she will ask me, okay, come and do it. I will do it. And she will say, okay, you know it. This is the way you cook for her. If I go to market, come back, she'll be able to cook for her. So I started like that. And she introduced me into re-cooking. So I know how to cook. When I was a bachelor, I was cooking very well. The very first time that my wife that I'm married to visited me and I served her with food, she said, who cooked this food for me? I said, I'm the one. She said, no, I'm not. I said, okay, don't worry. Then one day we were together, I cooked for her. She couldn't believe it. But since we married,
look at that. Ajanle Koko.
I have questions for Ajanle Koko.
Let him land. I'm sure I have questions, but yeah, go on.
Since we married, that was the last time I cooked. I never cooked since we married. Never step into kitchen and cook, because that's the way we were raised by our parents, that it is not your responsibility to go to the kitchen when you are married. Whenever you are, when you get married, don't go there. It is not your place. Let her have your place, her place. Let her have that sense of belonging. that's her job. It's not your job as a man.
But what if your wife had to go to Nigeria for 2-3 weeks a month?
Okay, I have done it before. When she traveled with the children and I was here, she cooked everything. She boxed everything in the freezer, and I was warming all the soup and all the rest. But, you know, I mean, you want to eat eba or some rice, that one is easy. But the soup, she boxed everything, put everything in package, and she put them in the freezer. I just warm it and eat. So the reason why...
Hold on. Yeah. Okay, so the soup is in the freezer, whatever is out on the stove, but Madame is not indoors and you want to eat eba. What do you do?
You said the soup is where? In the freezer? No. She already packaged them. She already put them in a small...
No. And I'm just painting a scenario to you just to see just how much you stick to it. So it's just a regular day. Madame has gone out maybe to shopping, to wherever, to the hairdressers, whatever, to work. You want to eat eba. So the soup is already made. So what do? Do you wait for Madame to come back to make the eba, or you go into the kitchen and switch the kettle on yourself?
Oh, the eba. Let me tell you the way I eat. I eat twice a day, right? In the morning and in the evening. So in the morning, mostly at my place of work, she already packaged my food in the night. So when I'm going in the morning, I just take it with me. So in the night, when I get back home, she'll be at home and she'll cook for me. That's it.
When was the last time you made eba? When was the last time you made eba?
I can't even remember.
God.
One man.
Unbelievable.
You know why? Let me tell you this. It's a taboo. People can say a lot of things. We are westernized. We live in Western world. Yes, sometimes we have to cook. I'm not saying people that want to cook should not cook. But our culture says one thing to us, and if we don't follow it, sometimes we can run into problem that we run into problem that we create by ourselves. So when our people said, don't go to kitchen when you are married, there's no reason why they are saying it. The historical perspective to this. And, it's a taboo. It's an insult to you, to your family, when your mother comes to your house and she see you in the kitchen cooking instead of your wife cooking. You don't do it in Yoruba land. It's your wife that has to do the cooking. And that give her that high respect that she deserves. When your family come and she's the one cook, and they will put her in a place that she's a very responsible woman. But how do you do it? You are a man cooking and doing. Why are you a man? I work. What I do as a man is to give you the money. I have to be responsible to give her the money all the time for grocery, 100%, not 50%, not 70%, 100%. It's your responsibility of a man to give it out all the time. That's what makes you a man. Go and do it. Okay. You don't share. Don't share with woman. Don't share with woman. Don't share with woman that responsibility. That is your responsibility to give out 100% of the money for grocery in the house.
Okay, Coco. One question for you.
Yes.
So that means what Buhari said is Buhari is right then, isn't it?
No. That one is different. Hold on. Hold on. Your wife cooking for you to eat does not mean that you want to enslave your wife. It's just the cooking. What is the big deal in the cooking? It's not a big deal for woman to cook.
Buhari said now.
That's what he said. Okay, woman should not work. Your place is cooking place. No, that's what Buhari said. That's not my own position. My own position is that woman can still work, but our responsibility to cook for the family, that's our sole responsibility. And my responsibility as a man is to provide the resources, that money.
Hold on. Should a woman work
Oh yeah, woman should work. Why won't a woman work?
I mean a job that comes with a wage.
A job that does what?
That a salary that she collects salary from to go to work. Should a woman do that? A wife?
Oh yeah, yes. If what she if that career is a kind of career that she has to go and work and make money, yeah. If she's not running business,
and what happens to that money that she earns?
What happened to her money that she earned? Like what? Well, she can you know, she can do whatever she wants to do with her money. But you as a man, you have to be responsible for the mortgage, 100%. You have to be responsible for the grocery. She want to buy 100,000 worth of clothes, jewelries, is not your business. She want to use $200, $500 to plait her hair, it's not your business. But your business is to provide what will keep the family going on, which is the house and the food. All right?
So what about school fees? What about school fees?
School fees, I believe my father was responsible for the school fee of all of us. My mother never paid one time. And that's my own belief too, that a man should do that as well, 100%.
One man.
But for those
hold on. If the resources is not there, if the resources is not enough for man, well, the woman can assist. You can come together as one and she assists. But you know, man should be responsible enough to provide some certain things, the basic things to keep the family going. You have to do it. And for her to cook, it's not a big deal. She's trained. If you are married to a woman that is well trained, well brought up, cooking will not be a problem for her at all.
What about women who cannot cook? What is your view on
don't even go there, man. I don't even want to talk about that. Why would you marry a woman that cannot cook? What kind of life is that?
What should be their faith? What should be their faith? Women who cannot cook.
If a woman cannot cook, man, don't go there. You're running into big trouble. Except you want to be a cook for that woman. And why would you be a man be cooking for a woman all the time? She cannot cook.
One man.
That's a mess for African man.
All right, take a question from engineer. Take a question from engineer.
Yeah.
You see, Ajale Koko. If you look, Ajale Koko and Ove, they have 6-pack, right? And if you look, Ajale Koko said from the beginning he has been cooking before he get married.
Yes.
So, and if you look, average African men, most especially Nigerians abroad, what they will use to entice any woman is cooking. Because any woman that knows any Nigerian man.
What do you mean by entice woman? A married man or a
when you're single.
Okay.
You know now, Ajale Koko, you know where I'm going to. So there's nothing to beat around the bush now.
Me, I don't have the experience, sir. I not come here single, so I don't know how it be.
Yeah, but according to your story, you said when you're single, you cook.
Yeah. I was very good. I could cook very well when I was single. Yeah.
That's it. You just answered.
My mother raised me well to cook very well. Yes.
And you still have your 6-pack.
6-pack?
Yes.
No, I don't. No, I don't. Once in a while, not every time. No.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe I cannot even remember the last time I took one. Yeah. It's occasionally, not something that I really enjoy, not something that I must.
No, it's not talking about biao. It means biceps. It means that you are.
Yeah.
I think it's. I don't explain what you mean by 6-pack. I think Ajale Koko may be thinking something different.
Okay, Ajale Koko 6-pack is your belly. Your belly is still flat, just like Ove belly.
I told you saying that twice at the eat today.
Because the very first day I saw your video, that's when I knew that yes, Ajale Coco is the real Ajale Coco.
Not twice.
If they put you and one man to run 100-meter race, you beat one man straight away.
Who told you that? Who told you that? I have special powers. If I wear my traditional beat,
who can compete with Eagle? One man is an Eagle.
Look at that. It's quite a thing, you know. The standards by which life is lived, you know. But there's no one size fits all now. Everything Ajale Coco said, I completely disagree with, and he's one of my favorite people, but I completely disagree with the totality of everything. I disagree with it, but you know, that's just it. But it's a life of discipline, isn't it? And that is that is the standard life. That is a guaranteed life. A disciplined life is almost like a guaranteed life. If you are able to live a disciplined life, then you are guaranteed to live a good life. But you know.
One man,
engineer.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna go off so that Sally can come in. She said the platform is too full, right? So because since we didn't wish no women happy Women's Day.
Yeah, let me yield space too.
I'm gonna go off. Then let her come in and give us her own voice of Sally.
All right, I think Sally might well disagree with that.
Happy Women's Day to Sally.
No, don't bribe her. She's coming to beat you up.
Happy Women's Day to Sally. To our friend that came on the platform the other time, and all women around the world. I think we have this Bongman. What's her name?
Bongsma.
Julie. Happy Women's Day to you too. I love you, my sister.
All right. So thank you, engineer. I'll speak to you during the day. So that was engineer. Engineer is a feminist, or completely different from Ajale Coco's politics. But, you know, Ajale Coco has surprised us today. I thought Ajale Coco was a feminist, but the furthest from a feminist. There it is, right there. So there it is right there. We've now come to the tail end. When we're starting to talk this sort of conversations, that means, you know, we've exhausted pretty much the talking points. So we'll start to round off, and then when Sally comes in, she gets to get full expression. But we go to Thomas as we start to round off. So Thomas, are you there? Just our final words.
Have you tried dog meat? One man.
No, never. The idea repulses me. I cannot think of anything worse.
Very beautiful. Try it one day. You will love it. It's the most.
You know, I think we've had this conversation before. You shouldn't eat a carnivore. This is just the thing.
No, one man.
You shouldn't eat an animal that eats flesh. That's almost cannibalism, isn't it?
No, that is Oyibo mentality. Try it one day.
No, that's just. So you've eaten it then? Have you eaten it?
Yeah, of course, several times. Very lovely meat. Try it one day. If you go to Nigeria, you go like it.
No.
Thank you. Just everybody, thank you. See you guys later. I'm preparing to celebrate my birthday. So see you
happy
guys.
Birthday.
Happy birthday, Thomas.
Thomas.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. 18 at last. 18 at
happy
last.
Birthday.
Now you can drink. Now you can drink alcohol. 18. So Thomas turns 18 today at last. Well done. So that was Thomas. Thank you, Thomas. A real delight. It's one of those yes, and then here comes Sally Base. So there's Sally Base. So hello Sally Base, and goodbye Thomas. So let's go to Sally's then. Let me Sally, you use the headphone. Yeah. Thomas. So let's go to Sally's then. Let me. You know, the worst thing that you know, people ask me if I listen back to these sessions. I don't even like the sound of my own voice. You know, it freaks me out to hear. I don't know if people like the sound of their voice, but I don't like it. I listen back to these sessions. I don't even like the sound of my own voice. You know, it freaks me out to hear. And Sally is still making me listen to it. Like the sound of their voice, but I don't like it. I listen back to these sessions. I don't even like the sound of my own voice. You know. It freaks me out. Are you there now, Sally? Are you with us?
Yeah, I'm right here. I had to go back to YouTube to basically put it on pause because it was kind of like bouncing back.
Okay. So but you can hear me okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so to that question, should men cook in the house? Is a question that we landed on, and it seems to be the most interesting question of the day. So happy Women's Day, by the way. Is it different from Mother's Day? Is it the same thing?
No, Women's Day is more of the is a movement. Just like people have your Biafra or Duduwa movement and so on. That's our movement. It started with the feminists, and now it's like more the modern women. We don't call ourselves feminists anymore. I mean, we are sisters. Like it's a sisters movement.
And what is it fight? Is it fighting for something, or is it just celebrating the gender? So is there an agenda, or is it just about the gender?
It's about it's about the agenda of the female gender.
Okay, which is what, to take over the world from us? Is this a
No,
conspiracy?
I mean,
Are you co-plotting? Yeah, co-plotting. Are you co-plotters?
Well,
against
I mean,
men.
if there's anything like discrimination, you should know that there is, because women face a lot of discrimination. Just because you are not the one that's wearing the shoe, perhaps you don't know how it hurts. In work situation, in politics, in so many, platforms, you have that, recurring pushing women to the side or giving them something that is lesser or making it difficult for them to work whilst expecting a baby. And some will not even give enough. In fact, some women will get sacked because they're pregnant. You know that. And so on, when the boss discovers that they're pregnant, they're sacked. So women have to, women's rights are important because, I mean, we still have to be here. We still have to, have you babies, both male and female. We still have to make the world. We still have to produce. So, I mean, there's everything positive about a woman. I saw you guys actually having a discussion on whether you cook or you don't cook. Or
yes, to that space. Yes. Do you think a man should?
Ajale was going on again about, women should cook. It's better, it's nice to have your woman cooking for you. Well, that is true, but that is just like if some men know how to cook certain dishes, so why won't they? Why won't they do it?
Do you think it diminishes a man to cook in a marriage?
How can you say that in this modern world? My husband used to cook all the time. In fact, we used to cook together because he knows that if he doesn't start, maybe I'll still be reading or doing one thing or the other. So he will just go and start. Okay, I've done the meat. I've boiled the meat for you. Come and start cooking. And I was like, okay, if you're not going to come now, I'm going to just go and start cooking. And by the time it is cooked that stew, that would take me. I'll be taking time to do this way, that way. Bam, bam. And you know what? His stew will be the sweetest. We used to just beg him that please, please, please. And then my youngest son, I noticed, is very good.
This is abroad, of course. Would this replicate in Nigeria? If you were in Nigeria, would they cook one, and would they do it secretly to keep it away from people?
They will cook. We're not those kind of people. I mean, we're modern people. We don't really give a toss about what people. If his friends come around and someone I see him cooking, I mean, I'm just relaxing watching TV. It's no big deal because he's decided he's cooking, and when he's cooking, it's very serious. All his things is arrange all the vegetables. You just occupy the whole kitchen, so just leave it for him. The day enters, he said that he wants to cook something special. Surely when he's cooking, there's this soup that he used to love cooking, called cassava soup. So I don't know how to cook that one. So he would just boil it and he'll do it, and it's so nice when you eat it. Oh wow, So I don't see any problem with men cooking. In fact, he has good taste. If I want to do like the Christmas turkey, or I want to roast some chicken, I'll ask him to do all the seasoning because he's got those hands. There's a way he will season it. When you cook it, you feel the taste. Even my youngest son is like that too. I always get him to come and season for me, and then I just put it in the oven. You know, so men are good cooks. My big son too is a very good. In fact, my sons are all good cooks. You know, they all argue.
But where did they learn it from? You don't sound like you are particularly partial to the kitchen.
I cook. Let me tell you.
You sound like you would like to abdicate that responsibility.
I missed church, Sunday school, because I was always cooking jollof rice for my family when I was young. From when I was like 12, I was cooking. I didn't like house boy. I didn't like house girl. I didn't see the point why we needed to have a house boy and a house girl. And that used to really irritate me, like, you know, bringing people to come and like, you know, start cooking. And I don't know them, so I don't feel free really eating what they've cooked, you know, because I was quite, you know, squeamish when I was young. So from then I just said my mom will allow me to do plantain, fry plantain. From frying plantain, she will allow me to boil rice. Of course, we all used to try and cook beans. So I say beans, not beans. Children, everybody all cook beans. It's one way or the other. So I do be done, but we'll still eat it anyway. You know, so that was just the way it was.
What's your best meal to make? What do you take the most pride in? That this is my. What's your signature?
I think in this world, I think in this. Let me talk like my sister Julie. She gave me a small tough time. I don't feel talk. Anyway, let me just say this, right? I kind of think, and my father said this too. My mom used to say that too. I think I cook the best jollof rice in this whole world, wide world.
No. I think that crown belongs to my wife.
A lie. Let's have a competition.
Yes.
For jollof rice.
Nigeria versus Ghana.
People how I cook. When I had my restaurant, my jollof rice was inundated. And I had to cook it because my niece sometimes will say, "Oh, Auntie, you know, you've shown me how to cook a jollof rice." So all the kids around this area, Auntie sells jollof rice. That is it. If I don't cook it out with Jamaican children, cereal, no matter where, white children, jollof rice.
You know, jollof rice is Oyinbo people, they know jollof rice. Everybody knows that's our own one dish. But yes, I was coming on this session. How was that experience for your friend? What did she feedback to you? How did she enjoy it? What did she make of it?
Yeah, she said she likes it. It's more like a family show. But funny enough, she didn't realize the thing was a broadcast.
What did she think it was? She thought it was a recording.
Maybe she just thought it was a Zoom.
No, look at that. It is people from the villages, are we?
No, somehow it didn't occur to her because StreamYard is new to a lot of people. StreamYard is quite new to a lot of people. So she was actually thinking that she was just in the Zoom and then we were all having this conversation. She didn't realize that it was on the broadcast.
She
thought she was just talking, having a conversation with you guys. Giving you guys a hard time. Everyone was hearing this.
Yeah, it was good fun. It was fun.
Sally set her up. Sally knew what she was doing. She
didn't give her the full info. That's the thing.
That's what she told me. She confided. I mean, she told me, said, So I told her, listen, but everyone was watching now. She said, I just thought it was just, a Zoom or something like that. Like we're all just talking in the studio. She didn't know. If she had known, maybe she wouldn't have been so she would have been more composed. Not that she wasn't.
No. I think it was nervous energy. Imagine somebody just coming onto the screen with all these weird-looking men. Some of them don't even want to cook in the kitchen. She was saying, "What is this?" You come across people like Ajani Koko who don't want to cook. People though he knows how to cook. This is what we call Aye Jakuje. Ajani Koko is living Aye Jakuje. Look at
she cooks a lot. I mean, she cooks a lot. She's always cooking. Check her page on Instagram. It's just full of food. She's always cooking for her family.
All right, that's brilliant. So thank you, Celis. We were rounding off, but we'll just stay with us just for a little bit longer, and then we'll go from Tony as we continue to sweep up. Tony, we're rounding off. So your words.
Okay, sir. It'll be very nice conversation. So this guy Thomas, happy birthday one more time, and then I wish you all the best of luck and a good health. Then we should start to be looking for a solution according to. Okay, I don't want to mention anybody's name, so we should start to look for solution. So long we know, for the fact that we know that nothing is working out in Nigeria. There's no other way out than for the southern people to unite and form a country immediately. Because South Africa today there was a armed robbery, and the helicopter just came within 5 minutes, and they get rid of those guys. Then in Nigeria, a whole 2 hours, armed robbery, armed robbery, and then there was no police, no nothing. So even though they were to build police from Port Harcourt, if there's no police in Benin City, or they can go to Ibadan, for example, or from Lagos, they will arrive there in 30 minutes, 40 minutes time, But so that's why. So, but woman, thank you very much for allowing me to appear on your platform. I really thank you very much. God bless you, and then your energy, more energy to you, for hosting this program twice a day. Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Tony. So that was Tony. So from Tony, we've gone to Ego. I don't think we've got Ego anymore, but let's just give the opportunity because no, we don't have Ego. So thank you, Ego. Ego probably falling asleep on the session. So from Ego, we go on to, let's go to Prof. Prof, to you.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
So even though I didn't speak much today, but I think let me speak on the matter of that man that discovered his 3 children were not from his wife.
Do you want to speak on Dave UMAHI as well? So speak to that, and then
okay, just tell me what happened to Dave UMAHI, because
okay, speak to that man first, then I'll tell you what happened to Dave UMAHI.
That man's case is very sad, because I just don't know what goes on these days. But the truth of the matter is, I think these things, I see it as some people don't know the purpose for marriage. Some people should know when you want to get married, you have to prepare. The problem, many people prepare for their wedding, but they don't prepare for marriage. Preparing for marriage has to do with preparing your mindset, much especially before you go for before the wedlock day. Some people should realize marriage has to do with a man and woman coming together. The main reason for the coming together is what? Companionship. The second reason now is for help. To complement themselves. That issue of sexual intercourse is just it's not even much of a primary reason, but it's very important.
Are you trying to be funny? What are you talking about? Why do you think men and women come together?
I know, but what I'm saying is because I think why some people go outside their marriage union and give birth is simply because they don't realize that thing is meant for husband and wife. I don't see why a married woman will step out and allow another man impregnate her. She must be thinking, she's not thinking well. So that's the problem. It's just a pity. It's high time that both the male folks and the female folks think wise and keep to themselves. You understand?
Do you believe in sex before marriage, Prof?
No.
For both genders,
no,
or just
is wrong. That's what the Bible says.
Hold on. Is that for both genders or just for women?
For both genders, it's wrong. That's what the Bible says.
So 2 virgins getting married.
Wow. Yes.
Are you sure about that?
Very, very, very possible. I know many people.
I'm not sure that has ever happened in the history of mankind.
One man, stop saying that. I know many people. Many people.
One man said that with a straight face.
How
is it possible? That means both of them, 2 virgins.
One man, I'm not going to start. I know many people. I know many people.
You see?
Yeah.
So you notice that you notice I did say I am one of them. Look at this guy.
You want me to say I'm one of them?
Yeah, well,
by God's grace, one man went to mow. By God's grace, I'm one of them.
All right, okay.
So I'm an example of it. I'm not the jokes there apart. I'm an example. So that's why I know it's possible. There's something some people should find. In the Bible, it was possible. So it's possible. That's one.
Do you try and live a Christian life? Do you live your life according to faith? or is faith part of your life? So do you live your life according to faith?
It's part of my life. I would say it's part of.
Okay, so it's not, everything. What would Jesus do? Sort of, yeah.
I put that into consideration. So that's it. So today, Happy Women's Day. It's a pity that, sorry, I cut you short. It's a pity that in this show I think it's only Celebi that it came in today. You understand? There's no Biaodua. I'm sure it's just the two of them that have been featuring.
I think it's funny actually. We don't have sufficient. We do ask for women, but we don't.
What about Biaodua now?
I think her work pattern has changed, because you see her come in to say, "Oh, I'm coming in from work. I'm at work. So I think her work pattern has changed. So she's tend to be at work whilst the sessions are on. So yeah, because she was in yesterday again, but she couldn't really say a thing because she was at work. Yeah, but so Dave UMAHI, there's been a court judgment to say that for crossing to APC, that he ceases to be governor, so they're effectively looking to remove him because of that.
Hey,
you did not hear that. Did you not hear that? No, he's out. They've told the INEC to request his return ticket, his return whatever. And then they've asked PDP to present 2 people to take over as governor and deputy.
That is very bad, though. Then if it's so, I don't know, but I don't like it. But that teaches that man a lesson. He has been dancing to the tune of these Fulanis. Sorry to say, this is a man that openly said that even Biafra comes, that Ebonyi won't be part of Biafra.
He's fighting back, though, yes. But
I know he'll fight, but that teaches him a lesson. Why can't he remain with his PDP? But I think they shouldn't only do it to him. I believe there may be other governors somewhere.
Because PDP spent a lot of money. It spent a lot of time and effort.
I don't like it. But the thing there is, it's clear the man has stepped on somebody's toe somewhere. That's why this thing is happening to him. It's not just something that just happened overnight. But in a way, it's a pity. Some people may not like what I'm saying. The man has really performed. As far as I'm concerned, a lot of killings going on in Ebonyi State. He does nothing. He allowed the biggest mosques to go on in Ebonyi State. In Ebonyi State, when Christians are evangelizing in such areas where Muslims are, they will call him. And immediately he will give an order for them to stop the evangelism too. I don't know if you know about that. Go and ask. So it serves him well. That's why all Jews or Cars, all these people, these Fulani people, they will bring you down. They just, I don't know why some of them just think they're not with people. These Fulani people know Bia. As far as you're not Islamically inclined, forget it.
What do you want?
I said,
what do you want?
Okay.
Who's that in the background? Who is
my daughter, they here, no?
No. Somebody was playing something. They were saying, "What do you want? What do you want?" But So thank you, Prof. So we're at the tail end of it. So
no problem.
So maybe tomorrow then we hear a lot more from you. So that was Prof. Let's go from Prof to DOG. So DOG, are you there? Okay, DOG has gone off to change nappies. So from DOG, let's go to OVA to you.
Happy International Women's Day to Ijo people.
Say it like you mean it now.
Ijo women. Ijo women, not Ijo people.
Ijo women. Okay, Ijo women. Baby, she's so serious, so I'm scared.
Does that mean you get a day? Does that mean women get a day off from the kitchen today?
An opportunity for them to ask for gifts of Orishi. That's it. That is what it's for.
This one is the political Women's Day.
You know, back to what we are trying to go
why
back
not?
and forth with Ajalekuko regarding the women, being rejected at the National Assembly. I think there are more people, still speaking of regarding that space, and there's a pressure going on right now. I think they are thinking of reverting it at their second reading or something. That's the National Assembly. I'll be House of Rep. So,
you mean the women's bill?
Yes.
No, it was one of the topics that we were talking about, that we intended to talk about. Yes,
we did talk about it. Why I was actually having a strong opinion regarding what Ajaliko brought it up as an example. I say yes, they need to do more. Yes, the first lady was at the National Assembly to ask for support. What's stopping the 36 state first ladies of every state after them follow and go to Dubai? What's stopping them join at the National Assembly? What's stopping all the women legislators from every state flew to Abuja to support her in that? That's how you do it. Because
can I say something?
What's all the legislator wives and girlfriends them joining her in that cause? Yes, go ahead.
I wanted to say something adding to what you're saying, because people talk so bad of Patience Goodluck, but let me tell you something, right? At the time when that was 2007, it was 2007. No, elections 2011. She actually made sure that women were given a lower amount to pay for the interest, expression of interest, and so on. You have to pay by PDP. So basically, she reduced it to about, I think I paid 200,000 to get a ticket.
Yeah,
to get the form.
I always criticize that space. If somebody give you form for free and you want full out contest, what does that say? They won't take you seriously.
No. They didn't give for free. It wasn't free. 200,000 is a lot of money.
Right now, they are getting
what she advocated for. But let me tell you, inside that, I went for rep. I didn't get it, but it gave me an opportunity to come out and speak and have a voice.
I know how the jungle feels.
Profile myself, express myself, what I know, and all that. So that opportunity alone of having, knowing that I was actually qualified and I'd already gotten my ticket to be part of the primaries, I was able to go around and campaign and at least tell people, my own side of the story and what I think I can do. And that made because I was actually contesting against a lady who was actually the first member of rep. So we both had that stage, and I didn't let her go free with that money, I gave her a good run for her money. She got up and she started speaking. She started bringing up this and that and that and that because she knew I wasn't going to let her off like that, So eventually when all that was over and we started doing the one for the, of course, the first elections, and they started doing the local government one. So now I was in charge. I'm online. Yeah. So I was actually in charge.
Gifts that started coming in, Abi. International Women's Day.
Say hello.
They started coming in.
Say hello.
Hello. Never mind. Hello. Where's my suya? That's the thing. Where's my suya? Look at that.
That's it.
Well done for taking care of Sally for us. Sally, that's our number one citizen on this platform right here. Sally Beans. Yeah.
That's my baby boy.
Oh, there you are. Well done for taking care of mom. Really I thought that was your boyfriend, though, so I wasn't going to make a jump. And that was a joke. That was a joke. Yeah.
One man went to Mo. Check him out on Instagram.
Okay. All right. So yeah, back to you, Sally. You were describing
so Patience did quite a lot, and we had the Women for Change. And then we had our uniform, which was like an army uniform, like the materials, you made it like military. And they would be marching. We had our song, let's sing a song, so that excitement actually, propelled a lot of women to come out. And so some of the younger women who were like, we were able to like now, come together and support them. So I was able to produce, I had 3 women from my own local government going for councillor. At least I got 2. 2 of them, I got them in. We're now told to mentor them. So I mentored the 2 and they got their places as mentors.
So when you turned up at a Good Luck patient Jonathan's something, did she ask you if you were the only one that waka come? There is God though. Did she say now only you waka come? You know.
From the same place now they understand themselves perfectly.
Because I don't go waka alone. I don't walk alone. So
I'll let you walk out.
If I'm going somewhere, I always have my women. I have some other people. I have some other guys. I always have an entourage. So there's no way I'll ever go anywhere in Nigeria. In fact, they always ask me, "Do you ever come alone?" That's what they ask me.
Mama.
Because any office that they go, I park, even mopo, they carry. They will just follow me like that, to make sure that I'm safe. I always have friends. I always have people everywhere. So there's no way I'm just going to go alone. I'm going to NDDC, wherever I'm going. I gather people. Just walk. So some people ask me, why do you always come with so many crowd? But that's it. I always have people around me. So, but anyway, she did a good job. But people keep remembering. And look at that statement. Let's just look at the statement she made. She said, First Lady want to help your Peking loss. Your Peking, First Lady want to help Una. Then First Lady say, come, make I help you find your Peking. You can't work out, only you come. There is God, though. There is God, though.
That statement from where we come from where we come from, that's normal. That's a normal, but for the rest of the
why
country,
only you go waka come? When you go say big something happen, only you waka come. No,
but people don't have problem with what she's trying to say. It's just that how she said it, that phrase. Now only you waka come.
But then they're looking at the bad English. They're looking at the where she made flaws in the English, which I don't know.
But to us, to win the Niger Delta,
he's saying
to win the Niger Delta, that's a normal slang. That one are normal. It's just that people expect, to the rest of the country, it's kind of like, this is it sounds funny to them. Not necessarily they understand what she's saying, but it just sounds funny.
School. I beg, leave the woman.
No, it was just. Back to what the point I was trying to make. It's not going to come easy like that when you have men of that nature where they are when it's with them they'll use religion cover, or when it's with them they'll use tradition. Then the system will practice. So everything is in their favor at that time. So they just need to reinforce. Yes, the First Lady tried, but I expect I expect all the 36 women of the First Lady of the country to join her in that.
But did she try as much as her Patience Jonathan is the thing?
But she no get office now. Her husband deny that official office.
Okay, but let's Patience Jonathan answer that question in her own words.
Oh God, leave our mama for us.
Do you come with 2 teachers? You were not informed to? Continue. No problem. God will see us. There is God. There is God in everything we are doing. Those bloods that are sharing in Bronu will answer. What of 2 teachers? Why 2 teachers? What of 2 teachers that can tell us that they conducted that exam? Do you come with any? Principal? No, too. You waka come. Okay. Now the First Lady is calling you. Come, I want to help you. Come to find your child, your missing child. Will you keep quiet? Child. Child. There is God.
There is God.
There is God. The blood we are sharing, there is God. There is God. There is God. There is God.
At this point,
Ovie, if this woman discovered the cure to cancer, she will only still ever be remembered for one thing. That is her right there. There is God, oh. There is God, oh.
I think she has seen the handwriting on the wall at that time. Okay, this is really against me, against my husband and the administration. So she just decided to be a human. We wake up on Niger Delta. We understand what she's going through.
Oh God.
You know, but that is normal way we would hear for that area be that.
But no, I think she do. At that point in time, you want her to come and start speaking grammar.
That's what I'm saying now. She's being real.
She has to break down.
It was a serious matter, but she came off somewhat comical. So people just couldn't get past the
You know what? Why she said crying? She didn't realize at that moment. She realized that is a little bit much more than just.
That's what I'm saying now. She has seen
an innocent. I mean, no kidnapping is innocent, but it was not. It did not.
No, she knew it was a setup, Abby.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, but how would nobody follow her there? But just that, as I said,
it's funny now. A case like this, you would think the whole crowd will come. At least they will collect some stipends.
That's what she does.
But all the Ghana must go that she brought there to, maybe give them small. They don't even want that money. That means they've been settled somewhere else.
Yeah, there is.
Come on, let's put this case out now. Let anybody judge it.
That's why I said she has seen the writing on the wall, and she just couldn't help it and just be human at that point. But we will understand. Of course, I understand the rest of the country. We expect that to be more push, more. But
your children vanish, and then you have opportunity to see the first lady next to the president, and you're not going. No.
Oh man, so yeah.
You know they've put so much music to the backdrop of. I could bring you so many versions of that thing. Especially that continue.
Yeah. Continue now.
God,
and it continued. Look at it. Look at our words. Continue, and it continued. After that, how many more kidnappings after them? How many?
She's just too comical to be taken seriously.
I think 50 years from now,
you see that woman, she's very, very serious. You see that woman made Jonathan, but people don't know.
Of course. It's obvious.
Her husband. She's a very strong woman, very powerful.
50 years from now, we'll look back to their time and say,
and she still kept her position as a teacher. She did not resign from teaching. She still kept her position as a teacher. They now made her permanent secretary of education by Elsa State. Yeah.
Is she not fighting some commissioner or something at the moment, some aid to the governor?
Is she?
She is. She's fighting.
She's a typical
the Bayelsa State governor's aid.
See, one man.
That's what's his name? Diri.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Diri's wife. Diri has 2 wives now.
No. Patience Jonathan is fighting the aid of the governor, I think, of our home state, Bayelsa. One of the aides. She was in the papers just a few days ago.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Either sounding a warning or asking the governor to sack somebody or just throwing her weight around. Saying, Che, there is God.
Come on. If you go worry as a type, you go worry. You'll be walking on the street and be laughing so hard. Just the way they talk. They are so from the young to the old. Just they walk out with
it's just the way they are all called Eguavon or something like they are all called Eguavon in that Eguavon.
No, Mama Peace is a real original Niger Delta woman. That's it. That's it. You can't get better than that.
Hey, Tamuno.
Tamuno, yeah.
So yes, women, they are in a special country. Religion is against tradition, everything. So yes, stuff like that, they have to go all out. Why is it that all the legislative and the senator's wife, they don't accompany her? I could say, okay, maybe because you don't get official office to.
Let me tell you, one of the reasons Nigeria is like that is the women. Because why Britain is and everybody's enjoying it here is because of the women. Because the women
they've come a long way now.
They stand for their rights, yes.
But they've come a long way. So our women just start. It's a beginning.
No, a lot of our women don't want to even come out. When you go to all these groups, when you start writing, they start, bad minding you. When you come out on all this TV thing, making it do them too much like this, so not be like that. They come easy.
Let me enter one man a little bit.
You don't come miss appointment. Say you day, but if you come, they talk too much.
Let me trouble one man a little bit. That was a very clear, good opportunity for Tinubu wife to take to champion.
How do you mean?
She led the women delegation, invite all the senator wives to follow you to that house and make case. But we don't hear her voice.
Oh, no, she's not in play now. Is she in play? She's not in play now.
That's an opportunity lost, if you ask me. As a
She's still a senator.
Even though you know how your colleagues they act inside the assembly board, just let women delegation.
She should be. It is a senator, so how can she be picketing the Senate when she's already?
She voted against it. I won't be surprised.
Yes, now.
She won't want women to come and disturb her there now. We are our comfort zone where she's enjoying her whatever.
Look, Celibis, Aizon is cursing you in the comment section. He says he's on cameo, something like the other. Yes, he's using Creek language. Language of the Creek.
Kuremi.
All right.
He's strong like iron.
Yeah.
He's strong. Izon means iron. When you say Kuremi, Izon means iron. You know, strong people. So when we say Kuremi, it means they like iron.
What about Tamuno Ayeba?
Tamuno Ayeba.
Tamuno Ayeba is two. You're saying the same things. Ayeba is God. Tamuno is God. Oh, Ayeba. Ayeba. Oh, okay.
Do you speak the same language? You and
God will do it. God is gonna do it.
You speak the same language. You and
there are different dialects, but I'm much of a language.
He's from the Creeks now. You know him now. You know he's Sapele Water.
Yeah, but Zenebis and the Joe woman are from Bayelsa. Where is Aizo from?
Aizo's Ijo might be different from mine. Like mine is more like Good Luck Jonathan's.
But you are from the same state with Good Luck now.
I'm from the same area but we're just slightly different because it's like Ekiti and Yoruba or something like that. Okay, no, not as far as that. A little bit closer than that. But our accent, just village to village, we speak slightly different. But that's how it is in that area. Yeah.
No, I just want to be sure.
Oh, he's Delta. Is on.
It's from Pagani.
Oh, Pagani.
Patani.
No, Pagani.
Pagani. Okay, Pagani would be like near
Patani.
Patani.
Opokuma. That's where this guy was, the former NDDC guy. I went there for his wife's funeral. The former NDDC.
You are from
Timi Alaibe.
Which village this guy from? Ben Bruce, Murray Bruce.
That one is where they chop white people now. Akasa.
So you go enter water going place.
Those were the people that fought, Lord Goldie's people.
So you have to go through water before you go enter water going place.
That place is a Motala, is Moana na sea. Not even sea, na ocean.
And he can advocate for electric cars. Where if you buy flying boat for that river to go in village.
Aizo is still trying to decide where he is from. First, he was from Pagano Delra. So and then I think that was and then it's Delta, and then it's from Pantami. So I don't know quite. I thought it was only
East. No, it's from Patani now. Don't you know Patani Bridge? Yeah.
And then now it's from another place. Still now it's from yes. So
that's the clan.
Kaboway. Are they the fierce warriors? All
Ijaws are fierce warriors. Very fierce. Very. We are wrestlers. We do wrestling. Wrestling is part of our culture. Wrestling is part of our culture.
Is it that mud wrestling?
Anyone who cannot wrestle should not ask a woman to go and cook anything for him. Because a man has to wrestle. You can't disgrace your wife. You have to go out there and be ready. Dance egelege. We call it egelege.
In Oyo, we wrestle bears.
So one man, look at this man guy comment. Albert Wakwe. He said to call somebody in Nigeria that is dead.
Yeah, I saw it. I just had to let it go because
No, No, it's by the geography. It's not really like we are Niger Delta, but it's that what is that? But well.
So is Sapele part of the Ijo space?
No, Sapele is more of Urobo and
Urobo now.
Urobo and what's the other part of Delta?
Isoko.
Isoko is more
Isoko, Urobo, and Ishekiri.
So when you guys are calling Ahizon Sapele water, that's not actually accurate. Is it accurate to call him Sapele water?
No, Sapele water is a drink.
No, it's Ogogoro. I know. Is it from his region?
Different names now and different.
No. I think they just now that I said it's an Ijo man, so it's not two different.
Okay.
Sapele water no relay. I mean, it just what you say your organization now name, but the Sapele
itself. Because those people, they are very rich in your region. I don't know why they complain, because they get a lot of derivation money. You know.
Yeah, but the elite in that region are still, they are like the elite from any other place around the country now. They be vulture too. All those traditional rulers then. You know, them
they have some.
When I mean elite, I'm including Celibi. You know, the politician.
No, Celibi is a super elite now.
Yeah, she's friends with the allocation.
You know Celibi is friends with Danfodio's daughter, Usman Danfodio. You know, so Celibi is
that was just a women's project that we're doing. I mean, I'm not
the derivation where they call Celibi local government, they go send a con give him for London first. He go sign off, take your own.
The last time they only gave me 5,000 as part of the royalty. That was a mess. I got
5,000 pounds.
I got 5,000 naira. 9 and say they give me. So I can't say make one small boy.
No, for real, the elite in that region,
from Shell or something.
The traditional rulers, the elite, and that
5,000. What is that? For all the mess they are doing, 5,000.
They don't collect the top guys don't collect the largest share. So that's the problem of that region.
People don't collect now.
The community leaders, the traditional.
But they're not giving us women a very small amount of money. Very small. In fact, we're not even allowed to be part of that meeting to even discuss it.
They know what they do.
They will not let us into the town hall to discuss anything. In fact, when I went to talk to them about buying the pipes, disused pipes from Shell, from Ajip or Shell or whatever. Anyway, I went to talk to the chief and I said I wanted to just buy all of it and I would have made some really good money. So, I mean, I made all those strips, but you see, all the guys were like trying to fight me at that point. They just changed. All the men, they just gonna begin to flex. So. But I still, of course, I still bulldoze my way in there. And they were, the chief was just saying, okay, you see now, it's because of you. That's why I allow you, for you to be in this conversation. By law, we don't do this. We don't allow women to be part of this conversation. But I know your grandmother was a great woman, and she's my sister. And so for that reason, I have to, whatever you're saying, I have to listen to you and whatever you want. But in the end, they were just doing like men's show, and it didn't go anywhere.
No, they are brutal. Those local chiefs and village heads, they know they play. Now then they stand for the money. Led by Robert Clark them.
But I don't do anything good. Like if I'd gotten that money, already I'd made a plan, a project that I was going to do in that village. I wasn't going to just run off to London with all of the money. So I was going to have, first of all, I was going to fix the school. And then I was going to have some other projects for the women and try and improve on the farming issues. I was even going to hire, what do you call it again? An excavator to help them, like the women, to put the trees down rather than making them do it themselves,
You know why they don't allow you?
Oh, you see this woman that Aizon is mentioning? This is one of my favorite women on the planet.
And Kio Briggs.
Oh, I love that woman. I adore that.
She's my friend. She's my big sister.
She's a fantastic.
When she's in this country, I'll put her. Actually, I'll send you a link. One of these days, invite her for a special one. The people can ask her questions.
And Kio Briggs.
And Kio Briggs.
Look her up. She has a super brain, very feisty. She's always on YouTube on her own channel, just just lamenting to herself. But let me show you. There's I've been trying to remember this. I'm going to post a name in the comment section. I won't attempt to read it because I'm just going to butcher it. But if anybody knows how to pronounce these words, then just try and yeah. Can you say it?
Did you put it in
Where did you put it?
No, it's in the comments. Okay, let me put it in the private chat. See if you can.
Captain Joseph Timia, the Ebena Nowhere of Ugunlaga Kingdom.
All right. So as we were talking, yes,
of Ogulaga. You know, that's where you hear that word, that sound. Ra is GHA. Ra.
Do you know that guy? Do you know him?
I don't know him. Who is he?
You know, when I think about the Creeks, I always think about that guy. And there's something very striking about that guy. There's something so striking about him that I did a video on him. You know, when I used to do those voice videos, I did a video on him about 2 years ago. So let me just let me show you this. Well, you will only hear it, but listen to this. This guy is anyway. See, it's the picture. Look at the picture. Hold on. Excuse my voice. My voice was funny back in those days. Now, guys, we all know that the Vice President of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, is a short little guy. Akuru Kete is what we call them in Yoruba land. Is a short little guy. Those are his features, and that's all well and good. But you can imagine, though, when he then came across this king of Ogulaga land, which is somewhere in Delta. So King Temiyan of Ogulaga land, Ogulaga Kingdom, to give it its proper title. So this is King Temiyan of Ogulaga land or Ogulaga Kingdom, somewhere in Delta State. So now just look at this picture, because this picture really is all of the story of this video. There's nothing else to read to you on this. So now you look at this man mountain of a king. Look, he's very tall. This is a guy that is close to 7 foot, or at least is at least a 7 feet guy. And look at the mass of his being. Is a guy that is not that doesn't miss his lunch. We can all agree on that. So this is a guy that enjoys his food. So he's tall and imposing. Now look at the Vice President of Nigeria and look at the look on his face in awe. He's almost like he has met like some sort of demigod or something. He doesn't even know what to say. He can't even come up with the witty remark because he's looking at this guy. He said, am I going to leave this place alive? Is this guy going to eat me for lunch? Because he doesn't even know what is going on. But it really just struck me, really, this image, because it's quite a striking image. All right, sorry about the grainy voice and all that, but I think you get the gist. Look, just the picture is the whole thing. Is this guy going to eat me? Am I lunch here? Look at the size of that guy, and this is how I see the Creek people. They're just what sort of a wife would they be married to?
It reminds me of James Buhari and the man that died in Bayelsa.
Look at that.
They get the same size too, but this one is
literally 2 times, 3 times.
Alamisia and what's his name? Ibori. Also they're big too now, but this guy is way bigger and they're dark too.
Look.
But this guy is big though. and between the two of them,
it's almost fair. It's almost fair on Osinbajo's side.
The size of the man
this guy is going to eat me. He's going to eat. I am lunch here. You know, look at that. So when I think of the Creeks, this is what I usually think of. You know, just some man mountain. Well, you guys are probably, you know. So yes,
we are quite. Generally, the men are quite tall. Are usually quite. You know, the German men are quite got height, and some have body. on top of that. You know, so that is just.
All right. Even Dixon too. You know, very in that they are unique, some kind of. But this one is
and that guy will be married. Of course, he'll have a queen. Imagine, man.
And you can imagine what women have to go through. Why you not even wish women well?
No. You know, I don't want to have thoughts, but you know, yes.
When was Sibanjo no foods?
No, Sibanjo a small man.
In his real size, it might not be as big as that. Oh, I believe he have a lot of wrapper under that that he wears.
But look at the belly. You can see the belly. Wrapper.
No, it's big, but
he's a big guy. He's a big guy. But
it's 2 times the size of Osibanjo. It's 2 times.
No, what do you mean by 2 times? 4 times. 4 times.
Osibanjo no fit carry that beat for hand. Not to talk of wearing it for neck.
That man fit carry Osibanjo for only his. If he carry Osibanjo inside his stomach.
Look at that. My goodness.
His stomach can swallow Osibanjo. The whole of that man's stomach will swallow everything.
And just quietly there.
You see, this is a case of an over-corseted prince who will have like a retinue. Nobody has ever said no to him in his life. They just say, "Oh, it's the prince." So, you know, this is somebody that is over-pampered, over-indulged. You know, nobody, you know, no discipline.
See the man he keep himself. See as he really robust. Well.
God.
Hey, waiting. Obalaye.
You know.
Who's the real Oba?
All that Creek money.
Obalaye.
You know, when I saw that picture, I couldn't resist. I said, you know, it's just the size of him, man. God, you know.
But what did he go there? What did he go there to do now? Okay, he went to beg him about the militants.
No, that was in. I think that was in 2020, 2019. So it would have just been on some. You know, maybe it was there and then, you know, yeah. Look at that. My God.
Now, that was during his coronation as in 50.
But we are great people. So you see those beads that man put on the neck, on the head, is a real value. There's real value for it. It's a big money right there.
That's money right there.
That's money right there. Yeah.
Just like my own.
So
you cannot really, you know, except you move closer to him and look at those things that man wear. They are real quality stuff and you know, very expensive bead and the clothes, and you know, we are great people. We just have to, man. But
let me post the link to the people.
I used to watch when you used to read the news.
Yeah, when I used to make my, I wonder.
Why does this man never show his face? What's wrong with him?
Yes,
I like the accent and the analysis. But
you know, I used to speculate who used to listen to it. You know, because you see comments, but you don't really know.
I never commented because I always watch it on TV. Yeah. So I was saying, this man will give us a better news because I felt your analysis was a little bit closer home. So that's why I used to listen to you and Mayogo. The two of you, and some other guys who are like, when you know that Mazi, what's his name now? Nnamdi Kanu's crisis that time now, when it started and then when it got, you know, I was following up all the time because I was reading late night, so I would always be watching TV and you know mixing it with TV, and we've come a long way.
No, it's funny though, yeah, and I'm glad that I'm now doing it in this format because it makes for better interaction, you know. Because and I'm also glad that because the people that I was hoping were listening somewhat are the people that are listening. So I was hoping of people of your quality, Sally, Ovie, Ajanle Koko, etc. You know, people who you know who are clued up enough to. You know, to see through the mess and to see what is going on, and then to have a conversation around that. So not the kumbayaists or the yam heads, but there it is.
I say you be calling your fans yam heads.
No, it's but you know, yeah, I'm glad.
Be careful. 90% of my fans are like this king. This king you just show, King Joseph.
That is a proper that guy could not be anything other than a king. What else could he be? That size, that everything, he can,
Exactly.
he has to be a king. Yeah, cannot be anything
Who's going
else.
to give him a job when he will look like the boss?
Yes,
and it's from oil producing village too. So that it's been pumped as you talk about from day one. It's from Burutu local government. I then get the oil, bam bam, in Delta.
All right. Let's hear from Obina, who joins us. So, Obina, are you there? We're just chatting, really. But I can't even, but come in. Obina, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you, one man. Good evening, my people. Sorry for joining late. I just saw that you guys were online.
Okay. We were just marveling at the size of the king of this community.
Yeah.
You see, if there was ever an adverse to say no to cannibalism, this is it. This is just say no to cannibalism. So there it is. We were just rounding off as this guy. Somebody was actually mentioning that he's the parallel you draw is like Shaquille O'Neal. So that's the only other person that's of that size. So Shaquille O'Neal. So there it is. But yes, over here, just round off and then we start to wind up.
Yeah, so I think what I was saying is that in a bit so important like that, the first lady would have gone along, took a step further, make sure have more women on our side going to that national assembly. All the 36 state governor, first ladies, member of the parliament, or their wife, drag them out and their husband. And if you can succeed in doing that, I think, it will have a resounding result and what they got. But it's refreshing that I think, as I said, the legislative are thinking of it again. Maybe they will include it as it goes. But I wish them luck.
All right. Sally, one of the things we were chatting about before you came on was nothing at all to do with politics, but this chap that just discovered that his 3 children, he is not the biological father. So, and there's a lot of speculation that there's a lot of bastardization within the Nigerian space, quote as high as 40-45%. And we're just talking about all these hidden away things that people know is there, but they don't talk about it. But what life for that guy now? We're imagining that the youngest of those children will be about 10, 12. So he's been bringing up 3 children for 15 years thereabout, only to discover that they are not his. So how does he even begin to figure that out? How does he contemplate that?
But how did he figure out that they were not his?
Well, it's probably through DNA, through conventional statements of the wife, but however, he's come to the conclusion this is where he is.
So what's his decision?
No, obviously he's distancing himself from the woman, and he's alarming that if anything happens to him, so I think it's self-preservation first. But what would you recommend to him as a decision to make? How does he go about handling that sort of a situation?
Well, he's already mishandled it by letting the whole world know.
Right. The blame goes to him.
And now he's just like in a dark world of his own, and now everybody knows. So he's going to be thinking about what people think of him, or what people think of his wife, or what people think of his children. It's all gone so complicated. But obviously you'll be very shocked and very disappointed, especially if he never smelt anything. He did not even see anything was going off course. He didn't see it. So if he didn't see that, and then you even feel more stupid about himself, and you be so angry. So he will need a lot of support from his own family and some kind of understanding, to try and talk about, the situation, what transpired or what could be done.
He would have to start all over again, would it not?
He needs a good friend to talk to him. Just put it that way. If he has a good friend, or a good,
But in terms of perpetrating his own genes, he has to start again.
If he's young enough now, he wants his own genes to, you know, but what makes him feel 100% sure that all the 3 kids are not his?
Maybe it could be DNA, but we're going on the basis of the assumption that he knows categorically.
So if he now knows that they are all not his, well, what is he planning on doing? Going around telling the whole world? It's not gonna do anything. What will he do? How will he be a man again? This is what he should be thinking. Or is he just going to bounce back from all of this?
I notice you are not throwing any brickbats in the direction of the wife. I mean, is that not where
because
the first...
she's done what she's done. What will I be saying? Will I be cussing her that I don't know why she did what she did. So I cannot say.
How prevalent do you think this is? How commonplace is it? Do you imagine?
What if the man was doing some other things too?
Yeah, but how commonplace do you think it is within the Nigerian space, this sort of narrative?
It's a lot. So many men just have to take and you know, it's happening a lot. And I think maybe because of the politics, or maybe because of the, you know, everybody wants to go, you know, get big, you know, and what I find, you know, that basically, you know, politicians the politicians these days, they're not of that breed, you know, to have respect for women. You know, so they just feel any woman is a woman, and with that mentality,
they feel any woman is a woman, as opposed to some being men.
Yes, they just feel woman is okay. It's for them. Don't you understand?
Okay, they just play things.
That women are for, you know, when like that big guy now.
Yes.
If he had gone with maybe some girls now, he has to leave one wife for him, for the king. You understand what I'm saying? So that is it. Just like, you know, when I was off set, I was hearing all of you saying, you know, a man should, you know, who was saying that, you know, his father had a lot of wives. Like my grandfather too had a lot of wives, had 10 wives, you know. I think when number 7 was coming in, that was when my grandma decided to run away and leave. You understand? Because we're just wives. In fact, the person that looked after me as like, you know, more like a mom, you know, because then my mom was, when we're kids, my mom was in England. So that time, the person that was looking after us, like, I won't say house, it wasn't a house girl or anything, because this was my grandfather's wife, youngest wife, that was actually staying around with us in Lagos and looking after us, taking us to church, taking us to school and everything. So this is my grandfather's youngest wife. And after that,
was that like some sort of
another wife? Huh?
Was that more like a ceremonial wife or a proper?
Yeah, I don't even know, but he was just marrying wives. Even before I came to London, I was doing some business, you know, around there in the village. So he gave me some property and things I should do and all that, you know. So I had this, we have this farm, palm, you know, palm farm like that, you know. So I was doing kind of like, you know, getting them and, you know, sending them to exporters. So he at that time, his wife was, I think, the 3rd wife or 4th wife, was still alive. Yeah, my grandma was still alive then too. So he now said to me that, well, none of his wives are cooking for him, so he will be giving me money to go to the waterside, and so I can just go to the waterside and I can have my nice fish and my, you know, my fufu, my fish and everything, you know. And he knows I like going waterside. So he just give me money and I'll go, because he said they were not cooking, not as if I was waiting for them to cook for me. But he made a duty, you know, made it a duty to make sure that he was giving me pocket money to go and eat every morning, afternoon, and evening. You know, he was so, you know, that guy is. But as I was there, when he gave me that plot of land, some of the village women that came to cut the grass for me, suddenly I think some other guys from another family came and said that's their land. You know, the people always like to fight for land. So this lady was cutting the thing, but you know, this lady actually came and she was pleading with my grandfather to marry her, because she had some debts and she didn't know how she was going to pay it. So she was pleading that my grandfather should marry her. So the daughters came out, they were shouting, "Papa, is it not enough?" Blah, 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 blah. He said, "Leave her alone now." So you're already jealous of this woman. So the woman stayed behind and got married to my grandfather, and I left. And I left for Port Harcourt and I eventually for London. So this is like a man's world, like Ovie said, you know. And this is why all of these things happen. Now, that man that probably gave her that children, let's see if that man is also going to come out. Because if that man comes out, you understand?
I don't think all the children came from the same man. I think she was putting it about a little bit. That's the reading of it.
Is that possible that they came from different men, plus her husband? And she, you know, what kind of mix-up is that? If they came from another man, it might be more understandable than if they came from different men.
Okay, it's a quick read, so let me just give it to you as the guy presents it. Nigerian music producer Champagne Beats has expressed shock after discovering that he's not the biological father of his 3 children. Describing it as a shocking discovery, he accused his wife, Yemi Adebowale, of having extramarital affair and also pretending he's the father of their children. Champagne Beats also warns that Yemi should be held responsible should anything happen afterwards. So this is what he put out on Twitter. It says, "This is to notify everyone that I am not the biological father of Favor, Donald, and Richard. It was a shocking discovery for me to know that Yemi Adebowale has been having extramarital affairs, so with other guys, whilst we were in a relationship, and she pretended to me that I am the father of the 3 children." So that is what he's put out. So to suggest then that she's been putting it about quite a bit.
Well, he's not doing himself any good coming to Twitter and all that now. I mean, why is it when he married his wife was Twitter there? So why is he coming to Twitter to announce it? You know, so he's only making it worse. Because really, you should sit down with family and let them have a discussion. And if she feels she wants to walk away with that, if he feels he wants to keep them because he already loves, I will advise him to keep the children.
All right. Okay, thank
you. Because he already has that bonding with them. And it's not their fault. So
but does he even have the option? Is it down to him to keep the children? If the children are not biologically his, and the woman decides then that she doesn't want him having anything to do with them, that is the end of that.
It cannot just be the end, because he has actually, developed those children, and the children have bonded with him, seeing him as their father. It just doesn't end like that.
But if the woman pulls them away, he doesn't have any recourse.
Why?
Because he's not their biological father, and he has no blood ties, so he has no claim. He has no claim to the children.
If the woman in his custody, he's been looking after them, growing them, developing them, nourishing.
That's a guardian. That's a guardian. That's the job of a guardian.
It's not just the job of a guardian. He believed that they were his children. So he was not just a guardian. He actually believed they were his children. Before all this
what I'm saying essentially is that if the woman decides that she doesn't want him to have anything to do with those children, there's nothing he can do to force it.
So now that he's actually going to announce it on Twitter, what do you envisage would be the outcome of that for the children and for himself? Just forget the wife is the bad person here.
No, the children are the victim. So the children are the victim of all of this. But I think he's trying to extricate himself just to move on. I think he wants to move on. But
for the fact that guy found out the situation, that woman can't even live with him anymore. Then automatically she won't leave the kids with the guy. Even if the guy wants the kids, that's the way I say it. And that's why I think I kind of understand what Sethi was trying to say about why the people even really bring out their issues on social media because you could have settled it kind of way and still have your kids and still look after those kids and be their guardian, you know. So sometimes a lot of things happen in Nigeria. People just go to social media to quickly speak it out, and I don't know why they do it.
All
it
right.
makes it worse.
Because
But I know somebody who got
the
married.
losing part now because he spend his money, spend his time looking after fathering people's kids. Now he's going to lose them totally. Because I think it should have still been like, okay, you will adopt the kids, and if you can have babies, yeah, they will still make babies or make babies with other women, but it won't be a total loss like it's going to be now, because if that woman won't live with him anymore and is going to the part of saying, oh, if anything happens to him, that means they can't live together anymore. So the woman will take the kids away.
All right. Oh, okay. So, guys, I'm going to seek to start to round off here. So, Ovie, just very short goodbye words from you, and then short goodbye words from Celibis, and then we just start to round it off. So, Ovie, are you still there? Okay, I think Ovie has left.
Gone.
Oh, okay. So that's him, but that's Ovie. He's now gone. So just very short goodbyes from you, Celibis, and then we start to round off.
Oh, well, it's been a long day. We thank God for the women of the world. We thank God for all that women have achieved. And those of us who are resilient and absolute that things have to change. Really, it's time for women to start marching for Nigeria, to change that country, Women have to come together. All this hating, backbiting, we can make Nigeria a much more beautiful place if we all come together and put in every effort, to cook that jollof rice and cook Nigeria out of all these problems. But first, we all have to come out. Women should stop hiding behind. Whenever we go somewhere, you start serving. Every time you want to serve, you want to cook, you want to do this. Sometimes you have to leave that cooking to let's all eat beans like soldiers. Because all the men were saying they know how to cook beans. They know how to cook beans. Okay, so let's all join them and eat that beans and march on, and go and get that country back to being a giant if we want to stay as one. So women, all the women, in fact, somebody was saying that all the women, all the Nigerian women should have all gotten up and marched straight to Villa and tell them what they want. And, people actually, I think I was watching one of these flip passerbys. Those guys are wicked, they really say everything. And they're quite articulate, I must say. So anyway, that's all I will say. Women, it's time to hear more voice. Look at this show. Since this show started, how many years now? It's just only 2 women that have been coming to this. 3 women, isn't it? It's just me, Bear, and one other lady. There was one lady who used to come from work, but she hasn't been coming anymore. The nurse. I think she was a nurse or doctor.
So I can't remember. I only remember you and Bea. I don't think.
No, there's another lady who used to come and she'll say, I'm at work. I can't talk now. Remember her?
I don't. Maybe
I
watch
you every day. No, I don't join every day, but I watch almost every day.
Yes.
And if I miss
it,
I go
almost.
I go back and watch the old shows. Sometimes I just put it on and sleep. And I'll be hearing all of you talking. I'll just go to bed because that way I'm hearing you people. But it's important to us. I mean, if it's important to you, if your country is important to you, if humanity is important to you, then there's no need to sit home and say, oh, I can't talk. I'm a woman. I used to hate that because when we go to a meeting, when I get up to talk, I'll say some men, sit down. Women don't talk. I say, how? In London too? I beg, let me just finish what I want to say. And then after that, people can sit behind.
All right. Thank you, Sally. Your suya will be getting cold. So that's Sally Beats. She comes late and then she tries to make it interesting. I think you and Aizon, you have the same technique. All right. Thank you, Sally. A real delight. So that was Sally Beats. So thank you, Obina, as well. And thank you, Dee. We've gone to so late hours that I'm just inclined to just shut it down immediately. So I will go on and do exactly that. So Obina, good to see you again. Hopefully you come a bit earlier, then we can get to hear more from you. We got a little snippet from Obina the first time he came, and people have been asking to hear more from you. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section, but here I say peace.